The Yuden domain. A man is in royal attire. A land under the rule of Count Sergio. Of all the territories in the kingdom, those in the southern region had the most resources. A region where there are many trees and sand dunes. Hands filled with gold coins and countless precious gems shining brightly. And Yuden was the most powerful of all domains in the south. Simply put, it controlled the entire economy of the southern territories. And chosen to be the heiress of the household, ruling over this domain. It is nighttime, and there is a house. Have a seat, Rox. Was the Count's eldest daughter already Adelaide Sergio? She is sitting in a turquoise-colored dress, and a cup of tea is in her hand. That was a longer trip than I expected. Adelaide Sergio is sitting on a sofa, holding a cup of tea in her hand. In front of her, on the sofa, sits a Rox. She says, "I thought you would be back by yesterday since you left Leechin last week." He says, "Oh, it's because I had to make a stop along the way." He had a red-colored sample with him. She asks, "How did it go? Did you find anything worth trading?" He unrolled the sample and said, "I found some beautiful fabric. Would you like to see? I brought some samples back." She replies, Sure, I'll take a look after." He said, "Is something the matter, Adele?" She said while smiling, "What do you mean?" He said, "Oh, it's just that I have never seen you put off work before." She glanced and said, "It's not a big deal. You'd better get used to it." He said, "By the way, Adele, you..." "Yes, that's the kind of reaction I'm expecting. Wake-up time is 5. The Adelaide Sergio gets up from her bed, sits in front of the mirror, and says, "I am used to getting out of bed already. But this was the first time in years that I chose to spend more time in front of the mirror than going through piles of documents." She fluttered and said, "I may not have brought a huge change to my appearance, but I know I look good right now." She sits on the sofa, glowing and radiant, and says, "HM? What is it? Do I have something on my face?" Rox, sitting in front of her, says, "No, never mind." She says, "Are you sure you are okay, Rox? You might have overworked yourself this time." He says shyly, "Ahaha, no, I'm fine." She stared and said, "Liar! Those twitchy eyes, they tell me he is nervous about something." He trembled. He's all stiff, and his lips look pursed. He gulped. "Okay, I guess I will help him out." Adelaide, Sergio said, "I wish he was a bit more confident, but oh well." "I heard you visited Sotona before coming here." Rox said, "Huh? How did you know? What were you doing there in the first place? We already have plenty of jewelry here." "Oh, you see. It was only natural that a prestigious domain like Yuden be home to the greatest dwellers around. Many precious jewels are glittering, sparkling. You could not find finer jewelry anywhere else in the southern regions." The fact that Rox still wanted to visit another city known for its jewelry, a ring with a blue gem lying there, could only mean one thing. "Were you looking for a particular stone or something?" asked Lady Adelidio Sergio. Rox replies with, "Well." She smiles and says, "Ugh, just spit it out already. He's so shy." Laughing, she rests her hand on her chin and says, "Come on, you know you can tell me anything. It's not like we're strangers." It has already been 9 years and 5 months since we first met. Rox and Adelidio Sergio are both standing. And it's been 3 years since the incident. He smiles and says, "Actually, I was not sure how to tell you this, but I thought you should be the first one to hear it from me." She grinned and said, "Of course, who else would you propose to?" I understand why Rox is so nervous, but there was no time for that. Suddenly, the bell rang with a loud ding-ding. Little girls, fluttering like butterflies, came giggling, picked up a cloth, and started saying congratulations, while cheerfully flapping around. "The answer will be yes either way. Let's see once Rox is done proposing to Toe," Adelidio Sergio said. "I will have to check the new shipments that just arrived. Some boxes are lying around, and some pouches and bags are scattered, and go over the business reports submitted by all the different branches. It might take me all night to finish," Adelio Sergio said, resting her hand on her chin. "So, if he could hurry with the proposal." Are you listening, Adele? But of course, no, the truth is, I was lost in thought. But since I am a highly competent heir, capable of speaking 5 different languages, she, Adelaide, shines and says it's easy for me to guess what Jerox is going to say. An old friend of mine who used to have a crush on me went to a jeweler. Rox said he's sitting there all droopy. And he's so nervous that he can't even look me in the eyes. Not to mention he also has a small box poking out of his chest pocket, and there's a bulge in his pocket. In a small box, there's a ring that's shining, glowing. It must be a box holding a diamond ring of the highest grade. At least 3 carats or more. No one can hide anything from me. There's a reason why she was chosen as heiress. Adele nodded and said, if that's really the way you feel, then all right. It's true that a lot has happened over the last 3 years. Rox said, really, Adele? Thank you for understanding. She said, while smiling, there's no need to thank me. Rox beamed and said, I feel so much more confident now that I know you are encouraging me. She smiled and said, what? Why is he thanking me for encouraging him, when he should be thanking me for accepting the ring? I feel like a cheerleader rather than someone who's just been proposed to. He reaches into his pocket and says, I wanted to get your opinion before giving this to her. After all, you've great taste, and you also know what she likes better than anyone else. She said, I didn't see this coming. He places the ring on the table, and the ring sparkles. Then, she says lifelessly, I did not think I would see the day when I am not excited to see a diamond ring. She lifted a cup and took a gulp. She crumbled and cracked and said, wow, is this really happening right now? I have to at least keep my composure, racking her brain. The ring is gleaming, twinkling. It's not bad. I am impressed by the cut and the quality of the diamond. He placed his hand on his chest and said, that's a relief. Adele said, I really hope Novella likes it. Adele and Rox are sitting face to face and are silent. Adele raises her hand and says, hold on, just a second. So what if I sound bitter just once? There is something I need to know right here and now. A golden-haired girl is standing. This Novella you just mentioned, you're not talking about my younger sister, Novella Sergio, are you? Novella fluttered. Jackie whimpered and said, what took you so long, my lady? Jackie laughed and said, how did it go? What did Master Jerox say? He went to Setona to get a wedding ring, didn't he? Adelaide was sitting silently, then she said to Jackie, yes, he did. Adelaide exhaled softly and said, I knew it. Jackie, brushing her hair with a smile, said, I wish you would dress up like this more often. Jackie said, gosh, look at you. I have yet to see someone with more beautiful eyes anywhere in this kingdom. No wonder Master Jerox fell for you. Adele said, Jackie, I have a bit of a headache right now. Jackie smiled and said, I bet you do. It's been a crazy day for you. You have just been proposed to, after all. I would. Adele replies, he did not propose to me. It turns out the ring is for someone else. Can you believe it? Jackie smiled, and Adele said, if you don't mind, I'd like to be alone for a while. Jackie was dazed and said, how could that be possible? Adelaide closed her eyes and said, it seems he is in love with Novella. Adelaide said calmly, you look more surprised than I am. Jackie raised her voice, nearly, no way. That doesn't make any sense. Didn't he already confess his love for you? How could his feelings change so quickly? Adelaide said, tell me about it. Jackie replies, he even said you were the only one he's ever been in love with, and that he would be willing to do anything for you. That was 3 years ago, but he also said he was going to wait for you no matter how long it took. Adele said, how do you know all that? Were you spying on us back then? Jackie covered her mouth with both hands and said, oops. Jerox proposed to me 3 years ago. Jerox was down on one knee, holding a flower in his hand, proposing to Adelaide. But because I was fighting to become the heiress, I had no time for love back then. If you really love me, ask me again in 3 years. If your feelings have not changed, then I promise to reconsider, was what I told him. But now he suddenly likes my younger sister. Shall I call Lady Novella here immediately? Adelie was telling Jackie everything. Jackie turned around in anger and said, I should have known. She's been asking for you all day. And you won't even ask her for an explanation. Deli was holding some papers, staring at them quietly. Jackie walked up angrily and said, What are you doing? Are you working? The papers were heaped on the table. Adelie said, I understand how you feel, but please keep it down. I've got to finish all of this by morning. Jackie said, How are you not upset about this whole situation? She replied, If I don't finish this now, a total of 32 stores won't be able to open their doors on time tomorrow. Imagine all the people that will be affected if that happens. Hundreds of workers depend on me. Jackie says, Oh my! And knowing Novella, she'll come see me herself. Novella is standing at the door. Novella knocked gently on the door. A voice replied, Come in. Novella asked softly, Can I talk to you, Adele? The reply came, Of course. Novella stepped inside, her footsteps light and hesitant. Adelie sat on the sofa with her back to Novella, facing the glass. Novella spoke softly, I'm sorry, so sorry for what happened. Are you mad at me? Adelie said, Me? Mad? Novella sniffled and replied, I could never have imagined that Jerox had feelings for me. Adele glances and replies, It's all my fault. If you'd like, I would like you to leave the room. She flapped the paper and said, I have got work to do. Adele. Novella said, Adele, we can talk tomorrow. If you can get up before I leave at dawn, that is. But Adele, Adelie said. Jackie, escort her back to her room. Jackie held Novella gently and said, Come with me, my lady. Novella hesitated. But Adelie sat with her back turned, papers in hand, facing away from the door. She spoke softly, There's something I need to tell you. Sister, please come. Just then, a faint creak echoed in the room. Adelie glanced over her shoulder, alert. She steadied herself with one hand on the table. She whispered, almost to herself, Is she really gone? Somebody stepped slowly toward the window. The room burst open, and a rustling sound began. You look like the protagonist of a tragic love story. Adele said angrily, When did you get here? Why are you spying on me? He leapt through the window and said, Took you long enough to notice me. He stepped forward and added, You're the one who told me not to come in through the door. Adele responded, That doesn't mean you can come in through the window. He said, Anyway, got something for me? She reached her hand toward him, a paper in his hand, and said, Here's what you asked for, right? Adele said, Humph. Although he is a bit of a pain, he sure is good at what he does. Adelie said, holding the paper in her hand and looking at it. Well, he is a member of this family after all. Kidan Sergio. The Sergio family is only my son and my younger brother. He is my half-brother, to be exact. He came into our household the year I turned 14, and he knew his place right away. Hi, you must be Adele. A man stood there, carrying Kidan Sergio in his arms. I don't have a name yet, but I'll tell you once I do. Just so you know, I have no interest in money and power. I am sure I never will, so please don't kill me. How could I throw that blood-covered child out of the house when that was the first thing he said to me? A man dressed in a black pant coat stood there, holding Kidan Sergio in his arms. Standing before him was Adelie. In the end, I was the one who gave him a name, and she touched his bloody hand and the room inside the mansion. Caden grew up under my care and eventually became the leader of the guild, operating secret missions for the domain. The guild was mainly tasked with getting rid of unwanted pests in ways that were not entirely legal. There was a knife, and it was stained with blood. Kidan Sergio and Adelie turn away. Adelie speaks in a tired, composed tone, Anyway, I'll have a look at it later. You can go now. I'm too tired right now. Adele said, I heard Jerox had a change of heart. She turned back and asked, How do you do? He stepped outside the window and said, Do you want me to kill him? You just need to tell me. I can get rid of him for you. Kidan said, I can get rid of him for you? The look on Kidan's face tells me that he's not joking around. The last time I saw him, Like, he and she from another influential family got his arm chopped off for insulting me in public. The man in the blue coat pointed sharply at the girl with the pink ribbon and shouted. The man's hand was injured, covering his hand in blood. There was no evidence that the Kidan was behind the incident, but I know it was him. Jerox shivered, and there is no need. Rocks could still be useful to me. I cannot afford to lose such a skilled accountant. Kidan said, besides, you don't have the right to do such a thing. I never gave it to you. Adele said, I would rather you butt out of my life and start minding your own business. Kidan said, how can you be so oblivious? Don't you know how much of a little bitch Novella is? Adele asked Kidan, what are you talking about? Watch your mouth. He smirked and replied, fine, if that's what you want. But is it not funny? It seems I know something that you don't for once. He whooshed and jumped from the window. She slammed and said, how dare he speak to me that way? She sat in the window and said, he is such a troublemaker. I could always give Caden a scolding for his unruly behavior or even kick him out of the house, but there is a reason why I choose not to do so. She rose and said, he never ceases to impress me. That's because my adorable and fragile younger sister is a truly gifted little bitch. I can still recall memories from my previous life, to put it simply. She is standing with her back turned, dressed very simply. I was born into an ordinary lower-class family in Korea. I got lucky enough to be admitted into a decent university. But I did not come from a privileged background. I was never acknowledged for all the sacrifices I made at work. A teacher is scolding him while holding a paper in his hand. Yet a well-connected colleague, who was born with a silver spoon in her mouth, once even got credit for my achievements. Boys and girls are talking and laughing together. And she stands alone, papers in hand, with her back turned to all of them. In a drunken state, I finally confronted her about it, but I am not the one who you should be mad at. If anyone is to blame, it's your parents. Ugh, F***ck this world. Just give me a chance. I shouted that if I could study abroad, I would make the best of it, and not waste my time partying like everyone else. All my life I have been so compliant and hardworking. I always do what everyone asks of me. She raged and said, I am sick of the rat race and living paycheck to paycheck. It's not my fault that I don't come from a rich family. Damn it! She stepped and said, once I began to erupt, the words just kept spilling out. Slipped right up until the moment I lost my footing. She clenched and splashed. I want to be reborn into a rich family. I was just trying to blow off some steam. Little did I know that I would not live to see another day. Or at least not in Korea anyway. Sir, please come look at her eyes. They're pink, just like yours. There was a hazy atmosphere, a blur, a confusion. The girl in the black frock said, who's that? And what am I doing here? Why are my hands moving on their own? Oh, wrinkled squirrel! Wait, are these even my hands? Ugh, the baby is crying. Why am I crying? What in the world is going on? I am going to get fired if I don't show up to work tomorrow. You are right. The man gently puts the little girl to sleep. She freezes. And then, her body begins to shimmer, glowing with glitter and shine. He whispers, she's got the eyes of a fine merchant. He touched the baby's face and said, I will name you Adelaide. But who gave you the right to do that? He touched Adelaide's face, and she glanced and thought, hold on, I know that ring. It's just like the one I read about in this novel a couple of days ago. There is no doubt about it. I know this because it was described in full detail. The diamond eyes of the eagle finally engraved on Count Sergio's ring glimmered. An open book lies on the surface. She, sequined. That's the one I am sure of. Look, my lord, I think she likes your ring. He dazzled and glowed and said, now that's my daughter. Is the man really my dad? She groaned. So basically what happened is I died in real life and was reborn into the world depicted inside a novel I read. I was reborn as the daughter of the richest man in the Southern Territories and Auntie Sergio. Not only have I been reborn into a rich family, but the richest family in the entire region. She waved. "Ga." The baby girl giggled. And her father said, "What's wrong, baby girl?" "Oh, nothing." She squeezed his father's ring. "I am never letting this go." It's daytime, surrounded by lush green trees. The girl in the white shirt says, my lady, please slow down. You already took many classes this morning. Please don't push yourself too hard. You need some time to rest. I will tell Count Sergio to reduce the amount of." The Adelie turned and smiled and said, "No, don't say anything to him. I like this lifestyle." She whooshed into the garden and said that this is what I have always dreamed about. This is great. I love it. My mother may have died at an early age, and my father is absent most of the time, but that's nothing compared to the hardships I had in my previous life. She was running step to step. Everything was perfect until I was faced with my first obstacle at the age of 11. A girl came and said, "Hi Adele, my name is Novella." I knew this day would come. I just didn't expect her to be quite so on time. The villainess from the book Don't Trust Blondes. The novella sparkled and glittered, Novella Sergio. When I first woke up and heard Count Sergio's name, I was able to understand the situation quickly thanks to Novella. Novella was from Count Sergio's family, and I was her older half-sister. Novella. People thought it was the author's intention to trick the readers by giving her an innocent-sounding name. But Novella was originally the protagonist of the story, not the antagonist. Novella is standing quietly with both hands clasped in front of her. She was your typical, innocent, and beautiful female protagonist. The problem was that it was a serialized novel that was still a work in progress. The author tried to portray Novella as a patient, forgiving character, but the readers found that she was too bland and lacked personality. Novella stands still, lost in deep thought. Ickney Whitwasher, she sucks. They replaced her with a male protagonist. Johann Saneb, 21, this is disappointing. I don't think I will continue reading. Bye. Morning Sausage, what was the author thinking? What an awful character. Ugh, I will come back to read once things start getting interesting. That's when Novella's friend Kalo was introduced to the story. While Noella received all the hate from the readers, appearance A+, background A+, compatibility with the male protagonist A+, Chloe gained popularity as the new female protagonist. The readers argued that Shalloy was a more suitable partner for the male protagonist. Who would end up taking the throne after overthrowing the tyrannical crown prince. Chloe is holding something in her hand, while Novella stands silently behind him. In the end, the author was pressured into swapping the female protagonist for her. And since only the protagonist can get away with anything in the story, when Noella lost her place as the heroine, she was met with a miserable fate. Everything she had done up until that point was scrutinized by the readers, and she was deemed a conspirator. Eventually, Noella became responsible for most of the bad things happening in the kingdom. The only reason I could be so calm around someone like her is because a gray-haired girl, wearing a headband, stands beside a red-haired girl, both of them holding their claymores. Even if I did not chase her away or do anything to stop her from running our household, she was destined to die at the age of 20. Nice to meet you, Noella. Adelie grinned and extended her hand. Gee, let's be friends. If you are alive anyway. That should have been enough. She is writing something on the paper with a pen. I did not get to the very end of the story, but I read somewhere that Noella became terminally ill and lived her final days in agony before finally passing away. She thought, why did the author have to kill off the character who used to be the protagonist? Adelie is writing something, scribbling. I felt sorry for Noella as her older sister, so I tried my best to change her fate, but she seemed determined to continue on her path to becoming the ultimate villainess. At 11 years old, she got a few of the house staff fired by framing them for crimes they did not commit. Noella, dressed in a pink frock with 2 ponytails, is sitting and smiling. At age 12, she bullied one of her classmates into dropping out of school. Adele tapped her hand on the table and said, Even Caden came close to dying a couple of times as a result of Noella's schemes. And every time I tried to set her back on the right path, something bad would happen to our family. A man is holding the bedsheet tightly, crying, and says, "Lady Adderley, maybe that's what I got for trying to go against fate." Adele sat on the bed and said, "Sorry, but at least I tried. I think I have done enough." But I still decided to continue doing everything I could for her as her older sister. After all, according to the book, there was only 1 year left until her death, and it wasn't like I couldn't fix any mess she might cause during that time. A daily sleep on the bed. Money could fix anything, and I had more money than I could possibly wish for. She turned and thought, but it looks like she began to reveal her true nature. Even Throg Caden is also a part of this family. I didn't need to compete with him since he was submissive to me from the start. Who cares? The entire domain will soon belong to me. Instead of worrying about tribal matters, I should focus my attention on the annual banquet taking place tomorrow. She slept. I need to get some sleep. What a wonderful banquet! Not that I would expect anything less from the Sergios. It seems all the most prestigious families of the southern region are in attendance. We do not need to envy the noble families in the capital. It surely does not get better than this. There stands a magnificent golden-colored palace. A large crowd has gathered there, chattering and mumbling among themselves. I was told they are planning to announce who the next heir will be. 2 girls are standing together, one of them dressed in a turquoise frock, whispering. The turquoise-dressed girl says, "But as you know, Lady Adderley is not quite calm." The girl in the purple frock said, "What a pleasure to see you here today, Victorious Dania." Victorious Dania flinched. Lady Adderley approaches with a smile and says, "I hope you are enjoying yourselves. We are so lucky to have you supplying the highest quality fabric to us." Good, I don't think she heard me. Viscountess Dania said, "Ha ha ha, you flatter me." She said, "I only?" "Huh! Where did she go? Lady Adderley?" The girl glared and said, "This is not the first time I have heard her talking about you behind your back." The Lady Adele said, "Hello, my lord." "Really? What else did she say about me?" "I heard her complain about how cold and calculating of a person you are. She also said you would make a bad ruler, even worse than Lord Sergio." "That's good to know." The girl said, "Are you not going to do anything about it?" Lady Adderley said, "What do you want me to do in front of all these people?" There was whispering and murmuring all around. Lady Adderley whispered, "Tomorrow, check for defects in the supplies she sent. There's bound to be at least one. She can be held accountable for that. But what if we don't find any? Believe me, you are guaranteed to find at least one defective roll of textile." She raised a glass of drink and said, "I don't care what she does on her own time." Holding a glass in her hand, she says, "But I won't allow her to insult me in my own house. You should have apologized when you had the chance." The Viscountess Denia turned. "You picked the wrong person to mess with. She's gotten too complacent ever since I let her have a monopoly over the production of fabrics." Adderley holding a glass of drink, he said, "I will make sure this serves as a good warning to everyone else." Jackie said, "You sure have a lot on your plate, my lady." "Poor her." She whimpered. Lady grinned and said, "Huh? What do you mean?" She swirled the glass and said, "I am having a great time." So, this kind of rivalry is a must between rich families. There was a clamor over there. I am satisfied with every aspect of this new life. This is everything I ever wanted. I am not even concerned about Noela, who just entered the banquet hall. Noela entered in a white frock. Here comes Lady Noela. Rox is standing, holding Noela's hand. "Wait, who's the man with her?" "Huh! That seems to be Rox. Are you really okay with this, my lady?" "Why would I not be?" "Because he confessed to you first." Adderley scoffed and said, "I can't go out with every guy that has a crush on me. I would have to date every man present here tonight. Jerox just so happened to be an educate marriage candidate." "Jerox is my ring, huh?" A decent appearance and a decent family could be a big help with overseeing the domain. Nothing less, nothing more. What happened there 3 years ago was just a test to see if he really loved me. Jarek sat down and had flowers in his hand in front of Adelie. If he showed no change of heart even after all that time, I was planning to accept his proposal. But now that he has a thing for none other than my own sister, it's game over. Jerox is a stand with Noila. I need to surround myself with better people, when click-clack. When everything came to a halt, Adele and Noila stood face to face. Noila made a claim and said, Adelie, Adele was standing with Jackie. And she grinned, and Jackie bowed. Oh, I am not looking forward to this. Adele glanced. I'd bet they are wondering what Jerox is doing here with Noila. People started to murmur and glance. Instead of me, I wish they would focus more on the banquet. I put a lot of effort into making sure everything would look perfect for this event. But I guess gossiping is a lot more interesting than the banquet itself. It's not like I don't understand. A dark, starry night. At night, there is a white balcony with a lush green tree beside it. Adelie and Novella are standing on the balcony. Novella's, I'm sorry, Adelie. I told the rocks that we shouldn't be seen together at the banquet, but, Adele said in Noila, how could one be suspicious of such an innocent-looking face? Novella was shining and shimmering. Adele smirked and said, it's all right. I hope it will work out for the two of you. She smiled and said, I was caught off guard yesterday when I heard the news, but now that I have had time to think about it, maybe it's for the best. If Noila settles down with Jerox, then she won't obsess over the prince, who is the male protagonist. She will still die young, but that way there is a smaller chance of her being turned into a villainess and made to suffer humiliation. Noila said he just would not listen to me and insisted that we show up together. He said you would get over it since you are so strong and independent, unlike me. Yeah, right. Don't think I have not seen through your little act. Adele sighed, and Noila drooped. Adele said, I guess he is right. You should probably tell father about you and Rox as soon as he gets back. Noila said, are you really okay with that? Adelie smiled and said, of course, you don't have to worry about me. And she patted Noila's shoulder. Novella fell into deep thought while Adelie was looking at her, and said, now go back to your fiancé? I am sure he is waiting for you. Noila said, but Rox peeked from behind the door. You two are so cute. I hope you enjoy your evening together. She stroked Novella. Adele smiled and said goodbye to Novella. Jackie was standing near Adelie. My lady, I think you should try too. Look a little more upset. Novella is walking away, clicking. She seems genuinely worried about you. Adele lifted and said if she really was, she would not have come here in the first place. And all the prestigious families in the Southern Territories have gathered here tonight. So, if she really was concerned about what people might think of me when they saw her and Rox together, she should not have come, especially when she has no ties in the business circle. Maybe you are right, and I should have acted a little more upset. But how was I supposed to do that when I really don't feel that way? She said, placing her hand on her chin. Adelia turned and said, do you think people would buy this face? I don't know. I think you could do better. What do you want me to do then? Force myself to cry? We both know that would not be a problem for you. I can't deny that. Adele wiped her face and said to Jackie, I could throw a tantrum in front of everyone and cause a scene. Pfft. Adele halted. What was that sound? Adele turned. Jackie said, what's wrong, my lady? Adele said, did you hear something just now? It sounded like a man's voice. Jackie said, what do you mean? There are only two of us here. Adele walked and strode. Adele said, no, I could swear I heard a voice. A man is approaching, stepping slowly, and said, there you are, Adele. I've been looking all over for you. Adele turned toward him. And she said, Martel? What's he doing here? My cousin Martel. He disapproves of me becoming the next heir because I am a woman. Although I have given him opportunities even when I did not have to, he still acts as if I have stolen his birthright or something. Glare all you want. Adele is smiling, while Martel glares angrily from behind. Are you done talking to Noela? What do you want? Adele grinned and said, I know he's up to something. There's a sneer on his face. Martel smirked and said, I wonder what it will be this time. Those people over there. Adele asked, What? Aren't they supposed to be your friends? Novella says with a shy smile. Adele flicked and said, I know what you are trying to do, and sorry, but it won't work on me. Adele is nonchalant. There is no doubt Noela was already popular, but now that she's with Jerox, people will be even more curious about her. There was clamoring and chattering. Adele said, Don't you have better things to do? I think there is still work waiting for you. Adele said to his cousin Martel, My father will be back next week, and you know he does not mess around. When it comes to business, don't think you will have it easy just because you are family. Martel said, You are one to talk. You think those people are stupid? Why do you think they have taken a sudden interest in Noela? He shrugged and said, Adele glared and said, Get to the point. He stepped toward her and said, I heard Uncle is planning to officially name his heir soon. Martel leaned on Adele, and Adele said, But in case you did not know. Noela smiled and said, In the Sergio's family? One has to be married to be eligible to become an heir. Adele goes dun. According to family tradition, one has to be married in order to be eligible to become an heir. There are no restrictions on who one's marriage partner can be, but oh, screw this. Adele stood in front of the window and said, How come I never knew about this? The boy in the black coat said, My lady, this is outrageous. It's like I have been stabbed in the back. I feel robbed of something I have always thought to be mine. She said while clenching, I am not content with just being the daughter of the rich family. I want to be the one and only heir to the family estate. That has been my lifelong dream. My entire existence until now has been dedicated to the pursuit of that very goal. Adele turned and said, How come my father never said anything? He could have told me about this. That's because most coming-of-age ceremonies until now have been accompanied by an arranged marriage. But in your case, we thought it would not be necessary. The boy said, You know Lord Sergio always said you would be his heir. Adelie shouted and said, So what's this about? He said, I am sure he did not expect Lady Noela to end up with Master Jerox. This was not a part of this plan. I don't think he could have predicted this. Adele placed her hand on her forehead and said, Enough? Adele sighed. So, in other words, Father was willing to bypass my arranged marriage because he thought I was going to end up with Jerox. I seem to have blown my chance overnight. Did Father say anything else? Yes, in the first letter he sent us after his departure. Count Sergio asked me to make all preparations necessary for your wedding ceremony so that it could be held as soon as he returned, just in time for the announcement of the next heir. Adele said, Wait, don't tell me you got the letter from Noela, right? He is standing with Noela. Well, never mind, thank you. It's just as I thought. There was a clack at the door, and Jackie entered step, and said, What's going on, my lady? Adele said, I wish I knew. That's a sly little minx. She made a move on Jerox after reading Father's letter. You give her an inch and a side, and she takes a mile. That's what I get for being nice to her. She sat, Jackie said. Did Lady Noela plot all this? Adelie sat and said, It seems that way. She is not the type to stop at just this. This is nothing compared to all the evil deeds she performed in the novels. She would not stop at stealing my future husband. She must be up to something else. She has always felt insecure about the fact that she is an illegitimate child. Now I finally know what she is really after. Oh, that little bitch. Jackie clenched her frock and said, Please calm down, my lady. I am sure Lord Sergio won't change his mind about naming you as his heir. He will. Adele said, It seems you don't know him. What do you think he is going to say when he hears about Noela and Jerox's wedding? Jackie said, Well, I presume he will give Lady Noela a good scolding. Wow. No, he will be impressed that she managed to pull off such a feat. Jackie slumped. Adele said, That's my father for you. He is an erratic person with an odd sense of morality. The only reason he chose me as his heir was not because I was his oldest daughter or of direct bloodline, but because he saw that I was a competent worker. I would not mind as much had she really been in love. But now, I just feel like I have been betrayed. What if Master Jerox asks you to take him back? Adele yelled. He does not deserve a second chance. I won't be someone's second choice. Are you saying that you are ready to give up on becoming the family here? But no, over my dead body. Adele shouted. Jackie became lost in thought. Adele said, Phew, looks like I have no choice. I can't back down now. I have worked too hard to get to where I am. There's no guarantee that Noela will be named the next heir because of her marriage. But there is no doubt that father is going to be disappointed in me. Adele said, I am going to find another man? Jackie was surprised and said, Pardon? A daily reply, I will find someone even better than Jerox. That's the only way. But Lord, Sergio returns next week. 1 week is all I need. Jackie, if it's so easy, then what have you been doing all these years? Marriage is not something you should rush into, my lady. Adele said, Don't worry, the bar is not that high. So, to satisfy my father, I just have to find a man who's better than Jerox, that's all. Besides, father is not concerned about his potential son-in-law not coming from a rich household. I supposed he would not care. He is already the richest man in the Southern Territories, after all. You need someone who can support you emotionally rather than financially. But he still needs to be from a noble family since I am the Count's daughter, and he can't be too talkative or selfish. Oh, and given that we'll be attending various formal settings together, he's got to be tall and good-looking. And while we're at it, I would also like him to be smart, kind, and loyal. Adele said such a man should not be too hard to find, right? Jackie replies. I am not sure if that kind of person exists. Adele sighed and said, You are probably right. The more I think about it, the more I come to realize how good of a marriage partner Jerox was. I am sure there are men out there who fit most of the criteria and are good-looking, tall, smart, and kind. But loyal, I might be asking for too much. Where would you find a perfect man like that? And even if he did exist, how would he still be single? That is unless he is a holy knight or something. Adele was listening and said, Did you say a holy knight? Jackie replies, That's right. Note that that description perfectly fits the holy knights of San Fidelio. Jackie asked, Are you all right, my lady? Adele raised her hand and said, Hold on. Don't tell me you are. Adele smiled and said, Why did I not think of this sooner? This is really the only way. Jackie hesitated, then said, I don't understand. Adele said, What is there to understand? We are going on a search for my husband. Jackie said, I can't believe you brought that with you. She fumbled with it and examined it closely. Well, I can't go there empty-handed. She had a box filled with gold that shimmered and shined brightly. Money is the solution to just about anything in life. Who needs a map and a compass when you have gold? Although it's only a short trip to the temple, I'd rather be overprepared than underprepared. The boxes are heaped. Adele tapped her hand and said, I have got to find myself a husband before my father returns. Lord Sergio must have reached the Eastern Territories by now. Once he crosses Lennox Bridge, it will only take him a week to get here. Adele said, but it might take him longer if the bridge happened to accidentally fall apart, don't you think? Jackie replies, Why would a perfectly normal bridge suddenly crumble for no reason? Anything is possible with Caden. Caden cleared. Oh. Jackie said, You should just get him to find you a husband then. Would not that be a lot easier? I don't trust him to bring anyone alive. Adele plopped and sighed. Oh. Although Caden would be willing to do almost anything for me, there are a few things I would rather we stay away from, since he is so protective of me whenever a situation involving a third party arises. How do you want me to kill him? Is his only reaction. Don't you ever feel frightened by him? Adele tilted, said Caden. No. He is good looking, but there is something intimidating about him. No one I know can even look at him in the eyes. Well, I personally find him cute. Adele shrugged. Jackie said, "What? He is like a little puppy. Take a closer look at him next time. He reminds me of a lone, untamed hunting dog. He is just missing a muzzle and a tail. He might have turned out differently if he had had a proper mother. Apparently, his birth mother abused him up until the day he came into our house. Thinking back, I am just glad he grew up as well as he did." Adele said, "Moreover, he is quite useful. Caden has never failed me in any of the tasks I have given him. Here's the reason why criminal syndicates never even come near the Yuden domain. It's because he is the ruler of the dark world. Anyway, you don't have to worry about him." Jackie slid the door and said, "You are probably right. I should worry about you first." Leaves from the trees swirl through the air. The wind is strong. Adele was watching the whoosh of wind. They arrive at San Fe de Leo with the rhythmic clip-clop of hooves echoing around them, a land of lush green trees, snow-covered mountains, and a majestic castle gleaming in the distance. It's the most famous place in all the Southern Territories, but not just anyone is allowed to enter. It's a holy temple dedicated to Heiress, the founding god of the Trennis Empire. And it also serves as a secret refuge for priests, saints, and holy knights. It has served as an emotional sanctuary to many, offering them comfort in times of need. Hope fills the eyes of anyone who looks up at the temple from afar. It gives some a sense of peace. It gives others a renewed sense of strength or courage. Adele smiled and said, "In my case, it's going to give me my future husband. I hope I can find a suitable marriage candidate there, someone just as magnificent as the temple itself. The more I think about it, the more I realize a holy knight would make for the perfect husband. It takes a lot to be admitted for training at the temple. Candidates are picked based on their family background, their education, their physical strength, and their potential. Those who fall short in any one of these candidates are not even given a chance to prove themselves." She thought, "The only downside is that they are all sexually abstinent. Not that I care. Besides that, it's better than being overly horny. It's an arranged marriage after all. I would rather have a man who is reserved than one who's reckless. As long as the guy looks normal and is not impotent, I don't care. I can worry about finding a perfect husband later. For now, I just need someone to fill the role." Jackie said to Adele, "But my lady, are the holy knights allowed to get married? I don't think I have ever heard about any of them doing so." Adele said, "It's rare, but it still happens. It's not illegal or anything. I did my homework before coming here. Most people don't know about how marriage works in the Holy Temple, but the Yuden domain overflows with both money and valuable information, which includes all one needs to know about the temple. To get into the temple, one must first go through rigorous training at a monastery, after which one can choose to become either an all-priest or a holy knight, depending on one's preference and special powers gained during training. Only about 1 in 10 people manage to successfully make it out of the monastery. It may be brutally difficult, but such a system is what allows the temple to earn its noble and sacred reputation in the first place. If just anyone could get into the temple, it would not be such an enviable feat, as Dolly said. I don't know about the priest, but it's not a bad idea for a holy knight to get married. It's an honor to serve at the temple, but someone's got to carry on the family name, don't you think?" Jackie replies, "That's true, and there is no guarantee that one will even survive the training. In some, the holy knights may be highly admired, but they have no money and hold no special status in society. They need to prepare for their future after they walk out of the temple." They arrived at their destination with the sound of clip-clopping hooves. "It could be a win-win situation for both me and the holy knight willing to marry me," the coachman said. "We are almost there, my lady." There was a sudden whoosh. "Just a moment." Jackie fumbled and said, do you think they will let us into the monastery? They would probably catch us if we tried to sneak in." Adele said, "We are not seeking in." She clacked and said, "I am the heir to the richest family in the Southern Territories. I don't have to stoop so low." Jackie glanced and said, "Are you going to bribe them?" Then there whoosh. "What? No," Adele said, "we have spent enough money already. Jackie replies, then what? Then she flipped the papers. I am here to collect money. Adele grinned, and she had the money in her hands. A boy comes out from there, making a dun-dun sound and says, You're not allowed inside. Please leave. The carriage driver says, But my lady has traveled a long way to come here. He remains unyielding and says, This is no ordinary temple. This is the great San Fidelio temple. Adele glanced and said, You can't just barge in here and demand to meet His Excellency. Well, he won't be my future husband. They arrive with a click-clack sound, and he says, Oh my! Adele says, Please excuse us for being so rude. The carriage driver says, My lady. And the other man is startled. The man says, You must make an appointment beforehand to go inside. I'm truly sorry, but rules are rules. Just then, a man steps in and says, Hey, what's going on over there? And he said, Were we expecting a guest today? The man standing with Adele says, Oh, your grace. Adele caught a glimpse and said, That must be the bishop. There is no doubt the holy knights are handsome and all, but these priests also seem to have their own charm, just like the ones I saw in movies. The bishop walks in with heavy footsteps and asks, Who is this lady, and what is she doing here? Adele replies, Oh, never mind. Then she says it with a laugh. The man standing with Adele points and says, This lady here says she would like to meet His Excellency, and Adele becomes a bit awkward. The bishop says, What for? His Excellency is not the kind of man who can meet without prior arrangements. He turned and said, I understand you have come a long way, but expectations can't be made. Adele said, I see. And I thought he wouldn't even look at me. San Fidel is not a tourist attraction. It's a sacred place where people gather to learn the teachings of the goddess. Adele said, I am perfectly aware of that. It's also a place where one can learn about human virtues, love, and mercy. The bishop halted. The bishop glanced and said, May I ask who you are? He was startled. Black hair, strong facial hair features, and pink eyes. Could it be? Adele said, Nice to meet you. Your Grace, I am Adelaide Sergio. Bishop smiled and said, May I ask what the purpose of your visit is, my lady? Adele grinned and said, I am here on business as the heiress of the Yudin domain. Bishop shivered and said, I am not a prophet, but I have a bad feeling about this. A very bad feeling. I must send her back before things escalate. Adele turned and said, This is such a beautiful place. It's so peaceful I can't imagine how relaxing it would be to spend some time here. The bishop started walking step by step. And he said, I thank you for your kind words, and as I said before, you need a prior appointment to stay here. No exceptions can be made. I ask for your understanding, my lady. Adele said, Of course we have similar rules in our domain as well. Like the one that states we should always charge our customers no matter the circumstances. Bishop said, Unless, of course, they are priests from this temple. Jackie lifted some money. These are invoices from the hotels we have stayed in. She had money in her hand. Adele said, All the hotels in our family's possession usually require guests to make a reservation in advance too. Bishop said, Oh no? Jackie said, These are the invoices from the past month. Adele said, Extremely welcoming. That being said, we have always been welcoming to the priests from the San Fidelo temple, even if they did not follow standard procedures. Bishop smiled and said, Yes, now that you mention it, as you can see for yourself, though it's not a huge sum, we lose money every time you stay at our hotels, but since you live in accordance with the word of God and rules seem to be of utmost importance to you, perhaps we will have to ask you to follow our rules as well. We have been very grateful for your generosity. Adele sparkled and glittered said, I was simply following the teachings of Annie's, treating others with kindness and respect. She grinned, But did you really think you could get away without paying a single bill? Even our cheapest rooms cost at least 200 to 300 rubles. Why should we go out of our way to offer such special treatment? Become the more seeds you sow, the more fruits you will harvest. She clacked the cup of tea. Father always knows how to think a few steps ahead of everyone. Adele said, I know. I don't plan to stay too long. I would just like to speak to His Excellency, that's all. Bishop said, but Lady Adele? Lady Adele replies, by the way, you look very good in that cloak we had made for you. As a devout follower of Heiress, I feel honored to have been of service. Bishop Dizzy leaned and said, oh my. It just so happens that pillar you are leaning on is also the product of a generous donation my father made 2 years ago. Oh, that statue over there, as well as the golden statue, shined and glowed. The bishop holds his head and sighs. Adele is holding her chin and smiling. I remember picking the color myself. Unfortunately, His Excellency is unavailable right now. If you would like, I can relay a message for you. Bishop sighed. Adele moved forward with a click-clack. Adele stood in front of the statue and said to Bishop, I remember having the most skilled engraver in all the southern territories. Engrave the scriptures on these statues. Adele clenched her hand and said the entire blacksmith's guild had to work night and day to melt hundreds of pounds worth of gold in time for the ceremony. But it seems to have been all worth it now that I see the finished product. Adele stood staring ahead with her fists clenched. Lift up your eyes, and you will find the answer you are looking for. Adele, dressed in white, stands by the window, glancing outside. Someone is coming with the sound of footsteps. The boy stops abruptly near Adele and says, Nothing is free in this world, Adele. Among the priests and the knights who receive these supplies, some will turn out to be influential people. They might become the rulers of the southern territories, or even the entire empire one day. Adele said, Wait a minute, did you not say the same thing back at the Parquet Temple, and at the Tenna Temple, and the Medina Temple? So he is basically setting up safety nets everywhere. Remember, Adele, there's no such thing as wasting money in business. Both of them are standing by the window, looking outside. Jackie is standing beside Adele, visibly startled. I finally understand you, Father. The seeds you have sown are ready for harvest. The door rattles. The bishop coughs, knocks on the door with a click, and says, Lady Adele. A voice comes from the room. Yes, Your Grace. He said, as I mentioned before, His Excellency is currently not available to meet with you. Adele groaned and said, Is there anyone else I can meet in his stead then? Bishop said, Yes, he has agreed to see you, but he is probably not the kind of person you were expecting. Please be advised that anything you see or hear must be kept strictly confidential. Adele grinned and said, Don't worry, I know how to keep a secret. What's in there that he's so worried about? A dragon or something? He said, May I warn you about a couple of things before you enter, my lady? Adele replies, Yes, of course. Business is all about give and take. And since he has accepted my request, this is the least I can do. Bishop coughed and said, Now there are about 50 precautions you must follow while. Adele turned and said, Oh, that reminds me, did you not say that you had something to ask him, Jackie? Jackie said, Did I? You'd better have something to ask him, or else. Adele stared at and pressured Jackie. Jackie grabbed. Adele turned and said, Your Grace, I have so much to ask you. Wait, I did not finish. This must be the place. Adele stood near the door. She raised her hand and clicked the door. The door creaked. She stepped in the room and said, I did not know things like this actually existed. It seems to have opened on its own. Is it some kind of holy magic or something? But wait. I really blinked. I can't see anything in here. Pitch black. Adele composed, so this is what the bishop was trying to warn me about. I offer my greetings to the messenger of Heiress, guardian of the moon and sun. My name is Adelaide, and I am the first daughter of the Sergio family. It's a true honor to meet you, she said to the man. Please lift up your eyes. That gentle yet authoritative voice. It's a voice that fits perfectly with the mood of this temple. He sounds a lot younger than I imagined, though. I heard you traveled from afar to come here. Adele said, Oh, please forgive me for not making an appointment ahead of time. I did not mean to be rude or go against the rules. I simply was not aware. You must have something very important to ask. Adele said that almost sounded like a threat. I have never felt this intimidated by anyone other than my father. She squeezed. Just who is this man? I only remember seeing the archbishop once from afar. Most of the religious events in the empire were held on national holidays. So my father would attend the largest temple as the representative of the domain, while I was made to go to the second largest one. She gulped and said, I wish I had come here instead. According to the bishop, your family has been a great help to our temple. Oh, please don't mention it, it's your pleasure. The man said, so what is it that you want? Adele replies, he is more impotent than I thought. I can't just say, husband, can I? She stepped forward and said, most people who visit the temple are after the same thing. They all want more power. Adele said, pardon? The man said, is not that why you are here? Oh no, then is it money? Money that you want? She replied, not at all. I already have more money than I could possibly wish for. Wait, is this a test or something? A tall man with long white hair, dressed in white, stands holding a club in each hand, a yellow one in one hand and a white one in the other. He says, you are not here for this. Standing before him, Adelie with the tail said, I would like a husband, please. Is he some kind of old sage who speaks in riddles? The problem is, his voice sounds too young for that. Adele grinned and said, thank you, but that won't be necessary. I come from the Sergio family, after all. He said, then is it magical powers that you want? Adelie replies, no, I am not interested in that either. He asked, do you wish to bring harm upon someone? Adelie said, why would I want that? Besides, I already have Caden to do that for me. Plus, I would not want to mess with Noel since we all know how that would end. I would do better to choose my words wisely. She dazzled and said, according to Ennis, life is something very precious. And before you ask, no, I am not asking for eternal youth, noble status, or a place in heaven. She sparkled and glowed. Are you after flawless beauty? Adelie said, I don't think of that, but I should not be necessary. She shimmered. He said, I think all these things are meanings in God's eyes. He stepped forward, then swooshed. A flash goes off there, and Adelie puts her hand on her face and says, ah, it's so bright. There is a blurry effect, and the man says, you are right. Your words seem to hold truth. Adele looks at him and says, ah. He looks at Adelie. She said, I wish my father was here with me. Because he owes me an explanation. Father, you never told me these temples were inhabited by actual gods. Adele startled and said, is something the matter? The man said, is the sunlight blinding you? Adele replies, no, I am fine. The sunlight is not to blame, you are. She laughed and said, Father must not have met this man yet. If he had, he would have done everything he could to bring this good-looking man into his network. The man dazzled and shined and said, come on, Adelie, snap out of it. Don't forget what you are here for. I have to find out who this man is. Adelie glanced and said, it sure can get very sunny in these highlands. Let's start looking for some clues. That's the San Fidelo symbol, but he does not look like a priest. Is it possible for someone who's not a priest to act as a deputy for the archbishop? Especially someone who's so young. He does not even look a day over 30. He is not a priestess, and that looks like a spot where a sword goes. Adelie was watching and listening attentively. A boy is standing with a sword in his hand. I get it. He must be a holy knight. The man said, are you done scanning me? Adele said, oops. The man said, you are Lady Adelie, right? Forgive me for not introducing myself sooner. Adele said, it's quite all right. Sooner said, the holy knights may be powerful, but it's the priests that have the most influence. The archbishop and priests are in charge of all the most important tasks at the temple. Adele said, but there's one other person who holds similar power. Nice to meet you. Knight Commander. Sooner stared and said, I don't recall telling you who I was. Adele stared and replied, it was just a guess. Sooner glanced and said, but I am not even wearing my suit of armor. Habits don't go away that easily, Commander. I would have figured out who he was sooner if I was not so mesmerized by his look. Every piece of clothing he is wearing is perfectly in place except for his belt, which is a little loose, based on what the bishop told me. And the calluses on this man's hands, I can only come to one conclusion. Adele placed her hand on her chest and said, I am sorry. If I am mistaken, you may even punish me if I am wrong. But Sooner said, go ahead. Adele smiled and replied, I knew it. You must have just returned from years of arduous training inside the Callahan ice cave. Am I right? Sooner stared and said, you could tell that just from looking at my clothes. How naive of him. This was not difficult to figure out at all. Several events have already been held at San Fidelo this year, but there was no talk of this man. Numerous single ladies from prestigious families all across the Southern Territories must have attended. So what would have separated quickly had one of them seen him? But evidently no one had. Adele smiled and replied, no, that's not how I found it out. It's just that if someone like myself, who knows just about everybody of importance in the Southern Territories, has never seen or heard about you before, it must be because you were hidden away in the ice cave for your training. It seems you know about the Callahan ice cave. Of course, becoming the commander of the Knights certainly is not easy, and it does not happen overnight. One should at the very least survive a grueling journey through the notoriously dangerous Ice Valley. A snowy valley where whoosh that explains why no one has even heard of this man before. Sooner said to Adele, in any case, what are you here to discuss? Something that will, Adele said, affect the rest of my life? Yes, a marriage that will determine my entire future. I don't want rumors to spread about my visit here. I don't think I need to explain in too much detail. My plan was simply to ask the Archbishop to find me an ideal marriage candidate, but... She jolted and said, hold on a second. An ideal marriage candidate. Sooner, said Lady Adele. Lady Adele stared. There was a whoosh. She said he is beyond ideal. He is not just like a holy knight but the commander of the holy knights. He is both competent and set for life, not to mention he is handsome beyond words. Jerox was handsome as well, but this man is on a whole different level. The Sooner was dazzling. He possesses an undeniable beauty that embodies absolute human perfection. All right, I need to calm down. Sooner said, what's wrong, my lady? Adele smiled and said, oh, it's just that you still have not told me your name. Sooner felt silent and then said, I am Killian Sishan. Adele said, I see. I am glad I have not heard that family name before. He is a self-made man who does not depend on his family. It does not get better than that. But wait, how old is he? Adele smiled and said, I am amazed that someone so young could become a knight commander. You look even younger than me. Killian Sishan twitched and said, younger than me? Adele said, placing her hand on her mouth, oh my, I turned 21 this year, so I assume you are around that age as well. Am I wrong? He said, I happen to be 6 years older than you, my lady. Adele smiled and said, oh, I apologize then. Good, I am fine with that. She said, forgive me for my rudeness. I am sure your wife would not be happy if she heard what I said. He said, I don't have a wife. Adele squeezed that and said, that's the answer I wanted. Thank you, Your Excellency. Had the Archbishop agreed to see me, I would never have had the chance to meet with this man. This is enough to make me start believing in God. I should not get ahead of myself. There is one more thing I need to verify. Adele said, can I ask something else? I was wondering, do you like blondes? Adele and Killian Sishan stood face to face, and he fell into deep thought. What now? I was wondering, do you like blondes? Adele and Killian Sishan stood face to face. Adele clenched and said, why do you ask? Killian Sishan said, I don't know why you would want to know such a thing, but if I must answer then no, I don't like blondes. Even if she was pretty as an angel, there are no such things as angels. Good answer. He said, are you all right, my lady? Adele replies, oh, I am perfectly fine. Especially now that you are in my life. If only you knew how happy I am to meet you. Killian Sishan said you must be tired from the journey. If it's not too urgent, maybe you should wait to discuss your problem with His Excellency when he arrives. He turned and said he will be back in about 2 weeks. Adele said angrily, no. I can't wait that long. Then halted. Why not? I am sure whatever it is, His Excellency will be able to provide a better answer than I can. Note, I am sure you are all I need, Commander. Kelly and Sishin looked toward Adele and said, Me? Adele replies, Yes, it's something that only you can help me with. Kellyan became silent, then he stepped toward Adele and said, Very well, but let me ask you this first. Adele stomped. Kelly and Sishin stepped closer to Adele and said, What is it you really want from me? Adele replies, I was getting there. Let me explain. I know this might come as a surprise, but I am listening. As you know, there comes a moment in everyone's life when Kellyan stared and said, Just get to the point. Adele said, Let's get married. They both started going. Done. Adele said, Are you okay? I beg your pardon. Let's get married. Did you really propose to someone you have just met for the first time? I am pretty sure I did. Kellyan said, But you don't even know me. Adele replied, I think I know you well enough. You are a young single man who serves as Knight Commander at the San Fidelio Temple, and you must be a skilled swordsman with great holy power since you are able to fill in for His Excellency today. There was rambling. I can also tell from the way you speak that you are from the capital, and the way you tie the laces on your boots tells me you must have lived in Orson for a while. Also, you seem like an honest person who does not like attention. He replied, Lady Adelaide. Adelaide beamed and said, Oh, and you have not called me a crazy lady and kicked me out yet, so that makes you a very patient and nice person as well. If there's anything else I need to know about you, I can learn over time. Well, we will have the rest of our lives to get to know each other. He said, I have no idea why you are doing this. But now I know a thing or two about you as well. She said, Really? You might not be crazy, but you are too intelligent for your own good. You also don't have any real interest in me. You are stubborn. You just don't know when to give up. What you really want is to secure your place as an heir to the domain, am I right? Adele and Kellyan are sitting face to face on chairs, with a table between them. Adele said, I was always destined to be the heir. He replied, Is that so? She sighed and said, My father thought I would marry my friend Jerox. He said, Is that what you were planning to do as well? Yes, but she said it seems like I was not part of his plans since he got engaged to my younger sister. That being said, I am still happy for the two of them. He replied, Your sister must be blonde, right? She said by laughing, Wow, he is sharp. That's right. Kellyan turned. Adele, lost in thought, he said, Did you love him? She replied, Of course not. Did he just stifle a laugh? She said, I am already busy enough with all my work. I don't have time for any more drama in my life. He became quiet and then said, Does marriage really mean nothing to you? That's unusual coming from a lady like yourself. She said, I respect those who believe marriage should be based on love, but I am not like that. He said, Anyway, why me? She said, Are you looking for true love, Commander? They were both sitting face to face on chairs, talking to each other. Kellyan was lost in thought. Adele said, That's what I thought. He's too cold and distant to be able to have affection for anyone. I just can't picture him being in love. Life is all about give and take. If you agree to act as my husband in front of my father, then I promise to do whatever you want. Our family possesses all the wealth and power you could ever dream of. Anything you want in this world could be yours. Adele grinned. If I wanted to, I could get my hands on the world's rarest gem within a week. But I have no interest in gems. I could get you any legendary swords you want, like the magical sword of Trevia or the holy sword of Glorn, along with books on military strategies written by the first king, Johor. Kellyan said, With that kind of offer, any man in the world would be dying to marry you. So why me? Adele said, Just as I expected, he's not an easy catch. Any other knight would be ready to give up his life to get his hands on those items. In that case, don't you think someone like you belongs in the imperial place? He flinched. Adele smiled and said, That's it. You can't possibly be satisfied with staying at San Fidelio as a commander your whole life, can you? He said, What makes you think that? Adele replied, Because it's too small, too cold, and there's barely enough to eat. It's a large temple, but it's inconveniently located high atop the southern mountains. I have yet to meet anyone with so much potential who did not want to go to the capital. It makes no sense for someone who is so competent to be wasting time in a place like this. I am willing to be anything that I am, right? I am sure you must have dreamed of entering the imperial palace at least once in your life. But it won't be easy, especially when the competition is so fierce. Kellyanne asked, and when the time comes, I promise to support you in any way possible. I will do anything to help you. Adele smiled and said, achieve your ambitions? Kellyanne sat and said, I decline your offer. Adele was shocked and said, but Commander? She clenched. I knew it was not going to be easy convincing him, but he could have at least pretended to think it over. I listened to what you had to say and gave you my reply. I think my work is done. He rose and said, now, if you would please return home. Adele said, can't you just think about it a little more? He said, no, I never change my mind once I have made a decision. Adele became silent and then sprang up and said, okay, I understand. You are not interested in my offer. That's correct. She turned and said, very well then. She started walking back with a click-clack sound. He said, I did not think she would give up so easily. Not that I cared. He clenched his hand and said, what did I expect? I wish you a safe trip. She turned toward the door and halted. Kellyanne called out, Lady Adelaide? Adele said, the floor we are standing on. She turned back and whooshed and said, I could have covered it entirely in gold. They were standing face to face, and Adelaide grinned and said, unless you would prefer diamonds. Let's go, we can talk this out. Two men dragged Adele outside, holding her tightly. She began to struggle and resist. Get your hands off of me, she shouted. Jackie stood in front, startled, and asked, what happened, my lady? They grabbed Adelaide. And she said to Jackie, can't you see? Jackie replied, all of you are right. What a farce. They guided Adelaide out step by step and said, Commander Kellyanne said the exit is this way. He said, please allow my men to show you the way out. I am sorry. It's not paved with gold and diamonds. They dragged the Adelaide. Adele became wobbly and said, I can't believe this. Jackie said, I am guessing things did not go as planned. Adelaide turned and said, give me a second to think. Jackie replied, just what in the world happened, my lady? My lady, look. Jackie gasped, Adelaide, God seems to have come to earth in human form and manifested before us. Adelaide said, no, he is an actual person. Jackie said, no way. Adelaide said, I am embarrassed to think I reacted the same way the first time I saw him. Jackie said, Lady Adelaide? Adele replied, you don't need to guide me to the next. The instructions were clear enough. If you were going to kick me out anyway, she glanced and said, why did you even bother listening to me? Kellyanne said, all right, good. Do you want me to chase you out of here again? If so, then, Adelaide replied. Adelaide jolted and replied, don't do that. No, I take back what I said. Just out of curiosity, why did you ask me if it was money or power I was after? What would you have done had I answered yes? Unwavering, I would have just kicked out right away. He is so cold. Adele laughed by placing her hand on her mouth, and Kellyanne said, I would have told you the same thing and asked you to wait for this excellency to come back. Adele replied, please allow our knights to escort you down the mountain. That's the least I can do considering the kindness shown by your family over the years. We will make sure you travel safely. No, thanks. Kellyanne said, are you sure evil creatures usually come out on nights like tonight during the new moon? Adele replied, I appreciate it, but if you keep being so nice to me, I might mistake your kindness for something else. She bowed and smiled and said, well then. Kellyanne said, but my lady, I have not made a wish yet. Jackie said, I told you, yes, he's not a god. Adelaide was returning, and Kellyanne was watching her. She stepped out, moving step by step. Adele stopped and said, phew. Jackie turned and said, are you okay? Please take a deep breath. Adelaide, feeling very sad and disappointed, said, how embarrassing. Jackie said, "My lady, don't tell me you proposed to that man out of the blue." Adele replied, "Why would I not have?" Jackie said, "Really? You did?" Adele said, "It's not what you think. I did not fall for him or anything. He just met all my conditions for an ideal marriage partner." Jackie sighed and said, "Looks were among those conditions, were they not?" Adele turned. Jackie laughed and said, "Not that I am questioning your judgment. Anyway, my lady, please don't be disappointed. He is like a stone statue. You can't marry a statue anyway." Adele said, "That makes me feel so much better, Jacqueline." Jackie said, "It might be best for you to give up now instead of wasting any more time here." Adele said, "Give up? Who, me? I am not going back home empty-handed." Adele flared and said, "I have to finish what I started. I can't back out now." Jackie replied, "But what if he's already taken?" "He's not." "What kind of girlfriend would just let a man like that rot away in a place like this?" "I guess you are right." Jackie said, "Well, do we return home for now? What if we encounter evil creatures along the way?" Adele stepped out and said, "You don't have to worry about that." Jackie said, "What? How do you do?" Adele glanced. Jackie said, "Oh, she seems to be up to something." The whooshing started. "I am sorry, Commander. I should not have let her in." Kellyan was sitting on a chair, with a table in front of him on which books were placed. He was writing something on a paper. A man stood before him and said, "I don't think you could have stopped her anyway." Kellyan replied, "It's fine." The man said, "It's still my fault." Kellyan flipped the paper and scrambled and said, "Was there anything else you needed to report to me? When is His Excellency returning?" "Oh, he won't be back for at least 2 weeks, since he's on duty for His Majesty. The Emperor has to stay put until he is told otherwise, as His Majesty's illness must be worse than expected." The man lost in thought and said, "This man impressed me." Lady Audley caused quite a stir in the temple. And yet he managed to deal with her without losing his calm. Kellyan was scribbling and writing. Moreover, he was able to kick her out without a second thought. Kellyan said, "How is everything on your end, Michael?" Michael replied, "The head nun checked the magic barrier herself. He says there is nothing to worry about." The man with red hairbrush stood behind Michael and said, "Did you even have to ask, Commander? You know we have got everything under control. Besides, who would ever dare try to infiltrate San Fidelo Temple?" Kellyan twitched the glasses. The man with red hair said, "By the way, is it true that the daughter of the Sergio family was here earlier, Your Grace?" The man in front of Kellyan said, "Yes, that's correct." Kellyan said, "It seems everyone recognized her thanks to her very unique eyes." The man with red hair said, "Wow, yeah, I heard she's got pink eyes, just like the gem on your pen, Commander." The pen was sparkling and shining. Michael said, "Hey, stop being so rude. Let's go talk outside. We are bothering the Commander." Kellyan said, "Is there something you can't talk about in front of me?" Michael said, "Commander, that's not what we—" The man with red hair smiled and said, "Of course not, Commander. Anyway, all the knights who were in training went crazy after catching a glimpse of her. I would not know because I am not from here, but I was told she is pretty famous in the Southern Territories." "Oh, now that I think of it, were you not from the Southern Territories too, Your Grace? Is her family that well known?" You could say the Sergios are a household name. The Sergio family had already been rich for generations, but the current head has taken the family business to new heights. It is said that all the money in the Southern Territories flows right into their pockets now." The man with red hair smacks and says, "Nice." He said, "Hey, what was that for?" Michael said, "I know what you are thinking. Come on, not only is she beautiful, she also comes from the richest family around. Ask any other knight. They will all feel the same way." The Kellyan was scribbling and writing and said, "I don't know what to do with you." The man with red hair smiled and said, "Whoever ends up marrying her will be so lucky. He will have everything he never wanted in life." Michael pushed him back and said, "Get out." The man with red hair shivered. Then Michael said, "What is it?" The man with red hair turned and glanced and said, "I just felt, never mind, all right, I will leave." Michael said, "You never know when to stop, do you? Did you even finish taking care of the evil creatures outside the temple gates yet?" The man with red hair sweated and said, "You see, I did the best I could, but there were just too many of them." Michael replied, "I told you, we need them all gone before more people start visiting the temple again. But they just don't die easily. They are tough little buggers. They get back to work, but if they end up attacking someone's carriage or something." The Kellyan halted with the pen. Michael looked back. "Kellyan," he said, "are there really that many of them?" Michael said, "Commander, I am going to have to ask you all to leave, including your grace." The man with red hair said, "Yes, sir." The door was clacked. "Please don't be upset, Commander. Since he is used to being outside on his own, he probably just feels stifled by the temple's life." The Kellyan was lost in thought. He was writing on paper. Then Kellyan rose, and Michael said, "Commander." Kellyan grabbed the sword. Michael said, "Are you going somewhere?" "Please allow me to go with you." Then Kellyan moved step by step towards the outside. Kellyan said, "No, I won't be long." Then Michael stepped outside and said, "Why are you here in such a hurry?" This is the first time I have seen such a grave look on his face since he returned from the ice cave. "Commander, I insist, please let me accompany you." Kellyan halted, and Michael said, "Kellyan said those are?" Michael said, "Pardon?" "Oh, you mean the people behind her grace? Based on their clothing, they must be volunteers serving her." Kellyan said, "I am aware of that." He stepped outside and said, "Your Grace." The woman said, "Oh, Commander, there you are." Kellyan said, "Are those?" The woman said, "Yes, these lovely ladies have volunteered to lend a hand at the temple. I am so thankful to have them, especially at a time like this when we could use some help. I'm sure, it's a blessing. Please come and introduce yourselves. This is the commander of the San Fidelio Knights." Adele fluttered and said, "Yes, Your Grace." She stepped forward, dressed in white, and gazed ahead in front of Kellyan. Kellyan asked, "What do you think you are doing?" Lady Adele responded, "I am but a humble servant of God named Agnes." She lifted and said, "It's an honor to meet you, Commander. May Agnes's blessings be with you always." She dazzled and said, "It seems we meet again." Jackie asked disappointedly, "Do we really have to stay here, my lady?" Adele said, "Call me Agnes." "Sister Jacqueline, please keep your voice down while you are inside the temple." Jacqueline slumped and said, "Ha?" Adele said, "And keep your chin up. Volunteers are just as much members of San Fidelo." Jackie said seriously, "Do you really have to do this?" Adele replied, "We don't have any other choice." She smiled and said, "I can't give up now. I still don't have a husband, and there is not much time left. Why would I leave a place filled with such good husband material? Staying here is my best bet." There was clamor and chatter everywhere. And people. Adele adamant and said, "I am not leaving here until I have completed my mission." Jackie replied, "But what about work? Everyone must be waiting for you." Adele grinned and looked towards Jackie and said, "Yeah, I can only hope nothing catastrophic happens during my absence. Otherwise, I am done for." Jackie lost in thought, and then said by holding the papers in her hands, "But thankfully I still have time before the next shipments arrive. I made sure to get up to date with all my work before leaving, and Xerox is there if anything happens anyway. Any other reason why he would have made a decent husband? I am anxious because this is the first time I have abandoned work, but my mission here is just as important. I can only take care of one thing at a time, so the best thing for me to do right now is focus on the task at hand." When the door was clacked, the woman looked back and said, "Oh, why are you not in your rooms?" The woman stepped toward Jackie. Adele bowed and said, "Your Grace." The woman smiled and then said, "Lift your head up. You don't need to bow to me." Adele shimmered and said, "I am just so thankful to you for giving us a chance to serve the temple." The woman said, "I never knew there was someone so devout in the Sergio family." Jackie thought, what's the matter with her? By holding the woman's hand, Adele said, "I have always dreamed of serving Annis, but my heavy workload never allowed it." The woman said, "I see. Is that how you received your baptismal name?" Adele replies, yes, father brought me here so I could receive the name Agnes. Although his primary goal was strengthening his ties with the biggest temples in the southern territories, the woman said, I am afraid that you might not be cut out for this kind of job. Adele smiled and said, I am willing to learn and do my best. Running a family business is not just about counting money. You must know how to deal with all sorts of situations and be assertive. I think I have gone through a lot more than most other women my age, and I like new challenges. Adele smiled and said, not to mention I am on a bit of a tight schedule. If Noila becomes the heir and I inherit the domain after her death, I will just be seen as her substitute for the rest of my life. I must avoid that, and I ensure I deserve to be the one and only heir. High positions only mean something if they are deservedly earned. I will take what's been rightfully mine from the very beginning. Moreover, Adelie stood in front of Kellyanne. I enjoyed seeing someone who seemed unshakable until now become so flustered. Adelie smirked, and a girl stepped toward Adele and said, Lady Adelaide, mind your manners when Her Grace is talking to you. The woman glared and said, is not that right? Please don't be so hard on her, Sister Rebecca. She is only smiling because she is happy to be here. Adele said, yes, of course. The woman said, we will give you more details tomorrow on what your tasks in the temple will be. For now, please rest up. You must be tired from your long journey. We are indebted to you, Your Grace. Nonsense. This is all part of Enes's will. Adele said, may the Empire continue to thrive under Ian's protection. Adelie bowed and took the woman's hand and placed it on her forehead. The woman stood with Rebecca and said, she is so quick to adapt. We don't see young ladies like that anymore, do we? Rebecca said, take a look at her eyes, Your Grace. She does not belong here. The woman said, Sister Rebecca. But she's from the Sergio's family, Your Grace. You don't judge people based on their background in this temple. Rebecca said, I am not judging her. Did you not hear about the meeting she had with the Knight Commander before coming to see you? This is not the first time we had someone offer to volunteer just to get closer to one of the knights. Moreover, she is a Sergio. You know how notorious her father is. Adele smiled. She is just acting. Her eyes are filled with ulterior motives. Rebecca said, I am sure she is up to no good. You can't tell me that you don't see this, Your Grace. The woman said, are you saying that you are disappointed in me? Rebecca clenched her hand and said, that's not. I apologize. I was worried you were giving her prefrontal treatment just because she's a Sergio. The woman said, you are right. The fact that she is from the Sergio family is exactly why I want her here. Rebecca said, pardon? The woman turned and said, think about it. How happy would Ines be if we managed to convert one of the most secular people there is? Don't forget what our duty is. We must put her on the right path. It's so peaceful. There was a rustle. Adele stood under the green tree and said, this is not all that bad. Jackie held the papers in her hands and said to Adelie, are we going to be okay? She did not seem to like us. I am talking about that nun. Adelie smiled and said, I think she was pretty nice. Adele said, if I were her, I would have tied me up and thrown me to a pack of lions. Jackie said, you have a point there. Adele replied, we have a roof over our heads, and we are being fed for free. We have it good. Now let's get to work. We owe it to them. She tapped her finger on the paper. Adele said, look, these are 2 sharp notes. We need to sing this part in the higher voice. There was chatter and clamor. Adele and Jackie were shocked. Jackie said, look, my lady. Adele replied, yeah, I am looking. I did not notice it before, but this place is so blessed. There was dazzling. Tell me about it. There Jackie and Adele glimmered. And Jackie said, I know I should not be saying this, but I think I will enjoy my time here. Adele replied, I am relieved to hear that. The boy with red hair is coming step by step. Jackie said to Adelie, look, someone's coming. He said, are you Lady Adelie of the Sergio family? Everyone's been talking about you. Adelie smiled and said, right now I am but a humble servant named Agnes. He smiled and said, I am Colonel Leonard, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you as well. This is Sister Jacqueline. The peoples were glimpsed and glanced at. Colonel said, "You are as beautiful as they say." I thought people were exaggerating, but I was wrong. Adele smiled and said, "May you do flatter me?" He said, "I heard you have volunteered to serve at the temple. If you need help with anything, feel free to let me know." Adele smiled and said, "Leonard, huh?" The colonel beamed and said if he managed to work his way up to the rank of colonel with that bright personality, he must both be talented and come from a respectable family. Adele smirked and said, "I am going to be staying here for at least a week, so I might as well get to know people." She grinned and said, "You are so nice. You must be so popular with everybody." "Haha, I don't mean to brag, but yes, I am." Colonel said, "Do you know where you have been assigned yet? I hope they will send you our way." Adele said to the knights, "That works for me. I am not sure yet. I don't have any control over where I go. There are a lot of buildings there. It's a big temple." Colonel was smiling. "The training center and dorms for prospective knights are over there, and if you go further down," Adele said, saving new information. Colonel looked back. "How do I get assigned to where the knights are?" He said, "Don't worry too much. You will probably end up at the library or the weapon warehouse. The workload is not too bad in those places." Adele smiled and said, "I will be happy wherever I am assigned. The library sounds nice, so the warehouse might be better. I could be reaching for something up high, and a knight would come from behind and grab it for me. Or I could get help with all the weapon names I don't know from a handsome knight. Taking a break, Leonard?" Someone stepped, and Colonel looked back and said, "Commander," he stepped and said, "or I could end up being stuck with a cold knight like him." Kellyanne stood with both Adele and Colonel. And he said, "I thought I could trust you with a simple training session." The Colonel said, "I just thought that I would be nice to introduce myself to the new volunteers." Kellyanne glanced. Adele looks toward Kellyanne and says, "Good afternoon, Commander." Kellyanne said, "Lady Adele." Michael glanced. Commander looks like. He is staring at a cat blocking a carriageway, and he does not know how to get it to move. Colonel said, "How do you know each other, by the way?" Michael was lost in thought. "Get back to work. We should not even be here." "Ah, come on." Adele grinned, and Kellyanne said to Adele, "What are you smiling for?" She grinned and replied, "It's because NS spills my soul. Lady Adelaide, it's Agnes now." "When did you?" Kellyanne said, "You think everything's just a game, don't you?" Adele was indignant and said, "What?" Adele said, "I respect your decision to turn down my proposal, but that was very rude of you just now." He replied, "So you are telling me your intentions were pure?" Adele said, "I always mean what I say when I make someone an offer. Every decision and action I make holds a great deal of weight as it moves large numbers of money and people. How could you think I see everything as a merry game?" Adele firmed and said, "And are you not the one who said that I should wait for this excellency to return? You don't know how important this is to me. You should try to be a little bit more compassionate toward others." Kellyanne said, "Is that why you suddenly changed your name to Agnes?" Adele smiled and said, "What does that have to do with anything? Look at the statue talk. The temple is not a place where you come to play. Don't expect to have it easy here." Kellyanne has been holding the papers in his hand and said, "Whatever it is you are planning on doing, my answer will always remain no." Adele said, "Hold on a second. What makes you think I am staying here to make you change your mind?" Kellyanne stood silently, listening, and frowned. Then Kellyanne said, "Because of you, Lady Adelaide." She is unyielding and said, "It's Agnes." Kellyanne said, "Very well, because you, Agnes, proposed to me yesterday, and since I rejected you," and Adele said, "That's right. But that was yesterday. I thought we already moved on. I am too busy of a person to be dwelling on the past, and I have already forgiven you for dragging me out of the temple, so please don't mind me at all." Kellyanne said, "Then what are you still doing here?" Adele turned and said, "I have to keep looking for my future husband, and I am sure I can find at least one knight in this temple who will be willing to spend the rest of his days with me." "I see. Oh, it seems you thought I was staying here to try and convince you again." Kellyanne said, "I did not." Adele grinned and said, "That's a relief?" Adelie and Kaylin were standing together talking. Jackie and Michael were both standing, watching Kaylin and Adelie. Michael said, "Commander," while Jackie said, "My lady." In the temple, the sound of ding and dong echoed, and Michael said, "It's the morning prayer bell." There was whooshed. And Kellyanne reached and said, "I." Adelie said, "We are the voice of my Savior," and NS rings out. Kellyanne halted, and Adelie turned. And she said, "So must I go?" Adele stepped toward Jackie, and Jackie said, "My lady." Michael glanced and said, "She won't this round." "Are you okay, Commander?" Kellyanne clenched his fist and said, "Of course." Michael said, "According to the rumor going around, Her Grace has taken them directly under her wing." Kellyanne replied, "Why would she do such a thing?" He stared and said, "Is it because Lady Adele reminded Her Grace of the Sergio family's important financial contributions to the temple?" "Pardon?" "I would not be surprised if she used that as an excuse to threaten Her Grace." Michael said, "Oh, I don't think that's it. I heard she sent her carriage away after meeting with Her Grace." "She what?" "She seems pretty determined to stay here." Michael said, "Maybe Her Grace managed to move her heart." Kellyanne affirmed and said, "Not a chance." He said, "Lady Adelie is not impressionable." Michael said, "Pardon? How could he be so sure? He only just met her yesterday." Michael said, "Haha. Well, she won't survive long here anyway. I give her 1 or 2 days at most." Kellyanne asked, "What makes you think that?" "Because Sister Rebecca told me where Agnes is. I mean Lady Adelie has been assigned to." The girl clapped and said, "All right, that's it for today. And you 2 newcomers, please wait here for Sister Rebecca." Adelie glanced and said, "Thank you. May Anna's blessings be upon you." Many girls are standing in the temple. Jackie stepped toward Adelie and said, "Well, you were serious back there, my lady." Adelie replied, "What are you talking about?" "Oh, this part is hard to get right." Jackie said, "When you told the commander that you were not interested in him anymore, did you really mean that?" "Of course not. He is the perfect man for me. I am not interested in anyone else. My father will soon learn of his existence, and when he does, he will be disappointed if I did not manage to bring him back home." Jackie replied, "Then were you just trying to make him jealous or something?" Adelie replied by placing the paper on her mouth, and said that would have only worked if he liked me. "The problem is that he is not interested in women at all." Jackie said, "So why?" Adelie replied, "I want him to become suspicious of me. If I chased him around, oh okay, have fun. He would just ignore me. But what do you think will happen if I act flirty around his nights all the time? He would probably." Jackie said, "Keep a close eye on you." Adelie smiled and said, "Bingo. And it's just like yesterday was a complete disaster either. He seemed quite interested in what I had to tell him. He even had to hold himself back from laughing a few times. It was after I said, 'Don't you think someone like you belongs in the Imperial Palace?' That's when I noticed a sudden change in his attitude. But I don't understand." Jackie and Adelie stepped forward. Sister Rebecca stepped toward them and said, "Have you had a chance to go over to Hyman's sister Agnes?" Jackie said, "Oh, hello, sister." Rebecca leaned in and said, "Did you have any questions about it?" "Huh. What's she up to now?" Rebecca said, "Whatever it is, I'm ready for it. She's bound to reveal her true colors sooner or later. But I'll just speed up the process for her." Adele dazzled and said, "It just so happens this is one of my favorite songs, so I already know it by heart. I always feel at peace listening to it. I feel a step closer to Ennis already." Rebecca said, "I see. I did not think someone from the Sergio family could be such a devout believer." Adele replied, "My father would always sing this song by my side to put me to sleep. Father, will Ennis really bless us if we sing this hymn?" Adele was sleeping, and her father sat beside her. And he said, "I don't know. I am sure Ennis already has his hands full with other more urgent matters." Adele replied, "So what's the point of singing this?" He said, "That's why you should try singing to multiple different gods. If you do, I am sure at least one of them will reply." Adele was listening quietly. "This is how I ended up learning the hymns of the San Fidelo Temple, the Medina Temple, and even the Athena temple. I did not want to leave a single god out. Adelie was asleep. Rebecca said to Adelie, "Then you must also be familiar with the hymn Sunset over San Fedelo. We usually sing that one during the evening prayer." Adelie smiled and said, "Of course." "When the sun falls below the mountain peaks," Rebecca said, "I am afraid that's a hymn from the Medina temple." Adele smiled and pointed her finger and said, "Yes, I was just thinking how they both sounded so similar, especially that part about the sun falling below the mountains. This is one of the downsides of serving multiple gods." Rebecca said, "You may have a point there, Sister Agnes." Adele laughed, "Haha." And she said, "Thank you for being so patient with me. By the way, I realize I have so much to learn." Rebecca said, "Oh, don't mention it." She clenched her hands and said, "It's the intention that matters, don't you think? Speaking of which, I found the perfect place for you. I am sure you will be able to learn a lot there." Jackie sighed and cried and said, "My lady, she is trying to get us to be quiet, is she not?" Jackie was sniffling. Adele said, "Sure, be quiet. She can hear us." Rebecca whined and said, "That's a lot of dishes. Is everything okay? You don't look so good." The fruit baskets were heaped. No wonder she did not get upset even after I mixed the hymens up. Adele composed herself and said, "Oh no, I feel fine." Rebecca said, "I thought you would be perfectly suited for this kind of task, Sister Agnes. You see, the knight tended to have a big appetite." Adele stepped toward Rebecca. Adelie stared ahead. Is she shocked? I wonder if she's ever even washed a single dish in her life. It's not that I don't feel guilty for doing this to her, but I can't just let someone so disrespectful of the temple go around as she pleases. The Sergios are notorious for being a dysfunctional family and having contradictory religious views. All 3 children were born to different moms, and they were each baptized separately. Her Grace may pretend not to care about this kind of thing, but I do. I will teach this little girl an unforgettable lesson. Rebecca said, "I'm not sure you'll be able to finish by the end of the day. You should get started." Adele replied, "What? What about dinner then?" Rebecca responded, "You'll be able to eat once you've completed this task. Please let me know if you decide to quit. I can always call our carriage to take you back home." Adele listened quietly, whimpering softly. "Master Killian first came to San Fedelo 4 years ago, the same year there was a big fire. And it has now been half a year since he returned from his 3 years of training at the ice cave. Given that the dust has settled since the Great Battle of Tillin, he will start appearing in public more often. It's very important for us to promptly dispose of anyone who tries to approach the holy place with ulterior motives. Once people find out that even a rich, beautiful woman like Lady Adelie was turned down by him, no one will ever again dare try to seduce the commander of the San Fedelo Knights." Rebecca said to Adelie, "Since you wanted to serve the knights of this temple so much, this is going to be the perfect opportunity for you." Adelie replied, "Of course, I will do whatever you demand of me. May I ask you one thing though?" Rebecca said, "Oh, what is it?" "Oh, don't tell me you don't know how to wash dishes. I should have known." Adelie smiled and said, "No, I just wanted to ask you if this is really a task for only 2 people. There are 467 dishes, 440 knives, and 270 cups in here. It hardly seems like a task for just the 2 of us." Rebecca replied, "Well, that depends on." "Hold on, were you counting those dishes while I was giving you instructions?" "I am sorry, it's an old habit I have." Adele was laughing and said, "Oh, don't worry. If this were any other place, I would have thought that you were trying to bully me. But I know that can't possibly be the case since this is a sacred temple." The Rebecca replied, "You are right." Adele clenched her hands and said, "Whatever you wish is my command, sister." She paused, a faint gleam in her eyes. How could I ever question someone so devoted to the technique and teachings of Heiress? Rebecca shouted and said, "All right, that's enough talking. The dishes won't wash themselves, will they?" Adelie smiled and said, "Yes, sister. I appreciate your kindness, by the way. If I ever get the honor of meeting the Heiress, one day I will be sure to speak favorably about you to him. You will too, right, Jackie? Jackie sighed and said, "Oh yes, of course." Rebecca turned back. Adele said, "Well then, see you later." She is so easy to read. Adele dragged and said one thing for sure is that she would not do well in the business world. Jackie pulled Adele and said, "Why even bother talking to her? She is obviously trying to give us a hard time. What a mess. There must be at least 3 days' worth of dishes." Adele replied, "Yeah." Jackie said, "How can you stay so calm at a time like this? I bet you she will do everything in her power to make us quiet." Elle replied, "Well, there sure are a lot of dishes to be cleaned. But what do we do now? We should have just yelled at her and walked out while we had the chance. Why would we do that? I don't blame her for any of this." Jackie said, "What's wrong with you? How can you be so patient?" Adele replied, "I am just saying I understand where she is coming from. I am not trying to be nice. I just don't hate Rebecca that much. One of the peak perks of coming from a rich family is that I did not have to run into too much trouble with the other people while growing up. With the expectations of the whole Xerox situation, my life has pretty much been a breeze. Why should I waste precious energy hating on others when I don't even have enough time to spend on the things I want to do? Compared to all those evil people trying to rip each other's heads off, Rebecca's nothing." Jackie replied, "We should have at least put some money aside before sending the carriage back. That way we could have paid some people to help us with our work." Adele said, "You know Rebecca would not have let us do that." Jackie replied, "Do you really not have any? What are you doing? This will get in the way." Adele begins to tie her hair. Jackie asked, "Are you really going to do this, my lady? You have never touched dirty dishes once in your entire life." Adele smiled and said, "What makes you think so? It's a starry night, people are eating, and there is noise all around." Colonel said, "Wow, I have never seen so many people in here." Michael replied, "Keep quiet." "Oh, what a ruckus. I kind of like how it's lively for once, if you say so." Michael sighed and said, "All this because of one woman? How pathetic." Michael turned and said, "I bet you they are more interested in trying to get her attention than focusing on her training." And he said, "Wow, the commander's here." Michael said, "Commander, what are you?" Kellyanne replied, "Is there any reason I should not be here?" Michael said, "That's not what I meant. It's just that." Kellyanne glanced and said, "Good." Michael and the colonel are standing with food in their hands, stepping slowly forward. "What just happened?" Kellyanne leaned back in his chair, a woman seated beside him. A meal was laid out on the table before them. He frowned slightly and said, "Why didn't you tell me the commander was here? How was I supposed to know he never eats with the others?" Colonel said, "Do you think he is also competing for Lady Adelie's attention?" Michael replied, "Hey, watch your mouth." The colonel said, "Think about it. I mean, he is a man too." Kalana laughed and said, "It's not every day such a beautiful woman shows up here. See, he is obviously trying to discourage the other cannons from approaching her." Kellyanne sat silently, lost in thought, the untouched food still resting before him. "I don't know about that. Intimate dating. I don't see it as a warning toward other Knights." Michael said, "But rather the opposite." "Huh." The woman said, "Where is Sister Agnes, by the way?" "She needs to eat too," Rebecca said. "But she must not have completed her task yet." "Is that too?" Rebecca glanced. "It must be taking her longer since she is not used to this sort of work." Kellyanne was silently lost in thought. "Just as I thought, he does not seem interested in Lady Adelie at all." Rebecca laughed, and said she comes from a rich family, so it makes sense that she's never done a chore in her entire life. The colonel said, "That's too bad. I was hoping to see her during dinner. I wonder if I should go help her." Rebecca replied, "Colonel Leonard, Sister Agnes, I mean Lady Adelie, and Lady is only fulfilling her duties as a volunteer of the temple." Rebecca flinched and cleared her throat. "Ahem! And who knows? Maybe she's hiding her face on purpose." The colonel narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean?" he asked. They were both seated at the dining table. "I am sure she is used to eating only the most luxurious foods. The food here cannot possibly suit her taste. Rebecca said, I heard the Sergio family have wine and champagne fountains at their parties. Kalana replied, Really? That seems wasteful. Not only that, they have towers of cake taller than people, and they serve entire fruit trees for dessert. Rebecca said, I still can't believe someone so extravagant ended up volunteering at a place like this. I am not going to stop her, but I wonder how long she will last. Rebecca said to Kellyanne, Are you done eating, Commander? Someone is approaching, their footsteps echoing. Adele walked in, carrying a dish of food in her hands. The more I hear about her, the harder it is for me to believe all these stories. Just how rich is she? Kellyanne looked up, startled. Can it even be expressed in words? Rebecca glanced sideways and smirked. Those must be the leftovers. I've got plenty more stories about the Sergio family's indulgent lifestyle, as many as there are potatoes on this plate. She walked over to Rebecca with a plate full of potatoes in her hands. Rebecca waved the offer away with a flick of her wrist and said politely, No thanks, I don't want any. Rebecca flinched and Sadie, I will gladly have some. She turned around and froze. Adele was standing right there in front of her, holding the same plate of potatoes. Adele smiled and Sadie, I hope you don't mind if I help myself. Is anyone sitting here? She laughed softly, the plate still in her hand. Adele sat down slowly, picking up a soft potato from the plate and gently squishing it between her fingers, absent-mindedly. Just then, Kellyanne halted in front of her. She looked up, surprised, and said, Oh, I thought you were leaving, Commander. Kellyanne shook his head slowly. No. Kellyanne quietly took a seat on the chair beside the woman. He placed his plate down, and I haven't finished eating yet. Adele laughed gently. I see. Take your time. She added with a teasing smile. He's making it seem like I'm here to seduce the other knights. She bit into a potato and grinned. Yummy! This potato is so good. Hard work makes everything taste better. If no one were watching, I'd just wolf all the food down. At the dining table nearby, Michael and the Colonel exchanged glances. Adele grinned and said, Maybe it's because they grew at a high altitude. But these potatoes are so big and fluffy. They are, yes, they taste amazing. Adele twitched. I am lying, of course, but they will at least keep me from starving. I feel like my arms are about to fall off. I can't believe she tried to make me do this worth of dishes without even feeding me. I bet you her plan was to make sure the commander and I would not run into each other, but I was not going to let that happen. Colonel laughed and said, Ha ha, hearing you say that makes the potatoes we eat every day suddenly seem special. Adele smiled and said, I am only telling the truth. You are so blessed to be able to eat these every day. Colonel laughed and said, Ha, you must be kidding. Adele said, Sister Rebecca, you don't have to pretend so hard. We all know what family you come from already. You don't have to act like you enjoy this kind of food. This kind of food, there's no way it suits your expensive plate. Adele said, Why should I pretend? I don't see why you look down on these precious potatoes. Adele picks up the potato in her hand and says it takes a lot of effort to grow these, from picking out the right seeds and finding good soil to making sure they get enough water and sunshine until they are ready for harvest. Rebecca grinned and said, Is it so? You really like them that much? Do you? Adele swirled the glass and said, Of course, potatoes are so versatile, so you can use them in so many dishes. Adele smiled and said, Such as soups, purees, salads, and even bread, not to mention they go great with steak. If I were her, I would have already slapped me. Adele said, Oh, and while we are at it, you seem to have a bit of a misunderstanding about my life. Did you say we had wine and champagne and fountains? Rebecca said, Are you accusing me of lying? I heard it directly from someone who attended one of your parties. Adele replied, Oh no. I just wanted to correct you, they are waterfalls, not fountains. My father goes through the trouble of making them himself. If you are going to talk behind my back, you might as well do it right. What are you bragging about right now? Adele smiled and said, yes, I am, because whichever wine we choose for the waterfall, I guarantee it will become the top-selling wine the following year. The more people try the wine, the more the industry flourishes. The wine you have in your hand just happens to be the one we introduced at our party 2 years ago. Do you like it? Rebecca was surprised and said, what are you? Adelie stripped and peeled off the potato and said, oh, you are right about the fruit trees though. That's exactly how we serve them. But please bear in mind that we donate all the leftovers to those in need instead of letting the food go to waste. Rebecca said, have you not heard the saying that it's easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of God? Adele replied, you don't have to remind me of that, thank you. I could make a golden needle bigger than the size of this hall whenever I want. Adele rose and stepped forward and said, but I simply choose not to. Not only would that be a big waste of money, Adele beamed, but it would not be in line with Ian's wishes either. Colonel laughed loudly. Michael said, don't laugh. Colonel said to Adele, are you already done eating? Why don't you have some bread? Adele said I was going to, but there was not any left when I got here. Oh, then why don't you have some of mine? You can have mine as well. Adele replied, it's okay. I will just come earlier next time. Kalian was sitting with his hand resting on his head and said, is there anything else we can do for you, my laddie? Adele grinned and said, just make sure not to leave any food behind, because I am the one who will have to wash all your plates. Adele glanced, and she rose and said, I don't bite you now. He seems worried I am up to no good with the other knights, when in fact he is my target. Adele smiled gently, gave a graceful bow, and said, well then, I will see everyone later. The crowd stirred. People stood up startled. A quiet stomp echoed through the room. A girl whispered, did you see that? A boy replied, I did. Kalian stood silently, eyes steady. Then he said in a low voice, she worries me. Let's pray for her. The woman sitting beside Kalian leaned closer and asked, what's wrong, Commander Kalian? It only took one person leaving for the entire hall to be plunged into silence. Adele was already walking away. Kalian looked down, searching for words. How do I explain this feeling? He murmured. Then, after a pause, he said, perhaps, I was just too rowdy in here. The woman said to Kilian, I did not mind at all. Kilian replied, but the woman said, rowdy, huh? That's an interesting word choice. Maybe you should try to be more honest with yourself, Commander. Kilian said, I only speak as someone who is in charge of maintaining the peace in this temple. The woman replied, that loaf in your hand. Who is it for? Kilian flinched. He has bread in his hand. What's this doing in my hand? Were you also trying to offer you bread to Agnes? It was for you, of course. The woman said, oh my. Kilian replied, you need to make sure you eat well. The woman said, really? This is a first. The older you get, the more nutrients your body needs to stay healthy. The utensils were sparkling and shining. You really finished washing all these? Rebecca turned and said, I hope you are not trying to fool me. I was not born yesterday. If the plates are not perfectly clean. Adele gleamed and shined and said, as you can see, they are all sparkling clean. Adele was holding a plate in her hand. Rebecca is searching for plates, fumbling around, and says, that's impossible. Jackie and Adelie saw Sokka eat the food Adelie brought back for her. There was clutter. Maybe I should not have done such a throwaway job so she would have something to nitpick at. Actually, never mind. I could put up with her if she was just acting a bit busy. Adelie shook, but her ultimate goal is to chase me out of the temple. I guess the education I received as a nun here turned me into a bit of a perfectionist. I can't help it. I like a job well done. It's a force of habit. Adele tilted and said, by the way, she pointed a finger towards Rebecca and said, what do you think about building a custom cupboard to put under the window? Rebecca said, what? Adele replied, I think we also need a new brush for washing the dishes. The one we have right now is too old. Rebecca yelled and said, I never asked for your opinion. Rebecca turned and said she has a pretty strong voice. I have nothing to gain from trying to argue with her. Adelie was smiling. Considering the head nun did nothing but watch when Rasika and I had a bit of a quarrel earlier, she must have given Rebecca permission to do whatever she wants with me. I would not be fair to all the other nuns if I received preferential treatment, so instead she must be trying to test me by letting Rebecca, who seems to have the strongest dislike for me, order me around. She is trying to make a sort out of our differences on our own. The woman with the ponytail was smiling, ha ha ha. She is the head nun for a reason. She knows what she's doing. Adele smiled and said, anyway, since I am done with my task, it's time to go see the knights again. So, I am free to go now. Rebecca turned and said, what? Adele replied, I did everything you asked me to do, and since dinner time is not over yet, there are not any new or dirty plates to wash. Rebecca said, there are other tasks waiting for you. Pardon. Adele was smiling. Rebecca grinned and said, what will it be this time? I have mixed feelings about Adele's smile. Rebecca replied, I like the suggestions you shared with me earlier. Adele said, what suggestions? You said we needed a new brush for the dishes. Adele said, oh, I should have seen this coming. I will have to keep my mouth shut from now on. Rebecca said, well, if you are not too keen on the idea, you can always. Adele replied, where should I go? Adele sighed. Rebecca said, what do you mean? Adele said, let's not waste time with this. Rebecca asked, what? Adele said, tell me where I should go to get a new brush. Please and thank you. It is a starry night with lush green trees, and a stream is flowing through the mountains. The sound of the water is audible. Kaylin is standing by the stream, lost in thought, recalling Adelie's words, they are waterfalls, not fountains. My father goes through the trouble of making them himself. Placing his hand on his head, he sighed, I must be going crazy. Kalyan lifted his hand and said, I'm usually not one to have my head in the clouds, but I can't seem to get a hold of myself. She's not even a suitable partner for me. She's the most secular, extravagant. He recalls Adelie's words, let's get married, he said, and a brazen woman I have never met. He turned and said, I don't know, whatever. She's really fearless or just straightforward. He stepped forward. Remember, Commander, you must remain vigilant until you get your hands on that. Kalyan was lost in thought. He clenched his hand and said, 13 more days. Just 13 more days until His Excellency returns. I just need to hang in there a little longer. He stomped and said this should be nothing compared to the Chalahan ice cave. I should not forget I managed to survive 3 years inside the hell. Even if that woman were to get in my way or try to seduce me with her silver tongue or flirtatiously smile at me with her pink eyes. There was rustled. He stepped and halted and said, Ack. Adele was walking step by step, and she said, my shoulders are killing me. Kalyan saw him, and he became quiet. Lord, what have I done to deserve this? Adele said, I can't stand it anymore. How am I supposed to finish this by? She said, Kalyan said to Adelie, please watch your step. Adele huffed and said, what are you doing outside this late, Commander? Kalyan replied, I would like to ask you the same thing. Adele stared and said, this is an interesting turn of events. I am just here to pick 3 routes to use for making a new brush. I never expected to run into him here. Kalyan stared. I almost feel like I should be thanking Sister Rebecca for this. Adelie was flustered. And she said, just to make sure there's no misunderstanding. I swear I was not following you or trying to run into you on purpose. Kalyan replied, I would not even have thought of that, but since you mention it, I expected her to act as surprised or at least a bit shameless as usual. Adelie said, I am telling the truth. She smiled and said, but she genuinely seems flustered. I was only trying to dig up some roots to use for making a brush to wash the dishes with. Kalyan twitched and said, why are you not with your maid? Adelie replied by smiling, she's had to go through enough trouble because of mine already, so I told her to take it easy. Anyway, I had better hurry if I hope to finish this by tonight. She raised her hand, and he's holding up roots. Adelie glanced and said, who? Commander? Adele wiped her mouth and said, "What's the matter? Is there something on my face?" Callian replied coldly, "Don't you know how dangerous it is out here at night?" "Oh, I am sure I have told you about the evil beasts already." There was a whoosh. Adele said, "While it's true Sister Rebecca may not like me, I sincerely doubt she normally put me in a dangerous situation." Callian replied, "Have you not yet realized why she's doing all this to you?" Adele laughed. "Ha ha ha, it sounds like he's questioning my intelligence." Adele sighed. And she said, "What about you, Commander? Don't you realize why I am putting up with all this?" Callian said, "Because..." Adele replied, "You think I am playing around, but I am serious about this whole thing. Like I said before, this is really important to me. My whole future depends on this." Callian glanced and became quiet and then said, "Is that why you are doing all the dirty work?" Adele tilted and said, "What's picking up roots?" She turned and said, "I am willing to do just about anything. If I am told I have to move an entire mountain, I will do just that." Adele flicked back and said, "You don't think I can?" Callian replied, "Actually, I know you can." He flapped. "I have not known this woman for long, but I know she is not the type to give up easily. Her determination is admirable. It's just too bad it's being used for something selfish. She would have made a good knight." Adele moved, stepped and stepped. Callian said, "But you don't enjoy doing this, do you?" Adele replied, "Of course not." Callian said, "So why?" Adele replied, "Just because I don't want to do something, I don't mean I can't or should not do it. If it's something I have to do anyway, I might as well do it in good spirits. Both are walking step by step." Adele said, "Even if I don't become the Adele heir, I can still make a living one way or another. But that's not the case for many of the people who work for me. Their livelihoods depend on me. That's why I feel a great responsibility." Adele was walking ahead, talking as she went. Callian said, "I see." Adele looked toward him and said, "What's with that look?" Callian became quiet. Adele said, "Have you not ever had to do something only because you had to?" Callian said, "No." Adele smiled and said, "Oh, all right then. It makes sense. He seems to enjoy his position too much. I could not imagine him forcing himself to do anything." "That is," Callian glimmered and glowed. "A dark night." And Lady Adele said, "Oh, it's getting late. Sister Rebecca must be waiting for me to come back before she goes to sleep. I had better. Her hands are empty." Adele's basket was taken by Callian, and Adele said, "Commander, what is he doing?" Callian said, "Let's go." Adele, shocked, said, "Wait." Callian replied, "Didn't you say it was getting late?" Adele said, "I did, but seriously, what's going on?" They stepped forward. "If it were any other man, I'd think he was into me. But be aware," Adele said, "be aware that if you're too nice to me, I might get the wrong idea." Callian replied, "I don't think it matters what I say, you'll get the wrong idea no matter what." Adele said, "No, that's not. Actually, I guess you're right. He got me." Adele smiled, coughed, and said, "I should not forget he is a knight. Chivalry is only one of the..." Adele was glowing. Callian became quiet. Adele said, "Huh! Did he just..." Callian went away from Adele, and Adele called to Callian, "Hey!" She walked step by step and said, "Wait, you are walking too fast." He replies, "You are the one who's walking too slow." They reached the temple. Adele was fuming with anger. "He won't even let me look at his face again. Every time I catch up to him, he just walks faster," she said. Adele stomped her foot, and Callian strode ahead. He heard it. "And if I try to let him go on without me, he just stops and waits," she added. "Here, this is yours. Now go to bed." "Thank you." "Never mind," she said coldly. "It must have been my imagination. I should be happy he didn't try to kill me out in those woods, considering all the trouble I caused him." Callian said to Adele, "Be careful next time. You don't know when a beast might appear out of nowhere." Adele replied, "Okay, You be careful too, Commander. Kalyan said, Are you really worrying about me right now? You are funny. Do you really think I am afraid of a little? Adelie laughed, ha ha ha, and said, No, not the beasts. I am talking about me. Be careful of me. She points the finger toward herself. Adelie shimmered and said, You can't possibly be thinking that those evil beasts are more dangerous than I am, right? What makes him think that I can get through to him? It can't hurt to try, can it? Kalyan said, What are you? Adelie replied, I am just kidding. She turned and looked back and said, And don't worry, you have already made it clear that you are not interested in me. I got the message. Adelie rushed and said, Well, then have a good night. There was the whoosh. And Kalyan looks continuously at Adelie. Michael said, Commander, I have been looking for you. Kalyan looked back and said, Michael? Michael glanced and thought, what was he looking at? And he said, You should come inside. It's getting chilly. Kalyan turned and said, You go in first. Michael asked, Where are you going? Let me. Kalyan replied, You don't have to wait for me. I think I need to go wash up again. May I have some more potatoes, Sister Agnes? Me too, please. There was clamor and chatter. Rebecca huffed and said, Like you ever enjoyed eating potatoes? Seriously, just who is this woman? Adele smiled and, holding the glass and dishes in her hands easily said, I can do this too. Rebecca thought it's been 3 days already, and she still has not failed in any of the tasks I have given her. Rebecca caught her head and sighed and said, Something needs to be done about her. Can't anyone else in the Holy Temple see she does not belong here? There must be at least one person here who feels the same way I do, right? She stepped toward the door. Kalyan said, Yes, of course. Rebecca shook her head and said, There you are, Commander. Kalyan said, Sister. Rebecca replied, I was wondering why you looked like you were in a bad mood. It's because of Lady Adele, isn't it? Kalyan replied, I knew Kalyan would be the most likely person to understand how I feel about her. Adele grinned. How can all these knights act so furiously? Such behavior is disrespectful to what the gods deserve. Indeed, this is unacceptable. Right, I knew you would understand, Commander. I don't know how she did it, but she seems to have done something to them. It's like they are under her spell. Adele was grinning. They have all lost their minds. Rebecca said, Tell me about it. Even the other nuns seemed to be infatuated with her. She was smiling by putting her hand on her mouth. Sister Agnes and other girls said she is so kind. Rebecca turned and said, We need to set things straight. What do you think we should do, Commander? Kalyan said, Have everyone sent into the Callahan Ice Cave. Rebecca flinched and said, But what about the nuns? I don't think it's appropriate to have any woman sent there. Kalyan became silent. Commander. Kalyan said, How pathetic. Rebecca asked, What? Of course, it's pathetic, all right. I am sure someone has been secretly helping her all this time. How else would she have completed every task I gave her? Rebecca put her fist on her chin and said, I can't let this slide. Kalyan replied, So what are you planning to do with her? Rebecca said, I will have somebody keep a close eye on her. That way I will know if she is up to no good. Who? The nuns are too soft for the task, and the only knight I can think of who is impartial enough for this job, Rebecca said, placing her fist on her mouth. Major General Michael, I beg to differ. Rebecca asked, Pardon? I thought you were supposed to be on my side. There was a sparkle and shine in the room. And then Kalyan said, Michael is too much of a pushover. We need someone more assertive for this job. While other knights are not afraid to use their speed to take out many enemies at once during battle, Michael only fights with one enemy at a time out of respect for them. Rebecca said while smiling, Oh, I see. So that's what you meant. Then I will ask the brave Colonel Leonard. Are you sure? Kalyan asked, Are you sure about that? Rebecca stood beside Kalyan and said, Right. Adelie was standing in front of them with some strange-looking person. First in line. There, a clamor and chatter began. Then we can ask one of the prospective candidates still in training. Michael and Colonel were smiling. They are too weak, alright then, but what about Bishop Samuel? Don't you think he's too old to be chasing after somebody? Rebecca said to Killian. Who else could we ask? We can't just let her have her way. Killian replied, You are right. Look at how certain he is. He shows no mercy when it comes to maintaining order. Rebecca hid her face with her hand. He is different from everyone else. She smiled and said, Well, in that case, the Callian replied, I guess I have no choice but to keep an eye on her myself. Did Rebecca ask you? Callian replied, Am I not the one in charge of everything at the temple during His Excellency's absence? Rebecca said to Callian, But you must have your hands full already. Callian replied, Are you doubting my competence? Rebecca said, No at all. She said, He is right. Who could be more capable than the commander himself? Not only is he able to remain unmoved by a woman, unlike the other knights, but he also knows how to be strict at all times. He is as victorious and emotionless as an unmelting glacier. Rebecca said, If you are the one keeping an eye on her, I will definitely have less to worry about. Killian became quiet. And then he glanced and said, I bet you she won't be smiling for long. You mean she is like she is now? Adele is smiling. You have a letter from home, my lady. Bring it to me. Adele holds an envelope in her hand. It's from Xerox. Adele opened the letter and Jackie said, What's wrong? Did something happen back to the domain? Adele said, Well, by reading the letter. Xerox wrote a letter that I was happy to be told my father's return had been delayed due to the sudden bridge collapse. But P.S. Noila is really worried about you. She thinks that you were so shocked to hear about us that you decided to become a nun. Are you okay? Adele was reading the letter. That's a slay, little Minix. Noila is crying in the front of Xerox. I bet you she pretended to be all sad to get Xerox to ask about me. But she needs to worry more about herself, if you asked me. She does not even have that much time left to live. It's quite sad she has to behave like this. Maybe I should have just let her meet the new female protagonist. Adelie was reading the letter. I stopped her from going to the capital so she would not cause any trouble. But now she has no one else but me to unleash her evil energy on. I feel a little guilty for not allowing her billionairely to live up to its full potential. But she remains the antagonist, so I can't let my guard down. Who's to say she won't try stabbing me in the back at the very last minute? Not on my watch. Jackie asked, Are you okay, my lady? Adele replied, Yes, of course. This does not surprise me at all. Adelie placed her hand on her mouth and said, Ugh. And Jackie leaned toward Adelie. Jackie was shocked after reading the letter and said, Whoa. P.S. Caden seemed upset not to hear from you for days. He said he will just wrap things up and return. What does that mean? Adele sighed by putting her hand on her mouth, and Jackie shivered. There was a tremble, and Jackie said, Oh no, Master Caden is coming back. Jackie and Adelie stood beside the dining table, and Jackie said, If he finds out that you are at this temple. Adele replied, They have got to be kidding me. She crumpled the letter and said, It's almost like they all want to see me dead. Adele raised the knife in her hand and said, I need to start speeding things up. I can't be peeling potatoes forever. Adele slices and cuts. Jackie started crying and said, Wow, slow down. You will hurt yourself, my lady. Jackie said, I don't know how to say this. Adele replied, Then don't say it. Jackie said, But? Adele said, I know what you are going to say. You want me to go after someone else, a man who would be easier to win over. Jackie replied, All the knights here are dying to get your attention. So do you really have to go far? Adele is peeling the potatoes. And said, Yes, it's got to be him, no matter what. Jackie replied, When did you become so obsessed with him? You were not like this just a few days ago. I never realized you cared about looks so much. Adele said, That's not it. I look at everything. She said about Kellyan. I have only known him for a few days, but that was enough to see that his values and his lifestyle are completely opposite to mine. He is a man with integrity, maturity, and manners. It all sounds good, but it's like he collected all the tradits, and they don't make you money. But despite all that, he did not make fun of me. Adele is cutting the potato. On the night we walked back to the temple together, he listened to everything I had to say. He is not the type to pander to me just because I am Sergio, but he still treated me with respect. Not to mention, he seemed to smile faintly at me. Adele said calmly, and even if that smile never happened, at least I know we are capable of communicating. Isn't that the key to a successful marriage? Also, from what I have gathered so far by interacting with the other knights, there's no one more competent, sound-minded, and good-looking than Commander Killian. Since your work in the kitchen is done, it's time to assign you to your next station. What do you want me to send you? Adele said I get to choose. Rebecca replied, you wanted to work with the knights, did you not? Jackie stood with them. Adele smiled and said, has she lost it? Pardon? Rebecca grinned and said, it's a very lively place. I am sure you will enjoy working there, Lady Agnes. I should have known. No wonder she seemed so excited. It is daytime, the sun is shining, the trees are lush, and the leaves are flying in the air. Like Rebecca said, this place is very lively and filled with high-spirited men. But it's not what I had in mind. Not at all. Wow, you are so pretty. The children said to Adele, will you be staying with us starting today? They chattered and clamored. Callian shouted at the children and said, get back to the training now. Adele said, so it was the commander's idea to have me assigned here? The Callian smiled and said, so you could say that. I think we should assign Sister Agnes to the weapon storeroom. She must be good at inventory management. Give her work experience. Callian said, no, it gets too busy with knights constantly working in and out of there. Callian is wiping the sword to clean it. What about the library then? Most of the young knights don't go there. Kellen was sitting on the chair, wiping his sword, and Michael was standing in front. Kellen said, but what about the older knights? They are still men. Michael said, If you want to play it safe, the only place I can think of is the squire's living quarters. They are all so young. The sword is halted on the table. The Killian became quiet. Michael thought I would take his silence as a sign of approval. Michael stood with Adelie, and he said, you won't have too much to do here, Sister Agnes. You just have to keep an eye on the boy you see over there. You mean that the kid is frantically swinging his sword? Michael became quiet. And in front of them, a kid was swinging the sword. Michael laughed and said he should not cause you any trouble. He already completed some self-discipline and mind training courses with the priests. The kid was starting to cry and said, wah! Nero just hit me. There was a whimper, and Adele leaned on Kid and said, you are right. I am sure I will have nothing to worry about. He seems perfectly disciplined. Michael said and laughed, ha ha ha, I had better get going. Adele sat down and said to the kid, first things first, take a deep breath. The kid ran, stepped and stepped. And the kid said, who are you? Get away from me. I can do this without anyone's help. Adele said, really? So he is the annoying little troublemaker around here. The kid said in anger, hey, did you not hear me? You don't know who I am. Adele replied, no, not yet. The kid said, well, you are in for a shock. I run this place. No priest or nun even dares talk back to me. You had better watch out. Adele said, ha ha ha, okay, so he is just another spoiled brat. Adele leaned on the kid and said, hey kid, I know you don't know me, but can't you tell why I am here? The kid flinched and said, what? Adele replied, I am here for the same reason as you. The kid was listening quietly. Adele said, what, you thought you were the only troublemaker? The kid came in anger and said, I don't know what you are talking about. Adele replied, you might be too young to understand. You think you are special, don't you, Nero? You think the whole world revolves around you, right? It feels like no one understands you and... The kid jumped and said, who are you? The child is upset. And he said, who do you think you are? My father won't stand for this, you know. I daily beamed and said neither would my father trust me. You would not want to meet him. The kid came in anger and said, arg. Adele replied, wow, you really have got to learn some manners. The kid said, "You have no right to tell me what to do. Even my parents do." Adele flinched and said, "I wonder why your parents decided to send you off to a place like this. Of all the places they could have sent you, they picked one of the most dangerous ones in the world." The boy shouted and said, "It's dangerous. Don't tell lie to me. Why should believe you?" "I believe you." Adele smiled and said, "You really think I am lying? Oh, I know why you ended up here. Your mom was always lying and begging you to behave yourself. And your father spent very night tucked away in his studies drinking by himself, right? And he would just sigh whenever he saw you would, not he?" The kid started listening attentively to Adelie. He said, Yeah. The kid asked, "Do you know my parents?" And Adele replied, "I got you, punk." Adele said, "I knew it. No wonder they decided to send you to a place like this." The kid shouted and said, "I still don't get it. Why did they send me here? I told you, this is one of the most dangerous places in the world." Adele said, "Whether you get eaten up by an evil beast or just go missing one day for whatever reason, I won't make a difference to anyone. Neither you nor I are wanted here anyway." The kid shuddered, and he pointed a finger toward Adele. He said, "Are you threatening me? You are supposed to be a grown-up." Adele growled and said, "If you don't put that finger down right now, I will break it in half. I may be overdoing it, but he's too spoiled. I need to show him he can't get his way all the time." The kid was starting to cry. If someone does not set him straight, he will grow into a real tyrant. "We both come from rich families, so there's no reason for us to be enemies," Adele said to Kid Nero. "You remind me of my younger siblings." Nero smiled, and he said, "I guess you are no different from everyone else at this temple." She said, putting her hand on Nero's shoulder, "You all tell me the same thing. I'm sure I remind every one of you of our younger siblings, who also used to be troublemakers but later grew up to become great people." She said, No, that's not what I mean. You are not like my siblings, you just remind me of them. I wish they were half as nice as he is. My sister is the most villainous there could be, and my brother is a serial killer. Sorry to disappoint you, but they are nothing like you." The Nero asked, "What?" Adele Dunn said, "Would you like to know what happened to them? Are they alive or not?" Adele pointed ahead with her finger and said, "If you want to know what happened to them, go stand in that line over there. Nero replied, "Hey, you can't tell me what to do." Adelie leaned on Nero and said, "Get in that line if you want to live." The Nero dashed. And Adelie grinned and said, "What a naive little boy. He reminds me of my little brother when I saw him for the first time." She looked up at the sky and said, "I wonder what he's been up to lately." Under the blue sky, there are green trees and mountains, and smashing is happening. There is an illusion happening, a beam is occurring, a swoosh is happening, and people are standing. There, a slam occurs, and the boy leans. And there is a slashing action happening there. Caden flaps and says to the boy, "I move, I can't see." The boy standing behind says, "Oh." The boy standing behind says, "But debris could come flying your way." Caden says, "I need to keep a close watch to make sure the job is being done properly." And there is a smashing of stones there. Caden has a scratch on his face, and he wipes his face with his hand. Very nice. There is a crumble happening there. The boy said his lordship is expected to pass through here tomorrow, but what will he think when he sees that the bridge has collapsed? Caden replies, "Did I ask for your opinion?" He extends his hand forward, and the boy responds, "Oh, here you are, sir." He raises a letter in his hand, and Caden picks it up, saying, "What? There is a red stamp on that letter." Caden said, "Another scroll with the Yuden seal? It can't be Adele. She never uses this seal." Caden crumpled the letter and said, "Why is she not replying?" The boy said, "Pardon?" Caden said, "This is already the third time I have received a reply from someone other than Adele. I wondered if something happened to her." The boy said, "I doubt it. I am sure everything's fine since Master Jerox has not mentioned anything in particular. If something ever happened to Lady Adelie, Master Caden would surely be the first one to know." We all remember how furious Master Caden was the last time Lady Adelie was late to reply, so we know not to let that happen again. The boys said she's probably just busy filling in for Lord Sergio. Caden turned and said no matter how busy she is, she would have at least written me a short reply. She knows what I am like. You think Lady Addie will inherit the family business after his lordship returns? Of course, you know she's dead set on being the heir. The boy said, does not his lordship know no woman is suitable for that kind of position? Caden replied, this Caden would be a better fit. Caden lunged and said she may be smart, but she's only a woman. Caden grabbed the boy, and he said, Ack? Master Caden, please don't kill me. The boy choked and said, why should I not? Caden grasped his neck, and the boy said, I am sorry. Caden said, I am not the one you should be apologizing to. Caden said, you deserve to have your tongue sliced off. The boy gasped, Master. The boy coughed. Lady Adele took each of our names down before sending us hurry. Adele twitched her eyes. That means she does not want me to kill any of them. A boy is lying on the ground, and as he performs a Caden stomp, he write her a letter saying I am a heated back. The boy said, what? But Lady Adelie asked us to make sure the job gets done properly. Caden replied, there is no need for that. Given how meticulous she is, there is no way she would have put so much trust in me. I can't believe I just figured this out. How foolish of me. Caden was sitting injured. She knows I am coming. Will she really be okay here? I don't know if Sister Agnes can handle a place like this. Killian said to Michael, do you think they sent her to the kitchen because they thought she could handle it? The boy replied, well, no, but... Kylan said, they are just children. Michael said they are not our little angels. Many of them were kicked out of other training facilities before finally landing here as our last resort. Michael said, you could say they are little devils. Killian turned toward Michael and said, Michael, why did you wait until now to tell me this? Killian, glance. The Colonel and Michael walked step by step and leaned. The Colonel said, are the children that bad? Michael said most of them are manageable, but one kid in particular is the most real monster. Colonel replied, oh, you mean that boy named Nero? I have heard stories about him. He is Marquis Likia's only son. I think things started going south after he failed to live up to the high expectations everyone had for him. It's unfortunate, but I don't think there's much we can do for him here. Colonel walked and stepped, and Colonel said, and Sister Agnes was put in charge of him. She is going to reset the temple for that. Michael replied, she seemed fine. Kellyanne flinched, but she did ask if it was the commander who had her sent there. She must think he really hates her. Yeah, I can't blame her for that. Don't you two have better things to do? Michael and Colonel were flinched. Michael and Killian walked and stepped. Michael said to Killian, my apologies, Commander. What I meant was... Whoa! There was a scramble, and a man standing in front shouted loudly, Commander! The man ran up to Kylan and said, oh, I did not know you could be coming today. Michael said, what's going on here? Well, Sister Agnes suggested that the children come watch the Knight's train. Kellyanne glanced. Adele smiled. This is no place for children. The Knights risk getting distracted. I am sorry. There was chatter and babble between the children. Tell her I won't be possible. Adele smiled and said, ha ha, you little brats. Michael said, I will try to set another time for them too. Kellyanne replied, no, that won't be necessary. I don't mind, just let them stay here. Michael said, no, that's unacceptable. I will send them back right away. Kellyanne said, Michael, I said I don't mind. Some kids were standing in the temple. A boy laughed and said, calm down, kids, the cries won't be able to focus if it's too loud. A girl said, but we are not even doing anything. A boy shouted, we are not loud. Adele was standing and watching all this. A boy said, the Knights are in charge of protecting this temple, so you have to be nice to them, not to mention you might anger the sun if you are too loud. Adele said, Your Grace. She was shining and dazzling. She said, would you allow me to have a word with them? The boy said, "Oh, would you do that for me? In that case, I will go greet the commander." Adele smiled. The boy walked, stepped, and said, "I did not expect him to show up with all these children here." Kallian was standing and watching all this. Adele said, "Why is he looking at me like that?" Agans, the kids said to Adele, "Is it true the sun god will get mad if we are too loud?" "No, Lord Ennis would not get mad at you for that." The boy kid said, "Right, that's what I thought. But your moms will." The kids were stunned. Adele leaned on the kid and said, "Here, allow me to explain why you have to be quiet." The kid said, "Agenis, it's so wonderful to see the children behave themselves like that." The kids are sitting quietly. Adele laughed and said, "They are the Empire's future after all." The boy replied, "I wonder what's gotten into them all of a sudden." Adele said, "I just remind them how their mothers would want them to behave. That's all." The boy laughed and said, "You are so good with children. I am very impressed." Adele said, "I have 2 younger siblings myself, you see." He replied, "I bet they are just as wonderful as you are." Adele smiled and said, "Of course. In fact, one of them grew up to be the most notorious serial killer in the Southern Territories." "Oh, you wanted to watch the night train, did you not?" Adele said to the kids. The kids trembled, and a kid replied, "We did." Adele said, "Of course, if you want to make your mothers proud." The kids dashed and said, "Ah." The boy bowed. "It's daytime, the greenery is vibrant, and the sun is shining." "It seems you have something to tell me," Nero replied. "Who the heck are you?" Adele said, "You had better start addressing me with respect. I am warning you." Then Nero shouted, "What if I don't?" Adele glowed and shimmered and then said, "Oh, I will just grab your hand and pray with you in front of everyone here, including the knights and all your friends." Nero said seriously, "Who are you? How should I answer him? He does not even show any respect towards the priestess, so if I tell him I am only the volunteer, he is just going to look down on me even more." "You see," Adele said, "I am a humble servant of Ennis," the Nero replied. "What does that even mean?" "I am very valuable to this temple." Adele said, "I do things such as preparing meals for the knights, washing the dishes, harvesting medicinal herbs, and even helping out with children like you and other squires." The kid said, "Oh, so you are a housekeeper." The Killian flinched, and Adele said, "Should I just spank him?" The Nero shouted and said, "I can't believe I have been letting a merry housekeeper order me around all this time." Adele replied, "Hey, watch your mouth," she said. "Have you ever even done a single chore in your life? Housekeepers are at least useful, unlike you." Nero replied, "Why would I ever do something myself that I can pay others to do for me? I was told I did not need to worry about anything as long as I had money." Adele glanced. "I hope he is not hearing this." Adele grabbed the child by the arm, and she said, "You are right. Money can solve anything. There's nothing in the world that money can't buy or do for you. I am just being honest with you." Nero said, "So what's the problem then? Do you really think you deserve any money though? All you ever do is complain and look down on other people." Adele said, "Do you think behaving that way will earn you a lot of money? Money is earned. You have to show that you deserve it." Nero startled, and then he clenched. Nero said, "Who cares? It's not like I can become a knight anyway." Adelie said sarcastically, "Huh?" The boy came in anger and said, "So what if I work hard? I can never become a knight like everyone else here. My father always said I was a good-for-nothing destined to become a drunkard and dishonor the family." Adele replied, "Your father said that to you? Wow, that's some awful pretending right there. It's one thing to spoil children, but to verbally abuse them is unacceptable." Adele said, "Why do you think your father said that to you, Nero?" Nero replied, "Because it's true. And my father never lies." Adele said, "You really look up to him, don't you? Why does he side with his father? This is heart-wrenching." "But no, I don't," Nero said in anger. Adele replied, "Are you sure?" Nero became quiet. "That's adorable." Adele smiled and said, "I have never met your father, but I am sure he loves you very much. Why would he spend so much money on your education here?" Adele raised her finger and smiled and said, Not just anyone can enter this place, you know. The child said, but you said earlier that this place was dangerous. Adele said that was before you told me about you wanting to become a Kenite and not wanting to disappoint your father. Nero was listening quietly. And then said, still, I don't think I can become a Kenite. It's too late already. Adele said, hey Nero, do you see that man over there, the tall guy with silver hair? She was talking about Killian. Killian was glowing. I thought he was a statue. I don't blame you for that. And Adelie whispered in Nero's ear and said, to tell you the truth, when he was your age. Nero replied, asking, really? Adelie rose and said, but promise me you will keep that to yourself. He would not be happy to learn I told others about his dark past. Forgive me, my lord, Nero said, but he does not look like someone who would do that. Adelie smiled, and she said, looks can be deceiving anyway. See you later. Really, someone like him? Killian glanced. Killian walked, stepped, and said, do you have something to tell me? Nero said, were you really like me when you were younger? Killian replied, like you? I heard you used to be a real troublemaker. Is that true? Adelie is laughing, ha ha ha, and Killian frowned. Then Nero said, never mind, there is no way you were. Killian turned and became silent. If you want to know the truth. Did you hear? Nero was the first one to arrive at modding practice. A girl with golden hair said, Nero, what? That does not sound like him at all. The girl with pink hair said, it's true, his teacher was so proud of him. Oh, Sister Agnes, do you have any idea what happened to Nero? Adele is smiling and said, oh yes. Adele said, I think he might have finally accepted Lord Ennis into his life. To be honest, I don't even think Ennis himself would understand kids that age. The girl said, wow. The girl with golden hair said, may Ennis's blessing be with Nero. The pink-haired girl said, in your name we pray, Lord Ennis. Adele replied, Lord Ennis, please guide Nero's way. Fabulous. I just wing it when I don't know what their prayers are supposed to sound like, and somehow it works. Time spent at the temple 1 week. Adele halted, and Killian entered the room. Killian came silently. Adele smiled and turned and then said to the girls, may Nero continue to walk the path of righteousness. I think he saw me. Adaptation to the new environment is complete. Sister Agnes, your prayers seem to be improving by the day. At this age, I would not be surprised if you were asked to lead the prayers in place of Sister Rebecca. Oh, you flatter me. I did worse things back at home. I don't understand why I am constantly feeling on edge here. I was totally fine up until a few days ago. Adele is sitting on a sofa. Anyway, I would better return home soon. I have to go back and solve the mess I left behind before Father, Noela, and Caden caused me more trouble. I should not forget why I am here. Adele sighed and said, it was nice to spend time in such a peaceful place, but I have got a mission to accomplish. Then a sound came, it's time for prayer. Please quiet down, everyone. Adele glanced and said, where's Killian? I thought I saw him come in earlier. This is probably not the best time to see him, but it's weird not having him around for some reason. Adele turned, and Killian turned back. And Killian is standing in front of Adele, and he said, is the seat taken? Adele looked toward Killian and said, what's happening? Killian replied, I asked if I could sit down. Adele said, oh, go ahead. Killian leaned on Adele and said, thank you. Adele laughed. Ha ha ha. What's he doing here? And why now of all times? She turned and said, I don't even have anywhere else to go. Killian said, what's wrong? Adele smiled and said, oh, it's nothing. Adelie closed her eyes, joined her hands, and sat quietly. Killian said, huh? And he glanced. Put her fist on her mouth and said, ahem. The devil is among us, everyone. There she goes again. Can't she just leave me alone for once? Calm down, don't let her get to you. Lord Ennis has said the devil hides where we least expect it, often taking a beautiful and alarming form. Adele shouted and said, I accept the teachings of the Most High. Rebecca glared, and she looked at Adele. Adele said, well, how else did you expect me to react? The man I have chosen to be my husband is sitting next to me. Rabika shouted and said, and the devil's greed is never-ending. How sad is it that he is destined to fall into the abyss for going after something that is forbidden? Adele said, Lord, have mercy on this soul, on his soul. The people sitting in the temple said, Lord, have mercy on his soul. Adele said, phew. Kalyan said, pfft. Dolly thought, is he trying to stifle a laugh? She glanced, and Kalyan closed his eyes, joined her hands, and sat quietly. Adele said, you can laugh all you like. Kalyan said, make me laugh. Why would I? You thought it was funny, did you not? Even I am having a hard time holding myself back. Kalyan replied, I am surprised you said that. I thought you said you could handle anything. Adele said, did you really believe me? Kalyan said, Sister Agnes, I mean Lady Adelaide. She said, I know how much you hate me, Commander. That's why you sent me to the squire's quarters. Kalyan said, It's okay. I don't blame you for it. You don't have to give me any explanation. Kalyan said, no, I am here because… Adele turned and asked, because what? Kalyan looks toward Adele, and he said, the reason I sent you there. Sister Agnes, Adele was startled. Rabika laughed and said, it seems everyone has been praising you for your prayers, so why don't you finish the service with one? I want to see how much progress you have made too. Oh, did she hear earlier? Pardon me? Do you want me to say a prayer? Yes, please use a verse from today's scripture. It's the verse where the Lord wins over the devil and saves his poor soul. How detailed. Adele said, oh, I see. I need to think. I can't mess up after having made it this far. I know I have heard that verse before. Rebecca said, oh, come to me, you poor soul. Adele said, though I may look like the end for you. Lord, please give me the strength to remember. I beg you. Adele closed her eyes and joined her hands and said sweetly, should you repent? Adele blinked and said, should you repent? Kalyan clenched. Adele turned and said, come on, what's next? Kalyan replied, you too. Kalyan is sitting by joining his hands. Adele said, you too. Kalyan said, shall be loved? Commander, you received a letter from His Excellency. I see. Michael said His Majesty seems to be recovering from his illness. Kalyan is sitting on a chair with some items placed in front of him. He is writing something on a paper with a pen and says, oh, is that so? Are you not going to read it? Kalyan is holding an envelope in his hand. And he opens the envelope and reads it. When is he expected to return? In 2 days. Michael said. Is he disappointed? Kalyan said that ever since he was forced to fill in for the Archbishop during his absence, he had been anxiously awaiting his return. Michael is standing near Kalyan, buzzing and staring at him. Kids are playing in the ground. It's good to see those kids behaving for once, although I know that's not going to last long. Boys will be boys after all. Kalyan said, I am sure they will be sad to see Sister Agnes leave. Kalyan flinched, and Michael said, is she leaving? Kalyan replied, pardon? She was only planning to volunteer for a short while. She's just waiting for His Excellency to come back, remember? Why? Michael laughed and said, how should I know? Did I do something wrong? Kalyan sat down, placing his hand on his head. He said, I knew who she was waiting for, and why she was staying here to begin with. So why am I feeling this way? Kalyan falls into deep thought about what Adelaide had said to him. Once His Excellency returns, I am going to be honest with him about me searching for a husband. I am sure there will be at least one knight here willing to marry me, don't you think? No, everyone is like you, Commander. Michael replied, Leonard sure is working hard lately. He is at it again today too. Kalyan looked toward Michael and said, what do you mean, Leonard is working hard? Michael turned and said, you know how much he hates working with children. He probably just wants Lady Adelaide to notice him. Michael was saying all this with his eyes closed. Then he saw that the chair in that place was empty, and he began to say, Commander, it's daytime, and a lush green tree stands. Adele stood in the temple ground and said, stay focused, you little brats. This next part is really important. Wow, they are so cute. By the way, why won't you tell me, Nero? Nero said he won't even look at me. What do you want? Adele replied, I am just curious to know why you have decided to train so hard all of a sudden. Only a couple of days ago, you were crying to me, saying you did not have it in you to become a knight. Nero turned toward Adele and said, I did not cry, I just... Adele grinned and blushed, and Nero said, got you. What would you know? You are just a housekeeper. Adele laughed and said, hey, what did I say about being disrespectful? Nero replied, but it's true. Adele said, what makes you think I would not know? Nero said, because you are different from the commander and me. Adele said, what do you mean? Nero walked step by step and said I did not have time to explain. Adele looked toward Nero and said, what's gotten into him? The colonel walks step by step towards Adelie and says, is something wrong? Adelie replied, oh, Sir Leonard, it's nothing. Did you also start training when you were that young? Colonel replied, yes, all my brothers work nights, so I did not have much of a choice. He smiled and said, there are people like the commander who are naturally gifted, but for most people it's best to start young. Adelie said, the commander? This is my chance. Leonard is the most talkative person here. I am sure I can get some information on Killian from him. Adelie placed her fingers on her mouth and said, oh my, I thought he would have started training very young too. Colonel laughed and said, oh come on, you can't compare him to the rest of us. Adelie smiled and said, I mean, he is only human, is he not? I don't enjoy gossiping like this, but this is the best chance I will get. Adelie laughed, haha. Colonel replied, would you believe it if I told you the commander has only been with us for 4 years? Adelie was shocked and said, no way. Colonel replied, His Excellency brought him here after the commander saved him from the Great Fire. Everyone was against it. It just did not seem fair that he did not have to go through all the years of training we went through. Oh, I see. It sounds like even Leonard was upset. He has only been here for 4 years, and of those 4, he spent a few inside the Kellahan ice cave. Adelie said, and she is lost in thought. For someone to rise to the position of commander in such a short time. Could it be he slayed the red dragon? Adele thought, no, I can't be even for someone like him. Dragons were believed to have gone extinct many centuries ago. Therefore, no one believed it when a rumor spread a few years ago about a cursed red dragon setting fire to everything around San Fidelo. People thought it was a made-up story to raise funds for the temple. Jackie is brushing Adele's hair, and Jackie said, what? Adele replied, a dragon? Give me a break. Adele is reading a paper. Considering he did not have any experience, Killian must have done something extraordinary to become a commander at such a young age. Not to mention he must have received the approval of both the archbishop and the head nun in order to rise to his current position. He must have done something truly heroic in order to earn such recognition. Adele puts her fist on her mouth and said this was all around the same time as the Red Dragon story too. But still, this is all too hard to believe if the Red Dragon really did exist. Adele said someone would have already made money from it. Its horn and claws would sell for a fortune. Colonel said while laughing, what are you talking about? Adele replied, oh, it's nothing. Colonel said anyway, like I was saying, the commander is amazingly gifted. Upon returning from the ice cave, he went straight to the great battle of Thailand. You should have seen him. He was like the Grim Reaper. Adele smiled and said, I see someone who made a fortune from selling weapons to those fighting in that battle. I bet you fought courageously too, Sir Leonard. Oh haha, well. Adele said, oh, could you show me how to do that thing you did earlier when you swung your sword like this? The children will love that. Colonel said, of course. Kids started making the noise and said, hey, everyone, look, Sir, Leonard is about to cut that tree over there. Wow. Colonel stood beside the tree and said, so let's pretend this tree is the enemy. You should never take off or take your eyes off of it, and you must remain calm. It's all about focus. A man comes from behind and stomps his foot forcefully. Remind yourself that only one of you will make it out of the dual life. Colonel looks back, and he said, "Commander?" Killian steps forward and says. Colonel laughed and said, "What is he doing here?" "Oh, I was just about to show these children a little demonstration." Adele stood beside the Colonel. Killian glanced and said, "Is that so?" Killian played poker and became frantic and cracked and rustled and thumped. Killian said, "What kind of demonstration?" And Colonel said, "Oh." Killian said, "I wanted to make sure the demonstration was done properly. It's for the children's sake." Killian clanked. The Colonel replied, "Right, I see, but you did not even give me a chance to show them what I could do." Colonel slumped and said, "I am sorry, Commander." Killian said, "Don't apologize to me. Apologize to children who thought they could learn from you." Killian glanced and said, "And?" "To the person who thought you would be up to the task and gave you a chance." He was talking about Adele. Adele said, "Is he talking about me?" Adele said, "Oh, there's no need for that." Killian replied, "Are you sure?" "Stop asking already," Killian said to Galano. "Before you try to impress anybody, I think you should start by mastering the basics." The Colonel replied, "Yes, sir." There was chatter. And then, Killian and Adele looked toward the children. There was a whoosh that started, and Killian said to Adele, "You should be careful about who you request favors from." Adele said, "Are you talking to me?" Killian said, "Who else would I be talking to?" Adele said, "Huh?" Wahoosh fell there, and Adele started moving the hair away from her face. Adele said, "What did I do wrong?" Killian turned toward Adele and said, "You really don't know." Adele replied, "I don't, please tell me." Killian said, "Well?" Killian stared. "He has the cat, goat, your eye, and tongue. Since you are the heirs of the hidden domain, you should have a good eye for people. Leonard is not quite suited to be teaching young children. The minds of the children are like blank canvases. You have to be careful about what you expose them to." Adele said, "I did not realize he cared so much about them. But I still don't understand why you think there was a problem with Leonard's demonstration. The children seem to be enjoying themselves. Don't forget they are not just ordinary children. It takes a great deal of effort to change one's life after being told one will amount to nothing." Adele flinched, and she said, "So you heard?" Killian turned and said, "Hear what?" "Don't play dumb with me. Anyhow, I ask that you put more thought into the decision you make from now on." Adele became upset, and she said, "Okay, but you are one of one to talk, Commander." "Why is that?" "In case you have forgotten, the only reason I am here is because of you." Adele said, "I have already told you about the disparate situation I am in. It does not matter who it is. I am thankful for any help I can get. You should have thought of that before sending me here." Killian said, "I did not think you understood." "Adelaide." Adele startled. "The reason I sent you here is because I thought it would allow me to focus on my work." Adele was listening quietly. Killian said, "I would not have assigned you to this place had I known things would turn out this way." Adele said, "What do you mean?" "This is the area under the lease to surveillance in all San Fidelo." There was a whoosh, and Killian said, "There is no such thing as an easy job. But since you did not seem like someone who had to let herself get pushed around by the children, I thought it would be a good thing for you." There was a whoosh, and Killian said, "There is no such thing as an easy job. But since you did not seem like someone who had to let herself get pushed around by the children, I thought it would be a good fit for you." There was a whoosh that started. "I knew you would not allow these unruly children to get the best of you. That's all." Killian became silent and said, "So don't think I sent you here because I dislike you." "Well then," Killian bowed in front of Adele. Adele turned back and started walking step by step. Killian also turned and began walking. The wind was blowing strongly. "I never thought I'd be saying this about a ground man," but Adele smirked. How adorably dishonest of him. There was clamor and chatter. "Come on in, everyone." Adele smiled and said to Childs, "This is where they prepared all the food you eat." One child said, "But this is it, how lame." Adele smiled and said, "Lamb, I think you need to be taught how to be more appreciated." Jackie stood beside Adele and said, "It's fine, please calm down, my lady." Adele swiped toward Jackie and said, "You think it's fine?" These children need to be taught how to be respectful human beings before they can become anything else. Now, children, there's a time and place to speak your mind. You need to choose your words carefully, but this place really is lame. How would you like it if I called you lame while you were about to become knights and you're swearing in a ceremony? Adelie said, look at all these lame knights. The empire is doomed. I want you to think about that. A deep silence fell over the place. I thought so. Adele smiled and said, how's work going, by the way? Jackie replied, everything's going well as usual. Adele put a finger on her cheek, and she was listening, and Jackie said, I am more concerned about you, my lady. I thought you said you were going to change the commander's mind no matter what. Adele replied, well, I am not going to change the commander's mind. In that moment, Adele remembered what Kalyan had said, don't think I sent you here because I dislike you. Then Adele smiled by putting her finger on her chin and said, I think I am making progress. I knew he had started opening up to me that day when he asked if he could sit down next to me. Whether he is interested in me or not, at least I know that he no longer thinks of me as someone who only cares about money. I won't be enough to convince him to get married, but at least he has softened up a little. The problem is I need to think of something to break the layers of the ice covering his heart. There was Mambert, and Adele said it's time I pour some oil over him. Jackie replied, oil, what are you talking about? Jackie said, my lady, why is your face all red? Adele looked toward Jackie, and then she replied in surprise, my face. Adele blushed and said she's right, and it's not like the oven is on or anything. I was just thinking about Killian. Jackie asked, what's wrong, my lady? Adele sat in front of Jackie and started smiling and said, oh, nothing. It's just really hot in here. Let's not forget that I am not the protagonist here. The only thing I am entitled to in this world is an enormous amount of money, not romance. Adele turned and said, well, what do you think about this place, Nero? Nero said, it sucks. There's nothing but potatoes here. Nero kicked the potatoes and said they should really feed us better if they expect us to train hard. Adele looked toward him and said, you want, but I agree with you. Now that I think of it, something does not feel right. Our family has never been stingy when it came to sending funds to the San Fidelo temple. Jackie said, it does seem a little odd, my lady. Even the servants at our mansion are fed better than this. Adele grabbed the Nero. Adele said to Jackie, Sister Rebecca is the one in charge of the pantry, right, Jacqueline? Jackie replied to Adele, yes, I think she is in the back receiving today's food shipment as we speak. The Nero huffed with a hot breath and said, I have never met anyone as scary as her. Adele turned and said, let's go see her. I need to have a word with Sister Rebecca. Jackie replied, now, but I am supposed to wash and prepare the wheat for milling. Adele said, what? It seems Sister Rebecca won't give her a break. Jackie replied, I am just going to stay here, my lady. I am too scared of her. Adele leaned on Jackie and said, is she scarier than me? Jackie replied, no. Then Adele said, but don't worry. They will take care of the job for you. Jackie asked, who's they? Who do you think? And the little birdies. The children grabbed and rushed. They said, she said, it would help us with our swordsmanship. Apparently, it's some kind of training drill. The commander is going to be so happy. On the starry night, they walked by steps in the temple. Jackie came towards Adelie and said, wait, my lady, I heard that His Excellency is expected to arrive tomorrow. Don't you have more important matters to attend to? Adelie replied, this is one of them. Maybe I should just go alone. But are you sure? Adelie beamed and said, it's time to go stir up some trouble. Adele whispered in Jacqueline's ear. She said, here's what I want to do. On a dark, starry night, Rebecca stood in the temple's garden, praying and saying, everything will finally go back to normal tomorrow. Thank you, Lord. I can't wait to see that woman be told off by His Excellency, and burst into tears. Then Adele came and said, Sister Rebecca. Rebecca replied, oh, Sister Agnes. Adele shimmered slightly and spoke with a glow, that's never going to happen. I need to ask you something. Adele said about the pantry, I expect the San Fidelio temple to have a better food supply considering all the generous funding it receives. Rebecca replied, "What are you? Do you have a problem with our food?" All the ingredients used in the kitchen seemed to be of far lesser quality than average. I am sure you are aware of this yourself, since you come from a prestigious family. Rebecca said, "I don't think you know what you are talking about, Sister Agnes. We spend more than 50,000 rubles every week to be supplied with the highest quality food." Adele glared and said, 50,000 rubles every week. Adele said to Rebecca, "You have been paying all that money for that junk." Rebecca replied, "You could not find food of higher quality anywhere else, yet it seems even that is not up to your standard, Sister's hygienist." Adele said, "You would be right if that food was actually worth 50,000 rubles. Rebecca started and said, "What are you saying? Are you accusing me of lying right now?" Rebecca greeted and said, "How dare you? You had better take that back." Adele said, "I am not excusing anyone of anything for now, but I must get to the bottom of this." Adele turned and Rebecca said, "What do you plan to do?" Adele said, "If this has nothing to do with you, then someone else must be behind it." Someone arrived there on a horse cart, the sound of clip-clop echoing in the air. A man came, sighed, and said, "I am offended, Sister Rebecca. How could I ever think of messing with the food destined for this sacred temple?" Rebecca replied, "That's not what I meant. I just wanted to see if," the man said, "I admit that it's hard to avoid any damages during transit since the temple is located so far away in the mountains, but that does not change the fact that this is all food of the highest quality. Please feel free to check for yourself." How could she ever tell? "You said it yourself that the food here was similar to the food you used to have before coming to this temple." Rebecca said, "I did, but then I would like you to retract your accusations. You must understand I barely even make a profit considering how hard it is to transport food all the way here." Adele said, "Ask them, is that true?" The man replied, "Of course. Who is that? I have never seen her before." Adele stepped toward him and said, "And who might you be? Is it not rude to ask somebody that without introducing yourself first?" He replied, "I am Kurl from the Theros domain. As you may know already, it's the most well-known domain in the East." There was mumbling, and Adele said, "Wow, the East has really hit rock bottom." Adele pulled a cloth and said, "Pardon me?" "Oh, it's nothing. Thank you for introducing yourself." And then she swooshed the cloth. Kurl laughed, "Haha, it seems you have a great interest in produce. The food you see here is some of the freshest and rarest there is. The mushrooms you are looking at alone are worth. They are all rotten." Adele put the mushroom in her hand, and the Kurl said, "What did you just say?" Adele replied, "Allow me to answer your previous question first." He said, "My previous question," and then Adele swished and said, "Let me introduce myself." The man said in anger, "Those eyes, could it be?" Adele said, "Did you figure out who I am? That will save us some time. What's a lady of the Sergio family doing out here?" Adele said, "That's none of your business." Kurl said, "Excuse me, my lady, I am just a little confused." Adele said, by putting the mushroom in her hand, she said, "Not as much as I am, I bet. You call this food of the highest quality." She squeezed the mushroom in her hand and said, "Had I known the most highly reputed domain, the East, was corrupt like this, I would have crushed it a long, long time ago." She dropped the mushroom from her hand. Kurl said, "That's very rude of you. Just because you are from the great Sergio family, that does not mean you have the right to sabotage our goods." Adele gripped the basket and said, "Why is everyone so insistent on bringing our family down?" She pushed the mushroom basket down, and there was a tumble. Thus, Kurl said, "What was that for?" Adele smiled and said, "At least our family does not sell trash." Rebecca dashed and said, "Sister Agnes, what are you?" Adele said, "Please stay back." She grabbed the basket and said, "There is no need for you to dirty your hands with this. It appears you hastily defrosted last year's frozen leftovers. Even if all the spices are powdered, I wonder where you got these from. There was scattered. The wheat is 4 to 5 years old, at the very least." There was a crash, and a man shouted. Adele said, "If these ingredients spoiled on the way to this mountaintop as you claim, There probably was no need to come up to this road that my family laid in particular. Adele was frigid and said it would have all rotated anyway. Am I wrong? We have been providing ice and access to roads from the east into the south, free or charged from merchants. That's something we have done for the good of the public, not for an ingrate like you to take advantage of. That's something we have done for the good of the public, not for an ingrate like you to take advantage of. Kirill flinched and said, Lady Adelie? Adelie replied, disturbing this type of trash is completely up to your description, but it won't be allowed to enter my territory. Unfortunately for you, I don't discard petty cash like my father. Kirill said, but she inspected everything herself. She should have mentioned it on the spot if something was wrong. Rebecca was shocked and said, You can't blame me for all of this. Rebecca said, in front of Adelie, Adele said if you think our domain is the only party at fault, I would like to officially raise a complaint with the sister Rebecca as well. Kirill said, in my case, it's as simple as halting business with the temple, but as for you, you are going to be held responsible for this matter. I think it's best if we just talked it out, wouldn't you agree? We have never had problems before. Why? Adele crushed the mushrooms. I can't believe what a terrible person you are. Adele said in anger, Don't assume that all nobles are well off. You just happened to find out what kind of person Sister Rebecca was and decided to take advantage of her. The carol shouted and said it's not my fault that she fell for it. She should have known how to sort the good from the bad. Adele smirked and said, Who's the fool here? Huh! You just dug your own grave. It's a pity that you failed to realize the kind of person she really is. Carol said, Pardon is not the... She's just a nun. Just a nun? This person you are looking down on is someone with the God-given power of cursing people who do wrong. Rebecca fell silent. Why are you not being serious? Carol said, How could she have that kind of power but not be able to check for ingredient quality? Adele said, Do you know and understand why San Federico accepted such a person? She may be lacking in other areas, but her holy power is not to be underestimated. Adele said, Sister Rebecca, please do not forgive these heinous beings who decided to hurt you and Lord Ennis. Rebecca clenched her hand and said, Go on now, I know this is your forte, YH. Kirill laughed and said, Sister Rebecca, tell me this is not true. She is making it up, is she not? Rebecca rose and said, Such an honorable person like you would never do such a thing. Kirill mumbled and flinched, and he said, Dear Ennis, ruler of the heaven and earth's evil energy. Rebecca replied, A man who insulted your honorable servant stands before me. May your divine wrath pour down upon him. I will be sure to bring only the best ingredients next time, and I will continue to do so going forward. Please believe me. Carol dropped down in front of Rebecca and Adelie and then said, I beg for mercy next time. Adelie replied, is a phrase used by the victim extending forgiveness, not something that an assailant uses for a pledge. Anyway, I want you to donate every single ruble that you have embezzled in the name of San Fedelo and bring fresh ingredients in time for our breakfast tomorrow. 1,000 rubles should be sufficient for producing what we need. Carol slumped and said, Yes, but I don't have 1,000 rubles on me. Use this, you will pay me back later. Carol fell down with a thud. Rebecca said to Adelie, Sister Agnes, did you not say that you sent all your possessions back to your home? Where did this come from? Adelie laughed and said, Well, I knew you were not going to leave me if I did. Kirill held an envelope in his hand and placed his other hand behind his head and said, I'm sorry to interrupt, but even if I supply the ingredient again, you would not be able to notice it if it's too different from before. Adele said, What's the problem with that? You can just say that you have become a devotee follower. Kirill sat down in front of Adele and said, Pardon, but it's not that kind of sudden. Sister Rebecca is probably the only person I come into contact with here at the temple. Rebecca said so, what about her? Adele replied she is the strictest person in the temple and works harder than anyone to adhere to the word of Ennis. Carol laughed and said, Yes, ma'am, in any case, deceiving people is your specialty, so figure it out yourself. She had some tears of joy, or said some prayers, I don't care. He went away on a bullock cart, making a clip-clop sound. Adele turned and said, "Shall we go back? Everyone will start wondering where we are if we stay out here too long." Sister Rebecca, she looked towards Rebecca. And Rebecca replied, "You are greatly mistaken if you think that you have won me over." Adele looks towards Rebecca. "I know this may seem childish, but that cunning woman would never help me out if she did not gain anything from it. If in any way you are thinking that I have taken your side, you have directly misunderstood Sister Rebecca." Adele said, "The reason why I stepped in to help is because I know that you are devoted to what you do. It would be a loss to San Fidelo if someone like you were to be dismissed." Rebecca looks back toward Adele. Rebecca said, "Sister Agnes, how do you?" Adele grinned and replied, "It is not too difficult for one hard worker to recognize another." Adelaide said, "Besides these, there's no particular reason for me to try and win you over. Everyone else already opened up to me, so why would I need to?" A man approaches with step-step sounds and says, "Sister Agnes," and swished happens there, and the man falls silent. What in the world is going on here? There was something strange. Adele was sitting at the dining table, food was laid out on the table, and the colonel was sitting opposite her. Adele said, "Who knows? I suppose the merchant has welcomed Heiress into his heart at least," Colonel replied. "What, out of the blue?" Adele smiled and said it was likely thanks to Sister Rebecca's constant prayers, since she's always lived according to Heiress's divine will. After meeting someone as devoted as Sister Rebecca so many times, something must have clicked for him. Colonel and Michael were surprised. Michael said, "Wow." And Colonel said, "Incredible." Adele is eating, and Rebecca sits beside Adele, and she looks at Adele and falls silent. "I need to come to my senses. She will be leaving today anyway." Rebecca stands and says, "Please excuse me." Michael entered by walking step by step. Michael said to Kellyan, "Commander, do you have a minute?" Kellyan replied, "Not now. It's regarding Lady Adelaide." Kellyan flinched, and he whooped. Michael replied, "If I feel you should be aware of this. During the daytime, there are lush green trees, and in the temple ground, Nero and a boy are playing. It's been a while since I had such a hearty meal. I feel great. I am glad to hear that Colonel Leonard's little guys look more lively as well." Nero said, "They sure do." Adele clapped and said, "Everyone, it's time to go back inside." Then Nero said, "Can't we stay and watch a little longer?" The other boy said, "We want to become knights just like them." Adelaide bowed and held Nero's arm and said, "Unfortunately, that won't happen just by watching them." Adele cleaned the narrow sleeves and said a real knight's sleeve would be stained with the enemy's blood, not chocolate. Colonel came there and stood behind the children. "Of course chocolate washes out, but laziness does not. So you should at least go train or wash your clothes instead of wasting your time if you truly want to be knights." Colonel puts his fist on his mouth and says, "Ahem, I agree His Excellency will soon return, so let's go get tidied up." The kid asked His Excellency. "He is set to arrive this afternoon. Are you going to greet him looking like that?" The Nero said, "Oh." Adele tapped Nero's shoulder and said, "And Nero, did I not repeatedly tell you to speak up if you have something to say instead of scowling?" Nero said, "Are you really leaving?" Adele said, "Huh?" Nero said, "The priest said that you were only staying until you met His Excellency. Do you have a favor to ask him?" Adele said, "Nero?" Nero replied, "If you do, maybe I can help. I have been good until now and did not even get kicked out, so if I ask my father, I am sure he will." Adele was shocked and said, "Oh my." Adele patted Nero's head and said, "What a surprise. I had no idea you wanted to help me." Nero replied, "What are you doing?" Adele said, "You are so adorable, but you have to grow up before you can come to my rescue." Adele holds Nero's hand and says, "Now, let's go on inside." Nero flushed and said, "Let's go, someone's going to see." Adele replied, "Who cares if they do?" She turned and said, "You are just a little kid." And the Kellyan comes there, in front of Adele. They felt silent, and Adele said, "Commander," Kellyan said, "Lady Adele, I'd like to have a word with you." Adele replied, "Right now." She said, "Then please give me a moment. Let me take the children inside first." Kalyan said that should not be necessary. If they truly want to become knights, they should be able to walk themselves back inside. Killian glared. I don't think they need their hands' help for something like that. Adele said, I can't tell if he really tried to slow down for me the other night. He entered the temple with Adelie, and some boys were bowing there. He walks very fast. Adele huffed and said, Commander, where are we going? Kalyan turned back and looked toward Adelie and said, Did you go out last night? Adelie replied, How did you? Kalyan said, Is it something I should not know about? She said, No, not necessarily. Kalyan replied, So you did go out? Adele said, Yes, I did. What about it? Kalyan replied, What about it? Adele said, I don't know what you are worried about. But I have not done anything that would cause you trouble. He said, What do you mean by trouble? You probably think that I did something that would ruin the temple's reputation. Adele said, I am sure you have a lot on your mind since you are filling in for His Excellency. But I can assure you, I have done nothing wrong. You don't have to treat me like a sinner. Killian frowned. Killian said, I was told that you and Sister Rebecca met with someone at the West End Terrace last night. Adelie flinched and sighed and said, Oh. Killian replied, Did I not warn you the other night? Why do you do this? Adelie said, It seems you are already convinced that I did something wrong. He said, Lady Adelie. Adelie replied, If someone witnessed me that night, I assume you have already been notified of the details as well. What did you hear? Did they report that I threatened the man? Or did they say that I bribed him? Kalyan replied, That's not the point here. She said, So you have already come to your own conclusion. Kalyan became silent. And then said, I don't know why I bother explaining myself. She replied, The fact is that you don't trust me anyway, Commander. There was hesitance, and Adele smiled and said, Regardless of what you heard, you would not be so angry right now if you trusted me. Nor would you have dragged me over here while the children were watching. Kalyan said, Adelie, and Adelie replied, Look, I already know that you are not very fond of me, but that does not give you the right to treat me this way. It seems only right that I wrap things up here. She turned, and Kalyan said, That's not what I meant. Adelie replied, But I mean, this is what I expected too much to begin with. I will be returning home. Adelie and Kaelin were standing face to face. She said, After I am gone, everything will go back to the way it was. You will finally be able to breathe again. Please allow me to congratulate you in advance. Kalyan furrowed and asked, Congratulations? Adele bowed and said, And I beg your pardon for my imperative behavior during my time here. She said, I will ask for His Excellency's forgiveness when I get a chance to see him. Kalyan reached near the Adelie and said, No, you can't just leave like this. She replied, Yes, I can. She halted his hand and said, Since you, Commander, are not the type of person who would grab a woman's hand without consent, and then Adelie turned back. Kalyan lowered his hand. Then Adele said, But I hope you will think about this at least once. You probably see me. Only how you want to see me. Kalyan flinched. Adele said, I hope you realize that, Commander. Kalyan said, Last night at the West End Terrace you met someone with Sister Rebecca. Adelie smiled and said, Oh. Kalyan said, Did I not tell you last time, why you? Adelie replied, You always assume I have done something wrong. He said, Lady Adelie? Adelie replied, If someone saw me, I would know it would not be that simple. What else did he say? Did he say I threatened that man? Or did he say, I bribed that man? Kalyan said, That's not the point right now. Adelie said, I guess it's everything. Kalyan became quiet. You know what? The most important thing is that you don't trust me anyway. Adelie said, No matter what anyone said, if you believed me, there would be no reason to be so angry. You would not have dragged me in front of kids. Kids think I am a sinner. Kalyan said. Adele, Adelie replied, I know the fact that you don't like me, even if you don't do that. But that does not mean it's okay to be like that. I think it's better if I take the lead. Kalyan said. That's not what I meant. Adelie replied. That's what I mean. I was hoping that I couldn't make it from the start. I will go back. Audley smiled and said, If I go back, you won't have to suspect me like this. Congratulations in advance because you will be able to stay peaceful like before. Kalyan was shocked and said congratulations. Adelaide bowed and said, I hope you will forgive me for my rudeness as an agent of the Archbishop. She said, I asked the Archbishop for forgiveness if I have a chance someday. Kalyan replied, No, you can't go like that. No, stop. Kalyan moved his hand toward Adelaide, and she said, I am okay with it, but I don't think you are the one who can grab a woman's hand without her permission. Adelaide looked back at Kalyan, and she said, But I hope you think about it. The person who is standing in front of you right now, if it's different from the way you always want to think of me. Adelaide said, If you realize that, I would not be a loss for you either. A ceremony is taking place in the temple. There was children are clapping, cheering, and shouting hurrah, while Nero holds a garland and his garland was placed on an old king, and he began to say, Did I do something wrong? I left word that a welcome ceremony was unnecessary. Were you standing in the sun for too long while awaiting my arrival? Nero said, no. The king asked, Did you skip your meal? Nero replied, No. Children were nervous, and the king said, Or maybe you are just not glad to see me. Kalyan bowed down on his knees and said, Welcome back, Your Excellency. The king said, Thank you, Commander. I appreciate your hard work during my absence. Kalyan replied, Please head inside. I have much to report. The king replied, Of course, but I would like to know something first, if that's okay. Kalyan said, Yes, Your Excellency. The king asked, Kalyan, why is everyone so gloomy? The king is standing, and in front of him, Michael, the colonel, and Rebecca are standing with great respect, bowing slightly. The king asked, So Lady Adelaide was here? Michael replied, She was supposed to stay until you returned, but what was the reason for her sudden departure? Kalyan felt silent. Michael glanced and said, Well, it was because Lady Adelaide seemed to have broken the rules of San Fidelo. King asked, Can you elaborate? Kalyan shouted and said, Michael. Kalyan glared at Michael and said, Do not speak rashly. Michael said sweetly, What I meant was, King said, There's no need to hold anything back. I need to know what happened. Commander, I'd like to ask you as well, is it for my sake that you are preventing him from speaking the truth? Kalyan clenched. There was a hesitant last night. The lady met with the merchant who serves our temple and handed him some money. The king asked, Is that true? Michael replied, Yes, Your Excellency. Michael said it was difficult to deny that it happened because the food we received the following day was completely different from what we regularly received. I don't feel comfortable saying these things, but at the same time, illegal practices at the temple can't be tolerated. Moreover, if her actions are not revealed, the commander will only be misunderstood for being inhospitable. Kalyan stood quietly. Then Michael said she was also found pressuring the merchant before handing him the money. Sister Rebecca was with her, so she can attest to all of this. Rebecca stood behind Michael. So, I assume the commander dismissed Lady Adelaide after her actions were exposed. Rebecca winced and said, that? I did not dismiss her. The king glanced. I understand you may all leave. The commander and I have more to discuss. The door was clacked. The king said His Majesty's illness is becoming more serious. He supposedly had me stay there so long in order to find out about your future plans. The Killian fell quiet. You should start preparing that will soon return to its true form. Though you might be fine for a short time while you stay here at the temple, your true identity will be revealed sooner or later. Kalyan said, I am quite indifferent to that matter. After all, I let go of everything when I decided to come here. There is nothing I need to know, nor will that knowledge do me any good. The king said, Is that so? Then what is it that's concerning you? Your reaction to the previous topic was quite different than what I would have expected. Kalyan flinched. The king said the woman said to him, I understand why Her Grace asked me to return immediately in that letter. The king said, I am having a hard time comprehending she is but a lady of a noble family. It does not seem like something you should be bothered about. Kellyanne turned and looked at the king and said, "What brings you to that conclusion, Your Excellency?" "From what I heard, Lady Adelaide apparently adapted to this temple fairly well, but after what happened, it became clear that this place did not suit her." Kellyanne said, "Your Excellency," the king replied, "Oh, and I was told there was something that she wanted to discuss with me. Would you happen to know what that was?" Kellyanne blunted and said no. The king said, "I see. If you don't know, then I guess I can't be helped. Right now, it may be sad to see her go, but that emptiness will soon vanish. Besides, the tasks that were assigned to her were fairly insignificant." And the Kellyanne replied, "Insignificant? Who told you such things?" "I was informed that she took care of the kitchen and the children. Other volunteers can easily fill those roles, so it won't be a big deal." "With all due respect, I do not agree," Kellyanne replied. "A great deal of work is required in the kitchen. Sister Agnes was always diligent when it came to her duties, and she also did the best that she could with taking care of the children. It's neither rank nor family background that determines where you belong. That is decided by one's will. Sister Agnes was never picky about the tasks she was assigned and always took on anything. She never looked down on anybody and never neglected her work." Kellyanne said her way of doing things might not be typical or standard, but she is a diligent and persistent person. The king sat on the chair and listened to the Kellyanne. "And then why did you dismiss someone like that?" "Commander, if you were able to notice the lady's good points, other people would have undoubtedly noticed them too." Kellyanne asked other people. "I am sure she was surrounded by plenty of gentlemen." The king said, "If she resembles her father, I am sure she is a striking beauty." Kellyanne replied, "That's true." "No, I mean," the king said, "I am well aware that you have no interest in that whatsoever." "How fortunate! Although you may have dismissed her, other people did not." Kellyanne said, "Never? Have I dismissed her?" He turned. There was a flutter. And Kellyanne said, "I did not forget for a moment who the person in front of me was." Kellyanne thought that she said, "This floor we are standing on, I could have it covered entirely in gold." Kellyanne began to leave, and the king, "Where are you heading out so suddenly?" Kellyanne replied, "You must be tired from your journey. I will leave you to get some rest." Then, a door was clacked. Rebecca stood in front of the door. Kellyanne opened the door, and she said, "Commander, I need to tell you something." Kellyanne replied, "What is it, Sister Rebecca?" She said there was a misunderstanding. "I should have explained earlier." Kellyanne said, "His Excellency is inside. You may go speak with him." Rebecca said, "I had liked for you to hear this too, since you were surveilling her." Kellyanne said, "You are mistaken." She said, "It's true that I was observing her." Kellyanne looked toward Rebecca and said, "But I never kept her under surveillance." "Maybe we were a bit rash, my lady. We could have set out tomorrow." Jackie said, "What did the commander say? Was it something you could not tolerate even for a little while?" Adele replied, "Tolerate? Impossible." Jackie replied, "His Excellency is probably back by now. If we explain, he will. They are walking step by step. Sure, then he would perhaps provide us with a carriage to return home, but would not that be a good thing? Just look at where we are. It will take forever to make it down ourselves." There was a forest. "And there is Wahash started." Jackie said, "Don't you think we'd be better off going back and getting a carriage?" Adele replied, "We can take a break here if you are tired." Jackie shouted. She was holding a box in her hand and said, "A break? No, we need to hurry before the sun sets." Adele became quiet, and Jackie said, "Nevertheless, this is very out of character for you." Adele replied, "What do you mean?" Jackie replied, "My lady, you would never do anything that would result in a loss, yet you just left the temple out of anger. You don't think the past 2 weeks have gone to waste?" Adele said, "Not really. Why are you not worried at this rate? We will be lucky if we even make it down this derided mountain before nightfall. We will be sleeping out here if we don't make it in time." Jackie was shocked, and Adele sat down and said even if it came down to that, it should not be a problem. Jackie slumped and replied, I should have at least packed some food for the both of us. Some of my belongings are still at the temple too. Adele said it's okay. We can come back for them next time. Jackie started crying and said, but we were kicked out. Is the next time even possible? And where are we going to get the energy to walk? There is nothing to eat around here. Adele focused on Jackie and said, what do you mean, nothing? We are in the great outdoors. And Adele sprang and said, oh my, look at that. Jackie said, huh? There was a cute red animal. Adele looked at it and said, what is it? A dog? A fox? Jackie replied, either. It does not have much fur. How interesting. I have never seen an animal like it before. She sniffed it and said, eek. I hope it's not an evil creature. Adele said, it does not seem lost. Maybe it's been left alone. I heard that many rare animals live around here since San Fidelo has been a restricted area for so long. Adele rubbed the animal and said, oh my, come here, little one. Jackie asked, are you going to bring it along, my lady? Adele replied, it does not look like it has a mom. Well, we will look after it for as long as we can. Jackie said, but you are the one who said that sympathy should not be taken lightly. If we care for it just for a bit, and then abandon it, that would be. Adele replied, why would we let it go? Did you not just say we had to care for it for as long as we can? She, Adele, is rubbing the animal. I did, then we can book it if we need to. You said we did not have any food, right? The animal began dunned. The animal said, my lady. The animal becomes wriggly and struggles. The Adele said, where do you think you are going, little one? Worst case scenario. This much meat should be sufficient. We need to prioritize our lives, after all. Jackie smiled and said, yes, of course. Adele smiled and said, by taking the animal, don't worry, we won't do anything to you yet. We still don't know what it is, but the moment this little creature came to us, its destiny was to become either a friend or food, an emergency food supply or a noble family's pet, Adele said, so which will it be? Are you not curious? Last night you wanted me to bring Major General Michael to the west entrance. Do you think he will really go there if I ask him? Adele said, he will, don't worry. Major General Michael is an earnest man. He is equally attentive to everyone, even volunteers. Above all, he hides nothing from Killian. Anything that he witnesses will definitely reach the commander's ears. Adele smiled and said, just make up something like you heard ghost sounds in that area and the children are frightened. Jackie replied, okay, I will follow your orders. But why are you doing this? Adele smiled and said, because it's a great place to witness the illegal act that I am about to commit. Rebecca's pride and respect for this temple run deep. She probably despised my last-minute superficial devotion to the faith. I am sure that's the reason she was so critical and wary of me. It's impossible for someone like her to plot a scheme with the merchant and deceive the temple. So there's only one conclusion. Adele said she was cheated badly. The donations I gave them were certainly not for that kind of use. Even if your finances are plentiful, there's no such thing as invaluable money. Adele said this should be more than enough. Carol sat down in front of Adele and said, oh yes, sure thing. Punishing a Yarok who dared to play with my money was not enough to quell my anger. I wanted something more. I'd like to have a word with you. A misunderstanding works like a charm. When you are trying to make progress in a short period of time, Killian would never ignore his sense of guilt from misjudging an innocent person. And Rebecca is not the type of person to stay indebted to me, someone she utterly hates. Reluctantly, she will speak the truth. Once the commander learns of what actually happened, there is no way he would just let me go after wrongly accusing me. He is aware that I left empty-handed. At the very least, he would come after us because of that. Adele said, I can see through you, Commander, but it did make me quite nervous to think that you might have really grabbed my hand back then. But if my calculations are correct, he should have arrived by now. There was a rustle started in the forest. Clip-clopping, they galloped swiftly while neighing. There was a whoosh started. Killian rode in, galloping his horse, and shouted loudly, Lady Adele. Please wait. Adele turned and looked back and said, Commander, you took longer than expected. Adele said, Commander? She said to Kellyan, what brings you here? Surely you would not have come for me. Oh, could it be that Sister Rebecca? Adele glowed, said her left is her good side? I told her several times not to say anything. I don't know what you heard, but Kellyan said I did not hear a thing. Adele said, Pardon? I mean, why not? Kellyan said, What do you mean, why not? Adele replied, Should you not listen to what someone has to say? After all, you are our representative for His Excellency. But what if Sister Rebecca had something important to say? Kellyan tapped his feet down. I paid no attention because nothing would have changed my mind. He stepped toward Adele and said, Lady Adele, forgive me for saying this, but you are very mistaken about me. I don't quite understand what you mean by what I am trying to say. He holds Adele's hand and says, I don't hesitate when taking hold of what I want. Kellyan said, So now that I am pleading, please return to the temple. Do I have the wrong definition of plead? Is something the matter? Adele replied, That's my question for you, Commander. You told me to leave, and now. Kellyan blunted and said, When did I ever say that? So you are denying it. I am well aware that you dislike me, and have I ever once said that I dislike you? Emotions can be understood even without words. Besides, you never gave me a straight answer, so I took it as a sign to leave. Are you saying I was supposed to just carry you over my shoulder and lock you up in my room? I will bear that in mind next time. Jackie said, Adele sighed and replied, Ha, fine, you. Why did you really come here, Commander? Kellyan scoffed and said, You can't possibly be so clueless. How disappointing. I thought that a lady of the proud Sergio family would be different. What does any of this have to do with my family? That's because it is no longer only your family, of course. Adele was confused and said, Pardon? Wait, hold on a second, are you saying that you are serious about marrying me? Kellyan replied, Why were you joking about the proposal? Adele said, Well, no, but this is all happening too fast. My original plan was to hesitantly accept his apology and make him feel guilty by looking dejected. Kellyan replied, This is rather troubling. I never thought that the heir of the Sergios would fail to recall a proposal she made to someone. Adele said, I did not forget it. I am just shocked. I never thought that you would accept my offer. Kellyan coolly replied, An offer? I see. I am glad you did not forget. Well, based on your background, I knew you would not be the irresponsible type. Adele said, Of course, I always keep my word. It would have been great if you had kept yours as well. The animal glanced. I will as long as you put an end to your tricks and games. Adele said, Excuse me, tricks and games? Did I not make it clear from the beginning? Time is of the essence for me. I don't have time for that. You always stayed near me. She slipped into Kellyan's hands. Kellyan held Adele's hand and said, You may continue to do so going forward. Moving forward step by step, she came ahead and said, Focus, I can't laugh now. Kellyan replied, You may laugh if you wish. Adele quipped and said, Me? Oh, it's the same as back then. Adele said, You can laugh at me if you wish. Adele said, No, there's no need to. Marriage is no laughing matter after all. That's too bad. Why so? She stepped forward and said, You said that this marriage would be a significant event that will change your life. Kellyan replied, Hence, I thought you would smile for me at least once. Adele clenched and said, He is so blunt, and said, Are all nights like this? I have to maintain a strong poker face, yet I find myself flustered and struggling to hold back laughter. Kellyan truly may be the perfect companion to brighten up our dull married life. She moved forward and Adele along with Kellyan. Kellyan said, His Excellency has returned. I think I had best inform him before going back home. Adele gasped and said, Just a second, there is something I have to take with me. Kellyan asked, What might that be? Adele said, I am not entirely sure, but I promise to look after I have to maintain my credibility as a merchant, you know. Adele picks up the animal and says its mother does not seem to be around. I am going to raise it until it can live on its own. don't worry, I am going to take good care of you. Commander reached his hand to the sword. Adele said, Commander, why don't you try? Commander? There was a wish, and Adele said, no, don't hurt it. It's innocent. It has not harmed anyone. The animal's eyes were twinkling. Did you react that way? Because it's an evil creature? Kalyan replied, no, it's not. Adele said, then there should not be a problem with keeping it right. Kalyan put his hand on his head, and he sighed and said, how in the world? Adele said, pardon? Kalyan turned and said, never mind, it's nothing. Adele moved a step and said, oh, and feel free to ask if you have any questions about me. Kalyan replied, questions? Adele said while smiling, yes, such as whether or not I have any allergies or what my likes and dislikes are. Anything, we should get to know each other better from now on. Kalyan looks at Adele and feels quiet and then thinks, I need to find out about the creature in her arms too. Very well then. Adele looks at Kalyan and says, why don't you start by telling me about yourself, my fiancé? What a pleasant surprise to hear such good news about the young master of the renowned Sergio family and our commander. The king smiled and said, oh ho, who knew you two would end up together like this? Adele smiled and said, thank you, your excellency. I am sure it's all by the will of Heiress. Just looking at him fills me with awe. He is like the incarnation of benevolence, but also seems the insight that allows him to peer into one's soul. Not only that, but he is also the father figure of all the priests and knights here. Adele thought, in a sense, he is my future father-in-law. The king said connections between men and women can be quite unpredictable. So how did you handle this relationship in such a short time? Adele glanced and said, well, it's all because of him. Your Excellency, representative of Heiress, I seek your permission for our marriage. The king said to Kalyan, Commander, what? The commander bowed on his knees. Kalyan determined that I will not stand until you give us your approval. Adele laughed ha 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 and thought, he is so impatient. But I can go against my concessions here at the temple. It's probably better to be completely transparent about this. I am very sorry, Your Excellency, but it's not going to be the kind of marriage you are thinking of. It's all because of the situation that I am in. I did feel like it was a bit sudden, but it is something that the two of you already decided on. How can this old man have any say in it? I do, however, have a request. Adele politely said, please tell us what it is. We will try our best to do what you ask of us. The king replied, no matter how it turned out this way, I can't request anything regarding this blessed marriage. She said then, I ask that you do not rescind a decision that you have already made. She thought, what does he mean by that? And Adele said, yes, of course. The king said, I believe that you are well aware of the importance of keeping your word. The responsibilities of marriage are not too different from that. Adele replied, yes, Your Excellency. Adele smiled and thought, does he mean something like non-refundable after opening? The king said to Adele and Kalyan that you must stick to your decisions, especially those that only happen once in a lifetime. No matter what kind of circumstances you run into in the future, you must persevere. The king said, like finding out about an unknown secret, for example. Adele thought, does he have a defect or something? I have already heard that his family was of unknown nobility, and I've also confirmed his rank and personality. So Dazzling could not possibly have a defect, or maybe it's a problem with birth. Adele smiled and then said, please don't be concerned. I have never once gone back on my decisions. The king replied, that's good to hear. Well, I'm sure you have a long journey ahead. You should get going. Adele said, thank you, Your Excellency. The king said, before you set off, I'd like it if you would take a vow. Adele smirked and then said, I don't think a vow is necessary for something like this, and I'd hate to take up any more of your time. The king, unyielding, said, don't worry about me. This old man has nothing else he could do for you both. It would put me more at ease. Adele stepped back and said, but I think someone like me is undeserving. The Kalyan bowed on his knees and said, Commander, the king said, well, then shall we get started? The commander is waiting. Adele smiled and said, I see. There was shine everywhere. And said our great Lord Heiress, please Please shine your light upon this couple and their future. Everything there began to shine, and Adelie and Kylene were kneeling before the king as he placed his hands on both of their heads. Adele thought, why is this getting so serious? The king said, may your power bring them together as one. Adele thought it had just been a simple blessing. I feel like my whole body is being weighed down the more the light shines. And whoever turns their back on this holy union, Kylene said, shall atone for it with death. Adele was shocked and said, what? Kylene replied, the price for the sin of betraying any trust shall be paid with this lowly life. Adele said, don't tell me I have to say that too. I still barely know this guy. The king raised his hands, and they began to glow and float upwards. And then king said, oh ho, I feel more relieved now that you have taken your vows. Kylene held Adelie's hand, and she thought, why does it feel like he is only referring to me? The king said, Lady Adelaide, you do agree to this, don't you? Adelie replied, oh. Kylene looks at Adelie, and she says the heir of the Sergio family does not make promises that they cannot keep. I don't know about this holy blessing and all, but I can guarantee one thing, Your Excellency is the representative of the great news, Adelie said. I, Adelaide Sergio, solemnly vowed that. She holds Kylene's hand and says, this honorable knight beside me will forever be able to have all that he could ever want. Kylene looks at Adelie, and Adelie says, placing her hand on her chest, and live a flourishing life. This man just took the South's greatest woman of fortune as his wife. That was all so sudden. Adele said, why did you not tell me beforehand? Kylene asked about. She whispered about what His Excellency just did. Kylene stared, and she said, that blessing or vow? Kylene leaned on Adele, and Adele said, or whatever. I was taken by surprise. Kylene said, I could not hear you. Can you say that again? Adele replied, you could have just asked me to speak louder. I was just saying that everything His Excellency did a minute ago was all too sudden. I am sure you were surprised too, Commander. Kylene said, maybe I was? Just like when you proposed to me out of the blue. Adele smiled and said, we are not talking about that right now. Kylene said, it's only routine for His Excellency to bless someone. It's nothing to be concerned about. Adele replied, really? Adele puts her hand on her chest. I feel a little relieved. Maybe I have heard too many rumors. I thought making a worm like that was something really big. Adele glanced. Kylene was listening to Adele and felt quiet. Adele looked at Kylene. She said, I thought I was used to being close to him, but I guess I was wrong. There was a chatter and clamor started, and Adele swished to Kylene. Adele said, the carriage is ready, we should get going. I need to pack up some food for the little creature I brought along too. Kylene turned and said, go on ahead of me. I will be there in a minute. Adele replied, where are you going? He replied, there is one more thing I need to discuss with His Excellency. Congratulations again, Commander. You have chosen a truly extraordinary person to be your wife, Kylene replied. Your Excellency. But to think that it was found by her. Kylene replied, everything will be fine. I am going to keep a close eye on it. I was worried that I would not ever wake up, but now that it has, it will eventually come to its senses. When that day comes, you may finally be able to get what you wish for, Kylene. Anyway, did you enjoy my gift? Kylene asked for your gift? The king glowed and said, yes, I personally bless the both of you. The covenant of Scylla is an intensive vow of solidarity that can become either a blessing or a curse, depending on whether it is kept or not. This ancient vow can be granted only by the representative of God. The king said, after I saw that Lady Adele had brought it along, I thought it would be for the better to take some measures in advance. She cleverly avoided answering my questions, but that won't be too big of an issue. Because at the very least, she won't be able to give it away to anyone else. Kylene said, what she chooses to do with it does not matter to me. I already put my life on the line a long time ago because I believed that it was the right thing to do and that there were no other options. However, the difference is that Kylene glanced and stood beside the window, and Adele stood with Jackie in the temple ground, And she said, then back then, my heart did not beat the way it does now. Jackie said to Adelie, you really are amazing, my lady. Adelie said, King said, I know you are more than capable of handling things on your own, but if the imperial palace hears about this, they won't sit back and do nothing. Kalyan turned back, and he replied, what they do does not matter to me. Have you thought about how Lady Adelie will react when she finds out? Kalyan flinched. He said, this is a serious issue. I can't stay. It does not concern me. Of course, these are all words, but still I have taken precautions for when something truly does happen. Thank you, Your Excellency. The king said, it feels nice to finally hear those words from you. May I ask you a favor while you are here? The king said, am I asking too much of a newlywed? Lady Adelaide may not be too happy. If she becomes aware that I have asked you to execute the evil creator, Kalyan replied, it will be fine. Kalyan pulled his gloves, and he said she won't find out. I won't let even one drop of blood touch me. It's daytime, the surroundings are lush and damp, and the horse carriage has arrived and come to a halt. Adele looked back. She was putting the animal in her hand, and she said, oh, you are back. What were you doing? Sightseeing. I think this little creature wanted to look outside. Are you feeling better now, Commander? She said, you asked the driver to stop so you could get some fresh air. Do you perhaps have a headache? Kalyan said, no, I am all right. Adelie said, I wonder why you suddenly got motion sickness. We passed all of the rough roads earlier. Maybe I should have gone with you. Kalyan replied, no, it's fine. Kalyan and Adelie felt quiet, and Adelie smiled and thought, is he saying he wants to maintain a distance between us? That's a bit upsetting. She said, I will explain everything in detail later, but since we are short on time, I will start with the important things. Contract terms can come later. First and foremost, House Sergio and the domain are a lot different from the temple. Kalyan sits in front of Adele and says, is that so? Kalyan said, how much of the world has he experienced? His appearance radiates dignity and elegance, so he won't be looked down on or ostracized. But the people around me are just, ugh. Adele touches her hand to her head, and she is stressed about a tower of money. Greedy humans who are after it. Kalyan asked, do you have a headache? Adele replied, oh no, I am fine. Kalyan said, lean back on the seat. It could be because we came down from the high elevation. Adelie thought, is he concerned about me? Commander, as I mentioned before, my father. Kalyan replied. Yes, I know you said that Count Sergio is quite strict and meticulous. Adele clenched her fist and said he does not look down on someone because of their family background or financial status, though. You won't need to worry about that. I shall protect this man. Kalyan gazed and said, then what about you, Lady Adelie? What do you think of me? Adele and Kalyan were sitting face to face. Adele grinned and said, what do you mean you are the person I choose to marry? If I were to nitpick about all of that, I would not have come this far. Kalyan said, and also you would not have done the dishes or pulled the weeds every day. Adele replied, that's correct. I knew we had to be on the same page. He is different from the other men who felt intimidated by my status and assessed. So anyway, you won't need to worry about things like that. People will think differently than you. They were going in a horse cart, clip-clopping along the way. Adele replied, you can't please all of them anyway. Of course, it'd probably be a different story if I were to marry an imperial prince. Kalyan stared, and Adele said, what's wrong, Commander? The animals started squeaking, and Adele said, all right. Kalyan said, I guess you really like the animals? Adele replied, not really, but for some reason I feel attached to this one. Adele nuzzled the animal and said, I can't ignore it. I feel like something good is going to happen if I take care of it. Kalyan replied, you really are suited to be the owner of the domain. Adele smiled and said, and you are suited to be the husband of that domain owner. She said, we should give this creature a name. But do you think it would be nice if its name were Belrog? Kalyan said, Belrog? Belrog sounds good. Adele replied, Belrog, does that not sound a little too grand? It's still a cub, so I think something cute and bright would. Kalyan said, no, it's perfect. Adele thought maybe he's more interested in animals than I thought he was. Adele was looking at the animal she held in her hands. And she said, is that so? What do you think? Do you like it? The animal stared. Waver shook Adele. You should put it down. Adele lifts the animal and thinks, what was that just now? You don't want to pamper it too much, or it will get spoiled. All I did was look at it. You can adore it as much as you like, but it's important to start training it early. Is it? Kalyan replied, of course, the same applies to our children in the future. Kalyan thought, whatever? Adele replied, oh, I see. I did not see that one coming. In any case, my head cleared up thanks to him. They began to leave, clip-clopping along. Look, it's a carriage from House Sergio. There was chatter and clamor. I wonder who's inside. Can you see? We have entered the city, so it won't be long until we arrive. They started moving ahead with the sound of clip-clop echoing beneath the car. They began clamoring and chattering. Is it Count Sergio? Or Lady Adelaide? Adele opened the box by clicking and said, I did not think we would make it back so soon. Adele grabs her hair and says, I don't know if my family is home or not. If they are, how am I supposed to explain this situation to them? Kaylin replied, is an explanation necessary? They are your family. Adele said, that's exactly why I need one, because they are my family, and she became quiet. The ribbon would be perfect right about here. By the way, what is your perception of family, Commander? Kalyan replied, well, you quarrel with each other from time to time, look after each other, and help each other when in need. Or, regarding the quarreling part of your description, bear only that in mind and forget everything else. Adeline tied a ribbon in her hair. Adele clacked down from the carriage and said, I hate saying this to you, but whatever kind of family you are thinking of, welfare exceeds those expectations. Kellyanne said, Adele, is it really to that extent? Adele raised her hand toward Kellyanne. And she said, do you want to make a bet? In House Sergio, a deep dun-dun sound began to echo from that very spot. Welcome back, my lady! Adeline entered, holding the pet in her arms, and everyone bowed to greet her. Adele asked, where's Noela? A man said, oh, Lady Noela is out with Sir Jerox for her wedding dress fitting. Adele replied, it appears she took all of the attendants with her. The man said about that, I think it was because she was not aware that you would be returning today. Adele turned and said, yes, of course, she would not have done that had she known. I may not be perfect, but in my father's absence, I am clearly the master of this household. It's customary for everyone to come out and greet me upon my return, but Adele scoffed and thought she must have really tried to stir things up around here. The man said, I will send word for her to come back. Adele replied, oh, don't worry about it. Just bring me a list of all the attendants that are here right now. Be sure not to miss any one of them. Everyone was clasped and shocked there. Adele glanced and thought, oh, and said, Commander. The Kalyan turned. And he said, Adele? The man turned and looked toward the Kalyan and said, my lady, who is it? Adele shined and replied, he is human. I confirmed it. The man started a dumb stroke, and Kalyan said, why are you smiling? Adele replied, because I am happy. She asked, where is father? The man said, oh, Count. Sergio will return around dinner time. He said there was an explosion accident on his way back here. I shall have the kitchen prepare an extra meal for dinner. Adele said, all right. She thought I still had time to warn him about a few more things. She said, oh, I need you to prepare food for this little creature, and please set up a room for it in the glass garden. She squeezed the animal. She said, we are going to rest a bit until father returns. Has my room been tidied up? The man said, of course, it is ready for you to relax in. You must be tired from the journey. She said, everyone thinks I went on a vacation. The man replied, and I will go prepare the guest's room right away. Adele said, that won't be necessary. The man said, but you said you were going to rest. Adele smiled and said, yes, in my room. The man started to stir. It would be a waste of time to stay apart when there is so much we have to learn about each other. What people expect of me is flawless competence, not a victorious reputation. The man asked, "Is there anything else you need?" She replied, "Please resume my engagement preparations." It's bound to happen with whoever. She moved forward with kalyan. A beautifully ornate dish sat before her, filled with steaming, fragrant food. "Shet, oh heavens, I haven't had this in such a long time." "Now this is happiness," she said. "Please, I should send some to the children at the temple. I feel bad for leaving without a farewell." Kalyan said, "You are going to send them that?" Adele picks up a dessert in her hand and says, "Of course, who does not like dessert? Do you not enjoy this, Commander? It's so sweet and fragrant that it's more than enough to weaken one's sense of reason. You are not interested in having some of the kalyan moved and stepped." He held his hand on the sofa and said, "I am very interested, actually." Adele was sitting on the sofa. At that moment, Kalyan quietly stepped behind the couch. She slowly turned to look at him. And Kalyan said, "What's not to like about sweet and fragrant things?" Adele said, "I see. Then would you like a slice of pie?" Kalyan stared and said, "No, thank you." She thought, so he likes sweet but not pie. Then what does he want? "By the way, yes," Kalyan whined and said, "if you are worried that your reputation might get ruined by me being in your room before an official engagement," Adele replied, "I am not. It's good that you are here." Adele clinked the cup of tea and said, "There is no safer place to plan things, such as, would you come here for a moment?" Kalyan's eyes twinkled. "I don't have any ulterior motives. It's just that my father is a prospect. He is immediately going to doubt our relationship if we keep our distance like this." Adele said, "I think it will be beneficial if we stay a bit closer." She thought he was fast. And she said, "For now I will handle the questions regarding how we met." Adele and Kalyan stood in front of the window, and she said, "Please just don't act like you are hearing things for the first time, okay? And leave any other uncomfortable questions to me as well." Kalyan replied, "Then what is my role?" "All you need to do, Commander, is be there." The kalyan became shiny and sparkled. Adele said, "I choose you for a good reason. Just stand beside me affectionately." "Like this, you mean?" She swished the kalyan's arm. And thought, "I wish he had given me some kind of signal first." Adele's turn. And she is holding the kalyan's arms. This is the perfect pose to show our respect for each other. We still seem more like partners of high society than a betrothed couple. She holds his arm and says, "But we do look quite good together." Adele and Kalyan sank slowly into a soft, pulsing silence. They began to feel numb. They were standing together when suddenly a voice, "My lady, the master has returned." Adele was startled. Adele said, "Oh, Jacqueline." Adele wrenched her hand from Kalyan. Kalyan held Adele's hand and said, "There is no need for you to let go, is there?" He said, "Pardon? Have you forgotten you are my fiancé?" Adele blinked and said, "That's right, I need to get myself together in order to protect him here." Adele smiled and said, "Shall we?" There was a sound of a step, and Adele said, "Commander, don't forget my father as well. You know what I mean." Kalyan replied, "Yes, I will bear that in mind. He is fastidious and skeptical, so he may not easily approve of us. Find out who it was immediately." There was a burst. "I will crush them." Adele was surprised, and she swished his arm. A man came there and said there is no way it could have been a mere accident. Adele rushed toward him and said, "Father." He turned and said, "Adele." The kalyan thought the father. Adele held his arm and said, "Welcome home." He said, "Who's this? You look a bit like my daughter." Adele smiled and said, "And you, mister, resemble my father, who ran away from home. What took you so long? I have been waiting for you." He replied, "It irks me just thinking about it. Some fool blew up Lenox Bridge right in front of my eyes." Mr. Resemble came in anger and said, "Do they really think they can get away with what they did?" Adele said, "What are you going to do?" "It's obvious I will have Caden go cut off their limbs or maybe rip their heart out." The fool who blew up the bridge, he probably won't rip his own heart out. Adil said, let's go in, father. Are you only going to talk about Caden? The Mr. Resemble said, oh, it appears I have made my daughter jealous. Don't worry, I brought back loads of engagement gifts for you. Where is Jerox? By the way, I hate the thought of sending my daughter off to someone else. But what choice do I have? You like him, right? Adele smiled and said, oh, about that, there is something I need to tell you. He patted Adelai's arm and said, oh, don't be embarrassed. I already knew how you felt about him. You kept him closer for so long. I am sure you have always planned for this. He does not entirely fit my standards, but on the other hand, he is easy for you to control. The Mr. Resemble glanced. Adelaide was walking in, holding her father's arm. And then, Kalian stepped forward, and stood before them all. At that moment, Mr. Resemble spoke, H.M. Kalian bowed in front of him, and said, it's a pleasure to meet you, Count Sergio. The Mr. Resemble started to see him, and he turned and looked at Adelaide and said, I was aware of the fact that my daughter took after me in many ways, but Adelaide said, Father, Mr. Resemble said, how could you already have an affair with someone else? Even I stayed true to your mother when she was alive. She said, what are you talking about? You have got it all wrong. Really? An affair? What do you take me for? Adele flipped and said, I may resemble you, but I am not your father. How could you say that? Mr. Resemble said, then who might this gentleman be? He's Kalian bowed, said once again, it's a pleasure to meet you, Count Sergio. I am Kilian Sation, commander of the Knights at San Fidelo. The Mr. Resemble flinched. Kilian said, and the fiancé of your eldest, Lady Adelaide? Mr. Resemble said, her fiancé? Adelaide looked at Mr. Resemble and said, Father. He raised his hand and said, wait, give me a moment. There was Bell, Kilian Sation. Sation, you say? I was not expecting this kind of reaction. He usually does not get surprised that easily. Adele said, let me explain everything. Mr. Resemble put his fist on his mouth and said, explain what? Adele replied about how I met Kilian. Also, I am going to marry him, not Jerox. Mr. Resemble was lost in thought and then laughed. Ha ha ha. Adelaide thought he's finally lost it. She smiled and said, Father, why don't you go get some rest first? I will bring you some brandy. Mr. Resemble said, no, hold on. Have I not told you this several times already? He moved a step and said, you can tell what kind of person someone is by the look in their eyes. That says more about them than exchanging 100 words. Will you allow me to take a look at your face for a moment? Mr. Resemble stepped toward Kilian, and Kilian said, of course. There was a twinkle and sparkle in his eyes. Mr. Resemble stared, and he began to laugh and said, I can't believe this. Adele was shocked and said, what's wrong, Father? I told you I would explain. Mr. Resemble said, there is no need. If you wish to marry him, go right ahead. Adele said, huh? What did you just say? Mr. Resemble said, you said you were going to marry, I mean get engaged to him, right? He fluttered and said, without a doubt, you truly are my daughter. Adele was dumbfounded and said, what just happened? Kalian became calm and put a cup of tea in his hand and said, don't worry and have a seat. Everything went well, did it not? Adele swiped and said, do you think the hard part is over? I am telling you, my father is not that type. Kalian replied, he seems like a very gracious person who respects your decisions. Adelaide placed her hand on her head and thought the word gracious does not quite describe father. She said, Commander, I don't want to speak poorly of my father, but there are only two circumstances for when he is gracious. First, when something is more profitable than expected, and second, when he profits from something he thought was worthless. She sat in front of Kalian, and Kalian replied, you two are quite similar. Kalian said, that's all the more reason why I can't see how he had disapproved of us. You were partial to me. Adele replied, well, why are you so hesitant? Did you not say that you were partial to me? No, I mean, yes, I do like you. I am just surprised because it is not very typical of him to be so easygoing. It looked to me like you two get along well. We are father and daughter, after all. Kellyanne replied, not all parent-child relationships are good, Adele. Kellyanne thought maybe names should not be allowed. It makes my heart flutter. By the way, I remember your father saying, and Adele was listening quietly, that you cheated on someone because you resemble him. Adele said, let's not talk about that. She flinched and said, do you think I would cheat on anyone? That's despicable. Once you have tied the knot, you should take responsibility and stay faithful until the end. I am not naive enough to believe that everyone has a soulmate. Why do you think that's naive? Well, in many cases, nobles have mistresses and believe that their trade of family name is more important than love. We should not have any problem as long as we are faithful to each other. Kellyanne replied, I can assure you that you won't have to worry about me. Adele thought, how interesting to hear what Kellyanne's thoughts are about relationships. She said while smiling, that's a relief. I was going to add a clause in a contract. Let's stay committed to each other for the duration of our marriage. Kellyanne clacked the cup and said, for the duration, and he sat down with one leg crossed over the other and said, that's fairly different from what you clacked in front of His Excellency. You said that was just a formality, and I am not saying that our marriage will be ending right away. It's just in case. Remember that I pledged my life to this marriage. Adele thought, I guess he does not intend to die because of something like this. It was just an ordinary blessing anyway. Then Adele said, I am of the opinion a divorce is not a flaw, but it is not anything great either. She said, unless there is something critical that keeps us from staying together, there will be no divorce. Should I say that I will compensate him? I did tell him I would make sure he lived in comfort. She fiddled with the cup, and Kellyanne replied, do you have something else to say? Adele said, oh yes, I do. Let me know if there's anything that you need or want, and I will try to get it. It's the least I can do after receiving so much help from you. Kellyanne replied, anything I want. She said, yes, anything. Take your time and think about it. It's nighttime. Heavy curtains hang silently by the window. The sofa was dragged. Kellyanne said, please excuse me, your father requested to speak with me. She asked, he did? When did that happen? I will go with you. She tapped, and Kellyanne replied, he said he wanted to speak with me alone. Don't be too concerned. He probably won't trouble me like someone else I know. Oh, Commander, Adele said, I have no idea what he's thinking, but father did seem to like you. He probably won't give you too much of a hard time. But still, if he says something ridiculous or is too invasive, Kellyanne said, then I will reply, do you not trust your daughter? He swished at Adele and said, please trust that I can handle things myself. Kellyanne blinked and said, oh, I need to give this back to him. Is there anything that does not look good on you? Adele turned and said, anyway, as a persuasion, there's a chance he will keep you for too long. In that case, give me a signal. He said, like what? She said, if you tap your glass like this, I will come to save you right away. Adele focused on Kellyanne and said, and if you swirl your glass, it's telling me that you're intoxicated. And if you switch the hand holding the glass, that's telling me that you want to leave. Okay? Kellyanne moved and stepped, and Adele held her coat. And she thought, did he get it or not? Why is there so much work? There was a stack of books 2 weeks, and she said 2 weeks of absence. This is not even half. Jackie said, but this is the amount you normally did in one setting. Adele said, I sure did. She thought this is why people should not take breaks. Now wait a minute, a break? Who ever took a break? Nonsense, mountain of potatoes. I was walking on eggshells the whole time. The only good thing about that temple was Kellyanne. My lady, are you thinking about Sir Jerox? Adele looks towards Jackie and says, HM? He would have helped you on the spot if he were here. Oh, right, Jerox's absence is becoming insignificant. Jackie said, I heard he went to accompany Lady Noela. It seems she was overlicious in many aspects. Especially when I came to Sir Jerox, she would not leave him alone. I am sure she was. She is so obvious. Maybe there would be some resistance if she outright demanded everything she wanted. But Noila uses a technique that mesmerizes people and gets them to pity her. That's how she manipulates them. It's a beautiful Xerox, but she twirled and said, I don't think it suits someone like me. Something this fancy would look much better on my sister. There was a rustle. And Noila said, but if you insist, I will give it a try. A dress with a diamond on it would be sufficient, I suppose. Xerox will have to deal with a lot of that in the beginning. Jackie said, are you worried about him? Nobody pressured him to propose. Adele said, not at all. Besides, he should be responsible for the choice that he made. That's about the choice that you made, my lady. She halted on the paper with a pen. Adele said, does this have to be done right now? Jackie replied, no, they said they just need your confirmation by the end of this week. A choice. I chose Killian, and he accepted my offer. Adele rose and thought, he has not mentioned what he wanted yet. But in any case, I am not going to make him regret his decision. Jackie moved step by step and said, what's wrong? Is there something more urgent? Adele began to let her hair down. Jackie said, what are we trying to do? Does that clip hurt? Should I bring a ribbon? Adele grabbed the clip, and her hair was fluttering. Then said, actually, and she said, there's something else I need. You have got a high alcohol tolerance. Alcohol was being poured into the glass. They say it's something that's passed down from parents to their children. I believe you have something to say to me. Mr. Resembled said, oh, was I being too obvious, Commander? Kellyanne replied, please speak comfortably. That would be rude of me. Kellyanne thought, how could I even dare? Mr. Resembled said, being face to face with such a beautiful person on this moonlit night reminds me of a story that I once heard. Some time ago, there was a lady from a family in the north who was known to have silver hair so gorgeous that people mistook her for a fairy. Even His Majesty was charmed by her beauty at first sight. That says everything. Mr. Resemble glanced and said, come to think of it, her last name also happened to be Seishin. Oh, you don't seem interested at all. Kellen was sitting quietly, and then he said, frankly, I am just sick and tired of this story. Mr. Resemble smiled and said, I see. Well, it was just one of many rumors. I wonder if there's anyone who still remembers it. Anyway, I am curious about how someone so aloof grew fond of Adele. Kellen replied, she's very charming. Mr. Resemble puts his finger on his chin and says, Then he said, I will keep this simple. I want my daughter to live a more prosperous life than anyone in the empire. That was the reason I approved of this marriage. I want her to rise to a powerful position that nobody would ever look down upon. I hated for her to live a life having to hide herself from the gaze of others. Kellyanne said, if by chance you wish for her to take the throne as Empress, Mr. Resemble frowned and said, not even the slightest bit. I am quite shocked. How could a merry knight commander say something like that so lightly? Kellyanne looked at Mr. Resemble and frigged said, Count Sergio, I said that I wanted my daughter to rise to the most powerful position. A life locked inside the imperial palace, unable to soar, is not what I had in mind. Mr. Resemble said, I did not raise her to life that way. I know that she is more than capable of living a life doing what she wants to do. Kellyanne replied, what point are you trying to make? However she chooses to live is ultimately her decision, but as her father, I can't stand to see her be placed in dangerous situations. Kellyanne was listening quietly. Her father said, as long as you promise to keep her safe, I will take care of my daughter. How will you do that? Even right now, Audley probably feels suspicious about me readily approving this marriage. She will probably begin investigating by tomorrow morning. It's likely that she will send someone out to find more details about the Seishin family. The glass swirled with ice cubes and alcohol. It does not worry me since I will always be one step ahead of her. I can guess who will be given the job anyway. I was thinking about making the head of the Seishin family a viscount of the northern Lagoni province. What do you think? Kellyanne looked and replied, but would not that be a loss for you? Mr. Resemble smiled hard and said, Me? A loss? You won't gain anything unless you become officially related to the imperial family. You will just be wasting your efforts. But my daughter will end up with the man that she wants. I am sorry to say this, but to me no one will ever be good enough for her. Even if that person is the proprietor of an empire, then why did you approve of me? Because in this kind of scenario, the best opinion would be a man who will treat my daughter with sincerity. Please understand, I am her father after all. The door was locked, and the sound came, Lady Adelie is here. May I let her in? Kellyan and Mr. Resemble turned back toward the door, and Mr. Resemble said, Sure. May I ask you something as well, Commander? Kellyan said, Please go ahead. You asked me a minute ago if I wanted Adelie to sit on the throne as Empress. Kellyan replied, If I answered yes, what were you going to do then? Mr. Resemble said, If your answer was yes, first I would have. There was a clack, and Adelie entered and said, My goodness. Kellyan looked at Adelie. Adelie, wearing the beautiful red dress, said, How much did the two of you drink? Mr. Resemble replied, Have a seat, Adelie. Let's have one more. Adelie said, Why are you drinking in the first place? It's only dusk. This was why you wanted to see Kellyan alone. Adelie turned and looked at Kellyan and said, What about our signal? Kellyan will remember it even if he's drunk. Kellyan stared and looked toward Adelie and spilled the alcohol, and he thought, What in the world is this supposed to mean? Mr. Resemble said, Well, I will consider my question answered. I got dolled up because of the man beside me, of course. I really don't dress up unless it's necessary. She said, I don't want to be all about looks, but I want to make sure he believes that he made the right choice. I want him to see me differently. Adelie glanced and said, I am sure he is not the type to fall for someone because of their outward appearance. But I am curious to know if he gets surprised at all. And if so, I want to see what kind of facial expression he had made. Kellyan stiffened and awkwardly stepped behind and thought, Well, this is not a bad reaction at all. Adele thought, Although it may be the result of alcohol, Mr. Resemble said, Adele, why don't you give this one try? I am thinking about buying it in book form if it's good. Her father said it has a nice aroma and color to it. Of course, luckily, my son-in-law enjoyed it as well. Shade of a son-in-law already. He said, I was thankful about not having to convince our father to accept Kellyan. Adele thought, but at the same time, I feel uneasy because he agreed to the marriage so easily. They're the icon of the outside. She thought, even though it's okay now, one unsatisfactory circumstance could turn everything around. His anger gauge is the ultimate result of the combination of money and power. First, I need to break his bad habit of drinking with people he meets for the first time to get inside their heads. Adele grinned and said, If that's the case, please fill it to the brim for me. I will have to take this seriously. Was this a self-person in her past life? Adele put the glass in her hand and thought, I will finish it and end this here. She raised the glass of alcohol, and Kellyan looked at her and said, No, do not. It's stronger than you think. You are not going to be able to handle it. She said, Cheers. Kellyan was concerned, and Adele said, Oh my, this is worthy of an exclusive contract. Mr. Resemble said, Contract? No, in this case, we need to purchase the land itself. Adele said, How many hectares? Mr. Resemble beamed and said, Adele, you don't consider hectares when you are purchasing these lands. It's a matter of how many. Adele said, Oh, the alcohol was pouring in the glass, and it tastes like it has a bit more sugar content than the others. There's a scent of wine in it too. It's finished separately in an oak cask. She was drinking the alcohol, and so if you get too comfortable drinking it, it will hit you all at once. Adele flushed and said, Ugh, and thought you should have said that in advance. Kellyan grabbed the glass and said, This is why I tried to stop you. Adele said, Oh, Commander. I am really okay. You can give the bag to me. Kellyan glanced and said, What? Adele stared and looked at him. Kellyan was drinking from the alcohol glass. Adele turned and blushed. Oh, Father, he left without a word. He actually stomped out of the room. There was a blank, and Adelie thought he did not even seem drunk. Ahem, she said, if it gets alright with you. Oh my goodness, Adelie flinched. Noela asked, is my sister really back? You heard right, Jerox? A man is bowed in front of Noela and Jerox. Noela smiled and said, Adelie is back. Noela came and said, Adelie. Adelie moved a step. It's been a while, Noela. Adelie smiled and thought, I have to keep calm if she sees me waver even once. She will brush everything off as her older sister's drunken ramblings. Noela said, when did you get here? I have been waiting for you. Adelie replied, is that so? Noela said, but oh Adelie, I see you have brought a guest. Adelie smiled and said, that's right, he is with me. Cal Lion swiped. Adele glanced and thought, no way he won't be like Jerox, will he? This is not about whether I trust Killian or not. It's just that Noela doesn't have the face of an angel. Noela smiled and said, I see. It's nice to meet you. Noela glared and said, I am Adelai's younger sister, Noela. Killian was listening quietly. And Jerox said, Adelie, if he is an important guest, why is he staring at me? Important, I guess you could say that. Killian said, who are you? I have not seen you in the domain or at the trade center before. Killian said, I am Killian Sishin. I am Adelai's fiancé. Noela and Jerox were shocked by listening to this. And Killian said, nice to meet you. Jerox said, fiancé? Killian replied, why are you so surprised? Jerox said, that makes no sense. You never said anything about a fiancé. Noela said, oh, I was just surprised. This is my first time hearing about it. Adelie smiled and said, well, I never heard about you and Jerox either. Still getting engaged in a matter of 2 weeks. Adelie stood beside Killian. And she said, well, if you want to be with someone, time is not important. Killian smiled and said, of course, Adelie. He thought, but why is he so good at this? Noela grabbed Jerox's arm and said, but. Jerox smiled and said, Adelie, I think Noela is just surprised. She adores you. You know. And I am also a bit. You are a bit. Killian coldly replied, what? I am surprised myself. I did not know Adelie had a guy friend who calls her by her first name. Jerox said, well, Adelie is. Killian said, she is my fiancé. Adelie, I mean Adelidi, I mean. Noela, frustrated. And then she said, Adelie, are you really okay? Noela turned. And Adelie thought, huh? What is she up to? What do you mean? After you left, I got so worried about you. Myrtle told me something. Noela said that you seemed to be struggling with the issue of marriage. He was worried he might have said something wrong. I am sorry, who? Why in a red coat did he come there? Are you talking about that hyena? I see that he warmed up to Noela in my absence. Noela said it was not Myrtle's fault. He just blurted it out because I was so worried. I don't want to get him in trouble like last time. Well, we are all family here. For my sake, don't put the blame on him. Adelie scoffed and said, Noela? Noela used 3 tactics at once. First, she subtly clued in Killian on the fact that I have to get married soon by saying last time she emphasized just how cold I can be. Killian was talking with Jerox. Noela thought, and lastly she made herself out to be some sort of peace and joy. And then she said, I am sorry, I just did not want you to misunderstand. I should not have brought it up. Adele said, brought what up? Are you talking about how Myrtle was bribed into switching vendors or? Noela said. Novela was about to speak, but Adelie interrupted her and began to speak. Adele replied, now that I think about it, maybe it should not have been so angry. No, anger is too simple. Noela said, you seemed like you were completely out of your mind back then. Adele said, no, I was not out of my mind. My mind had never been clearer. Adele beamed and said, I just did not kill him, and said, well, thanks to him, we were able to get back the best designer in the South, and you were able to get that beautiful dress for the engagement ceremony. Adele grabbed Noela's hands. I am so excited to see how good you will look in it. Noela replied, Adele, I am sorry, I was just. Adele sparkled and said, no, I should be the one to apologize. You won't be able to wear the dress you got tailored. And Noila replied, What do you mean? Adele smiled and said, I am just glad you are not one to be sad about such a thing. Adele patted her hand and said, I know we are family, so let's only say things we can take responsibility for. Adele dazed and said, I think that's enough. I want to say more, but it feels like my legs are giving out. And Noila was listening quietly and said, Adele, you are drunk. Adele replied, Me? Noila said, There is nothing to hide. We are family. I did think you were not acting like yourself. You are not really too impulsive, right? Kalyan said, Huh? Jarek said, Yes. Jarek said, Adele, are you sure you are okay? And he glanced. Adele replied, What do you mean? Adele swayed and said, like Noila said, You are not impulsive. Kalyan reached out and placed his hand on Adelai's hand and said, Don't worry, my fiancé is not that impulsive. Kalyan stood behind Adelaide. Adelaide turned and said, Commander? Kalyan replied, I am actually the impulsive one. Kalyan whispered that this was not part of the plan. Let's go, Adelaide. Adelaide replied, Commander, Kalyan said, I think you drank too much because I was there with you. Noila whispered to Jerox, I did not expect that. I will get her back to her room, then it's my house, and she's my sister. Thank you, but it won't be necessary. Adele turned for me to come back to my senses. I need to separate from this man. But for a serious man like Killian to act like this must mean he is determined. Killian thought then maybe he will play along with these two. Killian said, No, I was just... Adelie swayed and said, Oh. Killian grabbed the Adelie in his hands and said, Why did you not tell me you were dizzy? Noila was seeing everything. Adelie hugged Killian and said, Right? I will next time. You can put me down now. Kalyan asked here. Adelie replied, We are almost there. Kalyan put down the Adelie. Slowly. And Adelie replied, Thank you. Kalyan said, And what? Adelie and Kellyan were standing face to face. Good work. And Kalyan frowned at it. Kalyan said, What did I do? Adelie grabbed the glass and put the ice cubes in it, and said, You grabbed me so I would not fall, and you went along with everything so it would not get awkward. Earlier I really... Noila was dazed. Adelie smirked and put the glass in her hand and said, It may seem immature to you, Commander, but I did not want to lose to Noila. Kalyan asked Noila. She said, My sister, you just met her. Kalyan replied, Oh, that blonde. Killian was looking at Adelie. Adelie, by putting the glass. By holding the glass in her hand, she thought he really had no interest in her. Adele said, You don't have to worry about that. I am probably more immature. Huh, you? She looks toward Killian, and he turns and says, Never mind, you should get some sleep. Kalyan moved and stepped, and Adele said, Stop, and thought, No, what am I going to do if I stop him from leaving? Kalyan said, Adele? He was standing facing the door. And then said, I don't think you should drink that much from now on. Adele mumbled and said, Kalyan? Kalyan turned back toward Adele and said, I could have been dangerous. Adele smiled and said, If I had no drink, you would have had to drink everything. Kalyan said, I would have done just that. That won't do. Adelie replied, You are my man, after all. Kalyan became quiet and said, I know that requires some additional explanation. He moved, stepped and stepped. Adelie said, But what did you say? Kalyan came near to Adelie and stood beside her, and Adelie said, You are my man, this is not a lie. Even if it's just a contract, Kalyan is my man and someone I need to protect. Adelie glanced and said, I don't know what you will think about this, but I can't just watch my husband now go through something. Kellyan leaned on Adele and kissed the Adelie, and Adelie was shocked. Kellyan touched Adelie's face and gazed and then said, Adelie, what did I say? He grabbed Adelie by her waist, and he sparkled, and Kellyan said, I told you it had to be dangerous. Noila asked, Is Adelie in her room right now? They replied, Yes, the commander took her to the room himself. A man bowed beside Noila, and said everyone is saying that there's definitely something special going on between them since Lady Adelie is not one to disregard the opinions of others like that. Noela sat on the sofa, and she was listening quietly, and she waved her hand and said, "Okay, you may leave." Then the door was clicked. Noelia said, "Jerox, what are you doing?" Jerox stood beside the window and replied, "I am not sure if we should be asking about Adelie. She would not like it." Noelia replied, "Right, but this is important. I don't know what you think, but I am doing this for Adelie. Other men have been after her wealth before." That's sure, but if he was an aristocrat, people would already be talking about the engagement, seeing as how people did not know him, even with his looks and status. "He's either stayed hidden, or he's not from a notable family," she said, "or he might have approached Adelie with something else in mind." Jerox sat on the sofa beside Norla and then replied, "No way, Adelie would not fall for that. I could see her making the offer herself, but not being tricked by a man." Noelia said, "Oh my, right, she could have been the one to suggest it, just like you said." Noela holds the Jerox hand and says, "No one knows her like you do. You are better than her own sister." Jerox said, "Who?" And thought, "You are just now having this thought. You are so slow. No matter what I said, you would have just insisted that Adele could not have done such a thing. You don't so much doubt people until you feel something is suspicious. What a frustrating man." Noela said, "Why would Adele do something so foolish and bet with her own life like that? It's not like I was scheming anything." Jerox said, "Noela?" She grabbed his arm and said, and Jerox said, "Hold on, I will go see Adele and tell her she does not have to." Noela replied, "Do not think she will believe us." Noela said, "Don't you think she did this because she does not trust you? I think we should show her with actions instead of just telling her with words. We should show her we are not a threat to her." Noela said, "In order to do that, we must hurry up and get married." Jerox was shocked and said, "Us?" Noela smiled and said, "If we don't change even after getting married, she will no longer misunderstand our intentions." She said, "I can't let her get screwed up because of a fake marriage." Jerox replied, "I don't think it's fake. They were so." Noela hugged Jerox and said, "They were not like us. If we look hard enough, I am sure we will find our weakness." Adele said to Kalyan, "You are quite impulsive, Commander." Kalyan said, "No, I have never been more rational. You will find out soon enough." Adele flopped and said, "Oh, come on. I thought there was a problem." Adele lifted herself and sat on the bed, and Jackie said, "My lady, are you awake?" Adele replied, "Yes, what about father?" Jackie said he went hunting with the commander early in the morning. Adele said, "Already?" Adelie stood up and started to leave, and Jackie began to follow her. Jackie said, "The commander told me not to wake you. He said you are probably tired." Adele replied, "Jackie, I am sorry, but nothing like that happened yesterday." Jackie asked why. Adele said, "Because, never mind." Jackie shouted and said, "My lady, should I bring over the jewelry box? I will also prepare a new dress." Adele raised her hand and said, "No, I will just wear what I normally wear." Jackie said, "Why? You looked very pretty yesterday." Adele replied, "Forget it. He is probably just going to be meditating." There was a thud there. Mr. Resemble said, "My son-in-law is amazing." He laughed and clapped. Kellyanne said, "I am flattered." Mr. Resemble said, "I think we should head back now. We have been in the ice water since this morning. Maybe you should take it easy." Kellyanne replied, "Just one more." Mr. Resemble smiled and said, "Adelie must be awake by now. She tends to keep regular hours." Kellyanne stopped and thought, "He is so easy to read." Kalyan and Mr. Resemble both mounted their horses, and Mr. Resemble said, "Please don't be too upset. There are tons of animals on the mountain, so we can come back any time." Kalyan replied, "You enjoy hunting, right?" Mr. Resemble said, "I myself love hunting. It may seem like I am bragging, but I have never once missed." Kalyan said, "So how come this time?" Mr. Resemble replied, "Oh, that's because my daughter does not like the smell of blood early in the morning." Kalyan thought, "Why is he telling me that now?" Mr. Resemble laughed, ha ha ha, and said, "Oh, please don't mind what I said." Kalyan stood behind Mr. Resemble and was listening quietly. My gosh, how many did you catch? Well, it was such a lovely day outside. Why do you ask? Do you see something you like? Adelia turned and said, something I like? Do you have to do this as soon as you get back? Mr. Resemble came and Mr. Resemble handed the cloth to the servant and said to Adelie, we have not hunted in a while, so if we don't reduce the population, they will hurt people like they did before. Adelie glanced, and Mr. Resemble said, so, Adelie, you only need to pay attention to your fiancé. Adelie and Kalyan blinked and looked at one another. Adelie sparkled and then flipped and thought, this is driving me crazy. Let's just stay calm. If I am too obvious in front of our father, I will be just like one of his games. The commander is doing well on his own. He is not the type to shed blood early in the morning like you. The Mr. Resembled shrugged and said, how sad. I have always wanted to go hunting with my son-in-law. Adele replied, what happened to Caden? Mr. Resemble said what he does is not hunting, it's annihilation, so I am going to go with my son-in-law. Adele smiled and replied, don't even think about it. Adele whispered to Kalyan, I told you he's like that. Kalyan became sad and thought, why does he look so upset? Adele sat on the dining table, and Kalyan stood behind Adele, and Adele said, did something happen with father? He replied, nothing like that. Adele said, but after you come back from hunting? Kalyan said, I just don't like shedding blood so early in the morning, but I am glad your father had fun. She said, oh, I see. Someone moved a step and said, there you all are. Noila came with Jerox, and she is smiling and holding the Jerox arm and said, if it's okay with you, father, may we join you for breakfast? Mr. Resemble said, have a seat you too, Jerox. Jerox said, thank you, my lord. Jerox looked at Mr. Resemble and said, my lord, there is something I'd like to say before we eat. Mr. Resemble asked, what is it? He said, since you are back, I was hoping to move up the date of the engagement ceremony. Noila said, Jerox, and who is she trying to fool? She's still like that after I brought Killian. Killian replied, I am flustered. Killian said, I was just about to ask the same thing. Jerox said, what, Commander? Killian said, I think Adelie and I should hurry as well. We already decided to do so. Jerox replied, who decided such a thing? Adelie smiled and said, my fiancé, of course. Yes, I decided to do so. Mr. Resemble said, wow, this is so sudden. This is not the engagement ceremony I had in mind. Jerox replied, my lord, if you just trust me, why should I? Mr. Resemble said, why should I? Jerox flinched and said, pardon? Mr. Resemble glared and said, Jerox, whatever you do, I would consider it a skill of yours. But you should not be playing with my daughters in my own house. Why don't you wait until Caden gets here? If you are attracted to my bloodline, maybe you will have a thing for him. Caden said, I feel bad all of a sudden. The other boy, along with Caden, looked surprised or confused and said, pardon? Jerox replied, my lord, it's not that. I just love Noella with all my heart. So, Mr. Resemble cut off by the Mr. Resemble spoofed and said, do you think I came all the way here to listen to your pay-sappy love story? Whatever it is, marriage or business, you need a proper reason. Jerox replied, I am sorry, my lord. Adele said, and thought, I'm sure that applies to everyone else too, not just Noelia and Jerox. He's probably telling me not to rush into things. Of course. No wonder he gave us his blessings so easily. Mr. Resemble stood and said, well, I am going to skin the bear I caught. Kalyan said, Father, I am going to take that you are not answering me. Adelie is standing beside Kalyan. And Adelie turned and smiled and said, Commander, there is no need to rush. Since we've stopped, Noela, we can take our time preparing for the flooding. We'll need to come up with a better plan moving forward. Adelie looked at Kalyan and said, we will talk later. Kalyan asked, when? Adelie thought, why is he being defensive all of a sudden? Mr. Resemble said, oh dear, I guess the noble commander is in a hurry. The commander replied, that's right. Adelie said, what are you doing? We should talk. Kalyan replied, we won't be able to reach an agreement by just talking. Mr. Resembled started speaking. I see that you and my daughter still have more to talk about. If you want permission. Kalyan replied, not permission but a reasonable request. Your daughter did something she should take responsibility for. Adele remained silent. Kalyan said, I'm sure it was hard for Adele to tell you. But even if we tried to drag it out, it wouldn't solve anything. Mr. Resemble said, so my daughter used marriage as an excuse, multiple times, to take advantage of the situation? Jerox and Noelia were shocked. Mr. Resemble turned cold and asked, Adele, did you really? Then he said, wait, she is my daughter. Kellyan said, so, as the commander of the Knights of the San Fidelo, who has pledged his mind and body to God, I am making a formal request to you, the head of the Sergio family. Please allow your daughter to take responsibility as soon as possible. There was a whisper, and a murmur spread. Killian used all his power against my father, the man who treats trust and prestige as truth and money. Did you hear? The one Lady Adele took advantage of, the commander of the Knights of San Fidelo. He has honor, but no money. He represents the temple with the most loyal knights and is third in line after the archbishop and the head. Adele thought, if I refuse his offer, any disaster that befalls the city will be blamed on the statues. Father just set a date when it seemed like he had time, only to buy more time. A man asked Mr. Resembled, if you want the date, then when? Mr. Resemble replied coldly, tonight. Adele said, Father, if you would just listen. Mr. Resemble raised his hand and cut her off. Forget it. What do you always say? Every place comes with a responsibility. Take responsibility, as a Sergio. Adele choked up and thought. There was no player. So this is how a rumor begins. She sighed and reflected. I think I finally understand how Noela became the axis of evil in the original story, just like that. Suddenly, Adele screamed and turned to Kellyan. I'm sorry! But when did I ever take advantage of you? Kellyan replied coldly. You must not remember. Adele and Kellyan were seated across from each other on chairs, engaged in a serious conversation. Adele said, That day, you came on to me first. Kellyan replied, You were the more aggressive one. He thought to himself, Darn it! I can't say no to that. Adele scribbled nervously and muttered, Our father thinks we actually did it. Kellyan responded, That's why he gave us his permission. Kellyan slid the paper and said, But your name is missing here. How many letters have I signed? Whatever happens, it would be better to move up the wedding since it's going to happen anyway, and it might stop Noelia from getting her hopes up. Kellyan held a cup of tea in one hand and a piece of paper in the other. He looked at it, and I wonder why Kellyan went out of his way like that. Adele glanced at him and thank you. But why are you so? Kellyan? Adele smiled a bit. Kellyan tapped the paper with his finger and said, You made a mistake. Adele looked down and said, Commander, I'm sorry. I usually don't make mistakes like this. Kellyan raised an eyebrow. You could just call me by my name. You're not going to keep calling me Commander, are you? Adele blushed slightly. And I'll work on it, little by little. Kellyan said, There's going to be a party tonight. You emphasized that very influential people will be there, but you won't even call me by my name. Adele replied, Well, no. She turned away and thought, Wait, why do I feel like the guilty one here? Then she said aloud, Don't worry. When the time comes, I'll take care of it. Anyway, there's something I want to ask you. Kellyan asked. What is it? Adele looked at him seriously. Is there any reason why you want to move up the wedding? Kellyan tilted his head and said, You really don't know? Adele replied, It may benefit me, but it doesn't really benefit you. I don't think you should be so sure. Kellyan stared at her and said, Why do you think it doesn't benefit me? Adele thought, At this rate I am going to get caught up in it again. Adele said, Well, we should send these out first, Commander. Kellyan interrupted. Kellyan, Adelie hesitated, then put her fist lightly to her mouth and said, "Fine. Killian." She continued that the Archbishop already said that he won't be able to make it, and I am not sure if the others will be able to come. Since the engagement ceremony was moved up at the last minute, they might not be able to attend, but I hope they can come to the wedding. Please don't be too sad. They don't care for empty formalities and vanity. I know how simple they are. Oh, what about your family? Adelie said you should let them know we are getting married after all. If they won't be able to make it in their time because it's so far, I will talk to my father and send the fastest horses in the domain. Kulyan responded quietly. Both of them passed away. And my siblings, well, they are pretty much dead to me. Adele asked what? But still, Kulyan looked down and said you said that everyone has their own stories that the other people don't know. Adelie paused, surprised by his softness. Adelie thought, I'm sure there's something I don't know about this. I know that, but... She clenched her fist on the table, trying to steady her heart. Still, I thought we had gotten closer. But I guess a contract is a contract. Out loud, she said, I see. Of course, it's not something I should interfere with. She tapped the papers lightly. Killian looked at her intently. Adelie, he said softly, reaching out to grab her hand. If you could just give me a little more time. Adelie smiled faintly, holding back everything inside. Don't worry, she said. I was the one who asked you to marry me first. I started it, for my own benefit. So if I can't wait, what else can I do? She slid her hand away and said you should stop frowning so much. You're not planning to show up at the ceremony with that expression, are you? She gave a teasing smile. Well, let's see how you do after giving me all that advice. Adelie stood up and thought I'll give Jackie the invitation and start getting ready for the ceremony. As she took a step back, she added in hurt, and above all, I think I should give him some space. He probably needs to be alone for now. Killian was sitting on the chair, lost in thought. Adelie walked toward the door and reached out to open it, but just then, Killian reached out and gently grabbed her hand from behind. Startled, Adelie turned to look at him. After a short pause, she softly said, Commander. Killian said, We'll find out in 3 days. He lightly startled Adelie from behind. Adelie turned and find out what? Killian replied with a subtle smirk, Who this will benefit more, me or you? Then the door clacked, and he said we could even bet on it. A grand palace shimmered with brilliance. Everything sparkled under golden lights. Adelie slowly walked in, taking in the grandeur. She looked toward her father and softly said, Father, what is all this? Mr. Resemble turned to her and replied, My daughter is going to marry a commander. I had to do something big. There stood a statue, one hand holding a scale, the other gripping a sword. Mr. Resemble said, This way you won't have to explain to everyone who your future husband is. Adele stood beside Mr. Resemble, beside his father, and she said, But this is such a waste of money. Adelie joined her hands and said, O benevolent Son of God, please forgive my father. If you look with your keen insight, you will see he has also done good things. Mr. Resembled was displeased and said, Exactly what did you get up to while I was gone? This is not waste. This is the start of a trend. A woman said to Adelie, Oh, victorious tree, it's been a while. Adelie replied, Oh my, look, who is here? A man said to Mr. Resemble, Congratulations, Count. He replied, It's such an honor to have you here. A man is bowing and saying, This way, ma'am Adelie, and Mr. Resemble is standing behind, watching. Gee. Mr. Resemble is staring at Adelie's hands. Adelie, I am sorry, I am really sorry, but could you please stop staring? Mr. Resemble, not that it's any of my business, but why were you in such a hurry to have a child? She said, It's nothing like that. Mr. Resemble was not listening and said, Well, this makes things really complicated. Adelie turned and said, What are you talking about? How can things get any more complicated? She said, Oh, Martel, that's Hina's hair. Martel said, I was very surprised to hear you got arranged so suddenly. Adelie smiled and said, It's all thanks to you. Martel flipped and said, where did you hide your husband? Just how special is he to have left just the two of you standing here? Adelie glared and said, well, we have not gotten married yet, and this is our family tradition, and you will know how special he is once you see him for yourself. Marteau crackled and said, I wonder who he is. Adelie replied, it's been 2 days since I got here. Oh my, you must have run into my gardener, who you love so much, at least 10 times. Was she just taking your money and not doing her job? Martel smiled and put his fist on his mouth and said, what do you? Adelie smiled and said, goodness, just get someone now. The world is huge and full of spies. The Martel huffed and grunted. Adelie said, bye. Stirred up trouble, and then left, crushing people while pretending to be modest. I thought I was used to it, but it feels rather tiring today. Adelie was lost in thought, and Mr. Resembled said, I told you not to push yourself. You should go back to your room. I will take care of things here. He slid a handkerchief to Adelie, and Adelie said, it's fine. I have done it before. Mr. Resembled said, just out of curiosity, what would you do if you did not have to live like this? Adelie was listening quietly, and she said she was doomed and said, I am already on edge because of Martel. Why are you making it worse? Mr. Resembled said, I just meant you could have even more power. I thought you said money is power. Mr. Resembled smiled, haha, and said, well, if something even more important to you comes up later. Adelie sighed and said, there is nothing like that, you know I have lived my whole life for this. Mr. Resembled replied, but if someone said they would do it in your place. Adelie replied, then they had best pray I never catch them saying such a thing. If I break those, I have a lot of sharp things for disposal. There were glimmers and sparkles everywhere. I daily turned and said, this place is my everything. What else would I do? Noila came there. What is she up to? I thought she would be stuck in her room because of Xerox. I guess she's got some nerve. Noila nodded. And Mr. Resembled flinched and said, anyway, we're in the ward in Caden. What is he doing? Gosh, that rude brat. What is he doing? Why has he not shown up to his own sister's engagement party? Adele smiled. Ha ha ha. The fact that it's my engagement party is exactly why he should not show up. I am only able to stand here comfortably because Caden is away. As soon as I came home, I gave Caden an order. I told him to rebuild the Lennox Bridge. It was kind of a ridiculous order, but Caden will follow it. If I had not done that, who knows what kind of trouble he would have caused. Gosh, there is not a single normal person in our family. I guess this family is still better than no family, Killian. They are both dead, and I have no brothers. Adele said father about Killian. Mr. Resembled said, who? What about him? I just feel like most of the guests are our friends and family, but the commander has no one. Mr. Resembled smirked and said, why does that bother you? I thought you only cared about the domain. Adele replied, father. Mr. Resembled said, okay, I will be quiet now. Someone moved, stepped, and there was dazed. Anyway, Mr. Resemble said, anyway, my daughter seems to be worried that her husband might be disheartened. He moved, stepped, and said to Adele, does he look disheartened to you? Killian entered, stepping step by step. Even I can't make a sculpture as handsome as him. There was silence. And the people started laughing. A woman said, ha ha, I can't believe I am meeting the commander of San Fidelo. The man said, it's such an honor. Our family has been serving as ones for generations. The girl said, on the latest holy day, we sat right up front to hear His Excellency speak. The other woman said, our family has participated in every holy war without fail. I see. And Killian became calm. And the girls blushed and said, goodness. And wow. I really thought I did not bring my sculpture so you could drool all over him. The woman said to Adelie, congratulations. I wondered what kind of man you had married after making so many others cry. Adelie smiled and said, I am sure I did not make anyone cry. She thought I made them bawl their eyes out. The Killian coldly said, I see. I had no idea. Adelie replied, Commander, it was a joke. The woman said to Adelie, "What a lovely couple. How did you two meet?" Adelie replied, "Auntie, why would you want to know about something like that? It's nothing special." The woman replied, "Come on, Adelie, he is the commander of the Knights of San Fidelo. I need to know how you met such a man so I can tell Reina." Adelie smiled and said, "Gosh, Auntie, is Reina good at doing dishes?" Everything could be explained with this one sentence. But I am afraid that would not be fitting for a noble lady who's never done a single chore. The other woman smiled and said, "Yes, Lady Adelie, let us in on this secret." The other woman said, "Just a little?" The auntie forced Adelie and said, "Come on, Adelie." Adelie sighed and said, "I guess I will have to say this. I always believed in Ennis. I was waiting for someone I could share my faith with." Adelie sparkled. Adele said, "I always believed in Ennis. I was waiting for someone I could share my faith with." Adele sparkled. "When I was both mentally and physically exhausted after the quarter ended, I visited the temple and ended up running into him just like that. I had no idea this would happen." The woman said, "Goodness." Another said, "Wow." The woman said, "But staying at San Fidelo is not easy. How did you manage that?" The other woman said, "Right? Status means nothing to them. You must have done some sort of special work there." Adele smiled and said, "Well, I am not embarrassed about what I did at San Fidelo. But if I tell them I worked my ass off because I was chasing a man who hated me, it would reflect badly on my family's reputation." The woman said, "But still," Adele said, "and the chances of them viewing this marriage negatively would increase." And then she smiled and said, "Well, volunteers do a lot of different work. They do this and that, pretty much everything." Kellyanne holds a glass of drink and looks at Adelie. He grabbed the glass and said, "All in the name of Anise." She said, "All in the name of Anise?" Kellyanne clapped the glass and said, "Lady Adelie did all the tasks that other people found difficult." He clasped Adelie's hand and said, "No matter the task." She rolled up her sleeves and served Ns with modesty. He holds Adelie's hand strongly and says, "How could I not fall for her?" The Adelie and Kellyanne were sparkling. And Adelie said, "Commander," the women were looking at them and said, "Oh my." Trying not to laugh, "Well, to be precise, I did the dishes with modesty." The girl smiled and said, "Wow, then is that when you began to fall for him too? What did you like about him?" Adele glanced and replied, "I just..." Kellyanne stared at Adele. "I thought he'd help me like he did earlier." Martel looked at Adele and said, "I am curious." There's just no way Adele would go on about love like this. Martel is holding a drink in his hand and says, "I can't believe you fell for someone so poor when all you care about is money. You'd better stop that." The girl holds Martel's arm and says, "You can't do this at her engagement party." She is not pulling him back strongly. "I really thought he must not be drunk, as he seems cowardly. Pretending to be drunk just to cause a fuss. What was his name again? Satan? Satiana? It is the last name of the family in the Empire, right?" Myrtle looked at Adelie and said, "Should I interfere?" And he glanced. Adelie closes her eyes. "Since we are on the subject, everyone who's been caught up in a scandal with you has been from an impressive household." "No," the men snicker in the palace. Of course, Jerox was the least of them. Noela was shocked and said, "Why are you doing this? Today is her engagement ceremony." Martel said in anger, "Stay out of this, Noela. If it were not for your sister, you would be living a much better life. If she were not so greedy, that's not true. Please don't look down on her. Even now she takes excessively good care of me." Adelie scoffed and said, "Ha?" The Martel raged and said, "Did you just laugh? Just think about it," he shouted. "Adelie would not bring just anyone here. She is up to something. She would not marry a commander who has nothing but good looks." The cow lion was dazzling and sparkling. Adelie said to Martel, "It seems you want to know why I am marrying the commander." The Martel replied, "Of course I do. You are not just anybody." Adelie said, "Exactly as you said, I am not just anybody. I am going to be the successor of the Sergio family. Before you question my reasons for marrying Killian," Adelie glanced and said, "You might want to know one thing. The Martel shouted now, but Adele said, I could marry any man from any of the southern families, but he would still never be as rich as me. I think you all forgot because of the promise you made with my family. But even if every family here scraped everything they had together, I still would not even reach my level. Gosh, how dare you talk about my husband when you can't even look me in the eye? She said, if this is your idea of an engagement present, then it's just ridiculous. I am truly disappointed, father. Do you not have anything to say? Mr. Resembled smiled and said, who, me? Adele smiled and said, even people like this have given me an acceptable engagement gift. So there's no way my own father would simply let the occasion pass, is there? Mr. Resemble said, I have a carriage full of presents for you. Every mine is a Taban Tahoe was. I will donate it to San Fidelo. And I will put it under the name of the commander who has been unnecessarily humiliated by you all. All of the people were shouting. And Adele smiled and said in return, I just need one small present. And I want to have the hotels and dress shops in Eden Palace under my name. The marshal was listening carefully. Adele said it's a simple gift, one perfect for a father to give to his daughter. Martin shouted, yelling, Adele, how dare you? Adele replied, shut up, Myrtle. I am not yet done. Think about it, father. Anyone would be better than this black-haired beast, don't you think? Mr. Resamble said, The mortal jolted and said, Adele. The other man grabbed the man's arm and said, please do not cause any further commotion. But a girl and a boy were squirting the myrtle onto his arm. The mantle said, let go of me, Adele, honey. The people glanced and said, cool. The man beamed and said, the Yuden hotels will finally meet their true owner. The woman said, of course, Myrtle enjoys too much generosity. The other man said, just because he is family, there is no need of food. The Lady Adele sat on the chair and said, I think that applies to everyone here. Myrtle did not know his place, so all I did was help him realize it. Those who laughed, those who stayed silent, and those who agreed are all the same. I am a bit too busy to deal with gifts like alcohol, food, or even jewelry and flowers, so there is no need for that. Just know that I will always be watching with interest. The people were gulped, and Adele said, I ask that you remember this one thing. She puts her fist on her chin and while smiling, what are you doing? Why are you not laughing? Mr. Resemble laughed, ha ha ha, and said, since we have exchanged gifts and all, let's toast to the happy couple. They were all seated at the dining table when Adele stood up. Mr. Assemble asked, Adele, why are you standing? Where are you going? Adele replied, I just need to get some air. It is a moonlit night, and in the palace garden, Adele stood by, placing her hand on a pillar, and said, H. Whether it's engagement or marriage, it's all part of the deal. So I was ready to hear anything, be it good or bad. But the moment Myrtle and Killian started to make sarcastic remarks, I turned away. She clenched her fists on the pillar and said, how dare they, to me, not to my husband. Adele gritted and said I should have just killed them. Killian came there, stepped, and said, killed who? The Adele became quiet and said, why am I so sensitive around him? Killian said, Adele, and Adele turned back. Did he run all the way over here? Ha, you know, really, you do look good and everything. Adele hesitated and said I would have tousled his hair if we were closer. Killian replied, you have not answered my question. Adele bowed her head and said, you knowing won't do any good. As you know, every member of my family is like that. Killian said, were you embarrassed? Adele replied, I guess you could say that. They probably think I am like them. I am. Killian said, no, you are different. Adele said while bowing her head, that's what you think. You have no idea how dangerous I am. Adele thought differently. Then she laughed and said, anyway, I am just not really like that. Though I was not lying when I said I wanted to kill Myrtle for humiliating you. And even if you think I am strange for that, it is strange. Killian put his fist on his chin and said I would not just kill him if I were you. I would skin him from head to toe. If we were at war, tying him to a cannonball would not be such a bad idea. Adeline put her hand on her mouth and said, shocked, ha? Then she smiled. Ha ha ha. I like that. Kalyan brushed Adeli's hair with his hand and said just that. Adeli said just that. After what I did today, you still. Kalyan replied, I would have been more disappointed if you'd done nothing. Adeli said, even with the whole hotel thing, for the first time I felt glad that my fiancé was the richest person in the South. It means you will never have reason to be intimidated. You asked me what I liked about you. Adeli touched Kalyan's hair. And Kalyan said, Adeli? Adeli replied, I like you for this reason. Because you are not disappointed in me even at times like this. Because you followed me instead of turning away. Because you were honest with me. Oh, I think I forgot to tell him that I liked him because he does not have any kind of inferiority complex around me. Kalyan approached Adeli and said, wait, this is not it. Kalyan touched Adeli's hair, and Adeli said, Commander. He held Adeli's hand and said, Kalyan. Adeli replied, oh right, Kalyan. Adeli grazed, and Kalyan said, are you still dangerous? No, he gazed and said, that's too bad because I am. Kalyan approached Adeli and leaned over her, and just then, a boy arrived there. Adeli and Kalyan were shocked, and there was a thud. The boy came, stepped toward them, and damned it. He was startled, and he said, what the hell is this? What is he doing here? Caden drew his sword, and Adeli said, Caden. He stepped forward and said, move, I will kill him. Adeli shouted, are you out of your mind? Caden said, just move, I am going to end him. Adeli moved, stepped, and said, how dare you? Caden said, Adeli, I had no idea my sister was so merciful. She should choose your side wisely. Why should you side with someone who tried to pounce on you? Adeli said, pounce on me? That is not true. I pounced on him. He is my husband and your brother-in-law. Caden gripped the sword in his hand and said, husband, you expect me to believe that? Adeli glared and said, well, that makes things easier for me. He lunged, and Adeli turns around and says, stop. You crazy. Adeli says that Kellen moves. Kalyan and Caden confront each other there. They draw their swords and begin to fight. The clashing of swords echoes, and the tension in the atmosphere intensifies. The sound of clashing swords is heard, and Kellen says, Adeli. A swift movement occurs, and Kellen says, Adeli, I'm not saying it's bad, you could have just told me beforehand. Kellen makes another move with his sword, the swords clash again, and there's a skid. Caden's sword stops, and he glances and says, give me your best shot. Adeli shouts, Caden, and a slap is heard. Adeli grabbed the Caden's coat and said, are you crazy? How dare you swing your sword here? Caden dazed and said, Adeli, how could you? Adeli replied, don't look at me like that. I almost became a widower on the day of my engagement ceremony. Adeli shouted and said in anger, do I need to smack you again? Did I teach you to act like this? Caden mumbled and replied, Caden, if someone threatens you, stab first and ask questions later. Caden gloomed and said, that's what you taught me. I am doing exactly as I was taught. So then who was it? Adeli grabbed and squeezed Caden's face and said, how threatened are you? I almost fell for that. Kellen stepped forward and arrived there. And he said, that's enough, Adeli. Adeli replied, but what, my brother? But what, my brother? Kalyan replied, you have done enough, more than enough. Adeli released Caden's coat and said, more than enough for whom? Anyway, if you pull anything like this again, I won't forgive you. I will never even look at you again. She pointed her finger towards Caden, and Caden said, Adeli. Adeli turned and said in anger, I gave you the sword so you could protect yourself. I did not give it to you so you could swig it at innocent people. Kalyan said, hold on to me. Adeli replied, I know Kalyan has seen every side of me, both good and bad. But did something like this have to happen? Someone stepped forward and said idly, Adeli, where did you go when you should be entertaining your guests? Kalyan held Adeli's hand and shoulder, and he was standing close to her. He was Mr. Resemble, and he said, you think you can be head of the family with that attitude? Mr. Kalyan replied, I'm sorry we made you worry, father. We were just about to head back. Mr. Resemble replied. Commander, no matter how much of a rush you were in, you can't. But what's going on here? The Adderley was sighted, and the Caden stood behind the Adderley. Mr. Resemble came in anger and said, Caden, you brat, did you want to come back home that badly? Caden replied, I will just leave again then. You brat. Gosh, what, we're a great family. Mr. Resemble bickered and squabbled with Caden. Noila arrived there and said, Adderley, are you okay? Adderley looked at Noila and said, Noila, of course you are here. Adderley sighed. And Noila put her fist on her mouth and said, I must have made a mistake. I just brought father here because he seemed worried about you. Adderley replied, How did you know I was here? Noila replied, Because I knew you would be wherever Caden was. Adderley replied, You did not. Noila said, It's your engagement ceremony. Caden had to come. Sunlight began to shine within the palace, and she said, I think we are too late. She is hanging on, but the doctor says she only has a couple of days left. I thought she would be with Caden, not passed out like this. Adele clapped her hand and said to Jackie, If she dies, please bury her in our family graveyard so the beasts can't dig her up. Jackie replied, Yes, my lady. Adele glanced and said, Is Noila starting to show her true colors? I should have known when she pretended to stop Maritel. It was obvious why she dressed up so much. She must have wanted to see what a disaster the engagement party would become. In the novels, whenever she went around looking at the messes I had made, she would dress in her best clothes. I wondered why she would have such a terrible hobby, but the authors had to do everything they could to quickly change the heroine to a villain. No wonder everything is all mixed up. This is exactly why I did not see it through. Adele closes her eyes. Then the door was knocked, and Jackie rushed. The Noila came there and said, Adderley, can I come in? Adderley replied, Sure. Noila said, I wanted to apologize for what happened at the engagement ceremony. Adderley thought she was here to beat me to the punch. She may think the hawk is dead, but I can find out who sent the letter to Caden in no time. She is going to need to put on a show before that. Noila said, I just thought you would be happy to see Caden. I wanted to call Caden to the engagement ceremony and surprise you. Maybe I should not have done that. The commander seemed very surprised. Adil smiled and said, It's okay. He was surprised, but not because of what you did. That day Killian and I met. The Callian said to me, What do you mean you pounced on me? Noila smiled and said, Really, that's a relief? I would not be able to live with myself if something had happened to the commander. I had no idea Caden would do such a thing. Aditi replied, You did not. You should know the kind of news Caden reacts strongly to. Interesting. It seems you two need to grow a little closer, don't you think? Noila smiled and replied, Sure, I have always wanted that. I will set up a time and place for you two to meet. There is no need to thank me. If you want Caden to play a part in your engagement ceremony, it would be best to get to know him beforehand. Like passing around a ticking time bomb, Noila said I should get going, Adderley. Adderley replied, Hold on. Noila stopped and said, Is there anything you need? I really said I also wanted to give you something as an engagement present. I thought it would be best if I could get something you wanted. Just give it some thought. Think about what you might need in your one and only precious future. Noila became surprised by listening to Adderley, and I am not sure, and Noila smiled and said, I won't be easy for you to give me what I need. Is Adderley replied, Is that so? Noila said, You have already done everything for me. What more could I expect from you? Adderley turned and said, I may be the head of our family, but even I can't do something for you that you don't want. Noila replied, Adderley glanced and said, You just did seem too happy for someone who is about to get married. You are getting married to the man you love. Noila stood beside Adderley, and then she smiled, and Noila bowed in front of Adderley, and she stepped forward, and Adderley became silent. The door was clicked, and Noila came back from the room of Adderley, and Noila mumbled and said, Yeah. She thought when Killian and Adderley stood together, Adderley really seemed like she was being sincere. My lady, why did you do that before? I thought you were going to rip Noela a new one. The palace is fragrant with beautiful rose flowers. There are many roses there. And the animal playfully says, Maybe you are soft-hearted. She asked me, Jackie is pouring that tea in the cup, and said, Come on, if it were Caden, you would have snapped his neck. You seem to be lenient when it comes to Noela. But I can't believe Noela would even think about doing such a thing to you. Adelie is seated on a chair in the garden. In front of her is a table with some sweets and a cup of tea placed on it. Adele said it well because she is the villain. She was forced out of the position of heroine and made into the villain just because people found her frustrating. So she does not need a reason for what she did. But she does not even know what it is that she wants. Adele put down a cup of tea and said she was so stupid to the point that I did not want to associate with her. But for some reason I felt bad for her in that moment. When Noelia was talking about Jerox, it was nothing like when I thought about Killian. Awkward anger, jealousy, a fake smile, forced laughter. Those are not good feelings to have for someone you want to spend your later years with. I just found that there are a lot more beautiful things in life. Adele mumbled and said, Idiot, it's not like you are going to live forever. Jackie touched the animal and said, Pardon, did you say something? What happened in between now and then could change. But Noelia is destined to die after all. Adele said, It's just I don't have to kill her myself. It's daytime, and waves are coming from all directions. Caden, that's enough. Are you trying to wipe him out? Caden moved forward, stepped, and said, I can't hear you. Please come closer. Mr. Resemble said that, Brad. Mr. Resemble put his fist on his mouth and said, Ahem, I am really sorry about him, Commander. Callian stood beside Mr. Resemble, and they rode on the horses. Callian said, It's okay, sir. Mr. Resemble said, He is not really like that. I guess the news of the sister getting married surprised him. Killeen replied, He must have been close to Adelie. He practically raised him. Mr. Resemble listened to Callian, and then he replied, If you will, please excuse me. Be careful. Callian replied, Yes, sir. Caden turned and said, He must be in pain. It would be best to end this quickly. Caden hunts the lion, and Killian said Adelie would probably tell you the same. Caden came in range and said, How dare you say her name? Get lost, I will never accept you as my sister's husband, he stabbed, and Killian replied, Is that so? Caden said, I don't know what you are thinking, but back off while I am still being nice. Killian sat down near the lion and sighed and said, You are merciful coming from the temple and all. He touched the lion and said, Think whatever you want. Caden said, I have no idea why you followed me all the way here. Killian replied, I don't know either. Then Adele sparkled and said, Please go with him. Father might try to kill Caden using hunting as a cover. Adelie was standing while holding Kaylin's arm. Killian said, Do we have to go that far? Adelaide replied, If we send them alone, one of them will end up dead. My family may be messed up, but they are still my family, and I don't want any bloodshed before my wedding. Adele whispered in Killian's ear and said, In 2 days we are going to be together, day and night. Killian said to Caden, Are you laughing right now? Caden replied, I am right in front of you. He grabbed his sword and said, Should I just pull it out? Adeline thought, If you swing that sword one more time, I will never even look at you again. Caden flinched. And he glared and said, I was so excited that they wanted me to come back, only to find my sister and some guy going on and on. But who came on to whom? Plus, this guy's aura is very different from anything we have encountered until now. I want to put an end to this. Hey, if you are here to hunt, you need to be holding your sword. I don't enjoy hunting, are you kidding me? It seems you are not confident in your skills. Callian said, If that's what you need to think to sleep at night. Caden replied, I hate guys who are all just slick talk. Killian said, And I hate men who pull out their swords whenever they feel like it. Adelie came there, stepped in, and said, Oh, there you both are. Caden whipped toward Adelie. Adelie rode on horseback, and she said, Father already returned home, so what are you two doing here? Wait, did you too? Killian replied, Of course not. Caden said, No. Kellyanne held Adelie's hand and said, "Be careful." Adelie replied, "Thank you." She said, "Then what were you doing there?" "Caden, you are bleeding." Caden said, "I am fine." "This is nothing." Adele said seriously, "Have you looked in the mirror recently?" Caden replied, "This is not my blood." Adele turned and said, "Then what?" Caden said, "It's a gift." Adele put her hand on her mouth and said, "Gift? Who else would I give it to?" "Right, thanks." Caden glanced and said, "If a man comes out to hunt, he should at least catch this much. Should not people who try to play it safe and weigh the pros and cons just stay home to begin with?" Kellyanne stood behind Caden. Adele thought, "Gosh, he's like a cat that caught a mouse." She sighed and said, "I am at fault." When Caden first came home, he was in terrible condition. He was thin and had bruises all over his body. When I saw the traces of abuse, I decided that I would make sure he became healthy and strong. Adele clenched her fist tightly and said, "If I want to put meat on his bones, I need to boost his ego." Kellyanne said, "You have to make sure he has the will to live. Family is very important in situations like this." Adelie stood beside the wall and looked at Caden and said, "I needed to compliment him on even the minor things, but there was nothing to compliment him on, so I hoped for something to come along." And that's when Caden caught Adelie hesitating, and she said it was about running the garden. She said to Caden, "I had no idea you had a talent for hunting. Why did you not tell me?" Adelie beamed and said, "If anything ever invades our garden, you can take care of it from now on." That's when Caden started to become a big part of my life. After that, he would always show up with at least one huge animal, or even human who treated the domain, slung over his shoulder, as if he had to do so to feel satisfied. Caden kept the animal on his shoulder and said, "It's for you." Adelie replied, "I think I can see a tail." Jackie eked, and Kellyanne said, and Adelie replied, "Oh, Commander, I was hoping to talk to Caden before we went back." Kellyanne replied, "Sure." He grabbed the horse and said, "You two are brother and sister after all." Kellyanne stepped forward, and Caden said to Adelie, "Adelie, did you really have to do that?" Adelie said to Caden, "You must have been surprised yesterday. I was going to explain when you came back." Caden turned and said, "When? After getting married in secret? Hey, watch what you say. Are you trying to tell me you are actually in love with him?" Adelie replied, "Why would you even ask me that?" Caden said, "You are not the type to fall in love with just anybody. I know you too well." Adelie replied, "You only care about the domain." Caden yelled and said, "A person like that can't just seduce someone and fall in love. Why is everyone so focused on who seduced who?" Adelie sighed and said, "Okay, I get it." Caden replied, "What are you thinking?" Adelie said, "What do you mean?" Caden said, "You don't think I know that you brought that guy here to keep Noila in check?" "No, I wouldn't understand if that was all there was to it. I just want to know why you are acting like you actually care about him." Adelie was listening quietly. And then she said, "Caden." Adelie glared and said, "I told you to stop." Caden said, "Adelie." And Adelie replied, "Why are you causing such a fuss? I don't know why you got so brazen over the span of just 2 weeks, but I won't ask. So you keep your mouth shut too." Caden flinched and said, "Adelie, are you really going to get married to that guy?" Adelie replied, "Commander," as she turned and said, "Please address my husband correctly. This is my last warning." She wiped Caden's mouth with the handkerchief and said, "I hope today will be the last time you do this." Caden asked, "What do you mean?" Adelie said, while smiling, "Meddling in my affairs, I am gaining a lot thanks to him. It's unfair for him to be bad-mouthed or mistreated because of me." Caden asked, "So you are really going to go through with this marriage?" Adelie smiled and said, "If you ask me one more time, I will make you the best man." "Don't make me any more indebted to him," Caden replied. "Is that all?" About him, is that all there is to it? If so, I will let it slide. You do know what kind of guy he is, right? Just say the word if you want me to find out everything about him. I will even dig up his dead family's graves if I have to." At times like this, we need to be sure. Adelaide wiped and said, Just drop it. Whoever he is, I am going to marry him in 2 weeks as planned. I am the one who's in her way, not the commander. She patted Caden's shoulder and said, We are late. Let's go home, Caden. Adelaide turned and said, I am going to go and think about what I should make with your gift. Caden turned and said, It's not a big deal. He is easy to please. Callian stepped forward and said to Audalie, I guess you two are done talking. Audalie smiled and replied, Yes, Caden, and I had a lovely time. Caden nudged, I will carry this. You will? If not me, who else? Caden smiled and said, The noble commander who hates hunting surely won't do it. Audalie said, Caden, he did seem too quiet. Caden said, It's not like I said anything wrong. He wiped his hand and said, If a man hunts, the game needs to be at least this big to call it a gift. Audalie turned and said, Commander, there's no need to listen to him. Let's reach. Audalie blinked and said, Oh my, the squirrel sparkled. What's this? It's a squirrel. Client said, I thought you might like it. Callian held the squirrel in his hand, and Audalie picked up the squirrel and said, Oh my gosh, it's adorable. Caden glanced and said, Oh, it's nothing. Caden gritted his teeth and said, You. Audalie turned and replied, Caden, look at it. It's not just a squirrel. Audalie glimmered and said, It's a striped white-tailed squirrel. They are almost extinct. Caden clenched his hand and said, But that it is. Audalie said to Callian, Let's go find it a home. Audalie stood beside Callian and a horse. Caden clenched, and he threw. Caden gritted his teeth and said, Who does he think he is? The wahush spread, and a man like my father used it on Hano rifles and letting him get close. And my sister smiling and letting her guard down. I can't let a single thing slide. Caden turned and said, I have to look into him. Adelaide will kill me if she finds out, but it may be better than the alternative. It would be better than her laughing like an idiot next to this seriously suspicious guy. Adelaide was smiling while picking up the squirrel in her hands. A royal palace was sparkling in the sunshine. There was rush and swing. A boy with a silver ponytail rose and said, Have they arrived? The servant bowed and said, Yes, your highness. This time the rumor is quite detailed. The highness snatched the paper in his hand and said, Give it. The servant said, according to the rumors, his hair was silver like the moon, and his eyes were definitely blue. The highness was reading the letters, and there are a lot of men with silver hair and blue eyes. The servant bowed and flinched. In this time it's different, and you even could tell he had a sacred aura around him. There's only one such man, don't you agree? The highness looked at the servant and listened quietly. The last place Kalyan was spotted was near San Fidelo Temple. The southern region in which the San Fidelo Temple is located is so far away that it's actually close to a self-governing dominion. So among all the fake reports on his whereabouts, the temple seemed like the most likely place for him to be. We sent someone right away, but he was nowhere to be found. His Highness stood up and said, San Fidelo made sense for the Count's family even further south. Which family? The servant said. The Sergios. The Sergio? Highness said. The Sergio. The servant replied. I heard Count Sergio is a big shot in the south and that everyone knows him. I guess the Crown Prince also. His Highness said if my brother cared about such things, we would not have abandoned his place. Highness! Yelled the servant, and the servant bowed and said, I apologize, Your Highness. It's true that he's not far from where he was last spotted, but to think he married into such a family after leaving behind his wealth, honor, and power. Why? A lady clinked the cup of tea and said, Your Highness, why are you so upset? His Highness stood in front of the woman, and he said, My lady. And then the lady said everyone wants to find His Highness. It's only natural the rumors spread in the process of doing so. Do we know anything more about them, their family, or their status? The servant replied. The informant seemed very cautious when he was talking about the family. I only heard that he is the commander of San Fidelo. The lady put her hand on her mouth and said, "Oh my, that's the last place His Highness was seen. Anyway, is the bride's family that rich?" "According to our informant, they are one of the richest families in the south," she said. "Strange, how come they never entered the capital?" The servant bowed in front of the lady and said, "We can look into that now, but I am sure they are nothing compared to the Orens." The lady was Chloe Oren. She was listening quietly, and she adopted the daughter of the Oren family. When she first appeared in high society 3 years ago, everyone ignored her. But her beauty, wisdom, and the fact that she was an Oren allowed her to secure a seat in the capital scene. Chloe is the only one who can come and go from the palace as she pleases. The inside story is that she's been secretly helping the prince who's second in line to the throne. But people who don't know the situation think they just loved her using work as an excuse. To the point that people are making bets on when she will become empress. Chloe said, "No, our family is here thanks to our father's contribution." "It's not like I did anything," the servant said. "Oh, you are so modest," Chloe said. "You may leave. I will talk to the prince myself." The door was clicked. Chloe sat on the sofa in front of His Highness and said, "Your Highness, you must be upset." His Highness flopped and said, "We don't know how long father has left, even today." He asked for his brother several times. "At times like this, you must be strong and hold on as best you can." His Highness sighed and said, "Yes, so I don't disappoint Killian." The Shallow replied, "You are already doing very well even when it comes to traditionality. You don't lose out to the Crown Prince." His Highness frowned and said, "My lady?" Shallow said, "Oh, you seem to be thinking about the worst-case scenario. I just wanted to say it will never happen." His Highness replied, "It's fine. I know you have been a big help in finding my brother." He stood up and said I should return to the palace. Shallow replied, "Your Highness, what should we do about the letter?" His Highness clenched the letter in his hand and said, "This," Shallow replied, "just does not make sense. The same goes for the engagement ceremony. Even if he is the commander of San Fidelo, this is." The Archbishop, who returned to the capital recently, said he does not know the Crown Prince's whereabouts either. I was close to being convinced for a second, but we need to be careful. No matter how I think about it, this report is. His Highness said, "I think we should go and see for ourselves." Chloe stood up and said, "You want to go?" "But Your Highness, it could take several days just to reach the south. You can't leave the palace unattended for too long in the current situation. I am sure you know, but the nobles are agitated. I am sorry to say this, but they are saying that you should take the throne." The Highness wiped and said that will never happen. Since the Crown Prince has been absent for a long time, it's true more and more people are getting suspicious. My brother never really showed himself that often in the first place, but they are reaching their limit. His Majesty's health is deteriorating, and everyone's eyes are on his throne. Just like Lady Kala said, if I leave the palace at a time like this, the nobles might find out what is going on. His Highness put his hand on his chin and said, Then Kala put her hand on her chest and said, "I will go." His Highness replied, "My lady," Kala said, "why are you looking at me like that? Of course I will go for you." Lady Kala is the one who has the most information on the situation. His Highness said, "But I already owe you and your family so much. I can't ask you to do that." Shallow flapped her dress and said, "You don't know me. Finding the Crown Prince is for the greater good. It's such an honor for me to do this for you." His Highness nodded. "Your father will be displeased with me for sending you so far away. Adelie saw this issue. I need to postpone the payment day. We have been trading with them for 20 years. We should be considerate. Then what about running the hotel we just took over?" Jackie was brushing the Adelie's hair. "I want you to cut off everyone from Myrtle's maternal family. Also gather everyone who used to be there and create a finance team." A boy with brown hair said, "But Adele, are you sure it's appropriate to report here? Caden will kill me if he finds out." Adelie looked at him, and she said, Don't worry, I told father to tie him down if he has to, he said. Where's the count? Adelie said. He's probably busy. Come to think of it, I have not seen him all day. The maids were getting Adelie ready, he said. Oh, what about the commander? Adele replied. I don't know. Why is he so depressed? Jackie said. My lady, the commander has not said a word in 2 days. Everyone's worried that he might cure the southern lands. Adele replied. What? I wanted to check in on him myself, but I was so busy. This needs to be done in the morning. Jackie shouted. My lady, your dress designs are here. The boy said. Oh, about the thing I asked you to do. Adele replied. Oh, that? Everyone, please leave me. Jackie startled and said. What? We have so much to do. Adelie said. Go, and kicked out. Jackie started crying and said. What could be more important than your wedding makeover? Adelie said to the boy. Show me I was right? He said. Of course, here. Adelie looked at him and said. Oh. He said, it was hard to get the colors just right. I saw every red diamond that you had, but your eye color is very rare. There was a ring that was sparkling, and he said, Do you like it? Adele smiled and replied, Very, very much. She picked up the ring in her hand and said, It's perfect. It's just what I wanted. He said, But are you not going to give that to the commander? Adelie smiled and said, Huh, right? He said, I would have made it bigger and fancier if I had known. It's not a typical color for most men, but he must be expecting something much grander as a wedding present. Adelie clacked the ring box and said, No, this is perfect. This would not be too much, right? I made it as simple as possible, but there is no guarantee I will be able to give it to him. Kellyan might be embarrassed if he does not have anything to give me. Adele glanced. Adele said, I am just thankful we are getting married though. If Kellyan lacks anything, it's definitely just that. He replied, What's wrong, Adele? Is there anything else you need? Adele said, Nothing. No, not just nothing, maybe later. Adelie looked from the door and she said, My lady, can I come in? Adelie sprinted and said, What's wrong? Did something happen outside? Jackie replied, I am just not sure how to tell you this. Adini said, What is it? Did father do something? Did he build a pagoda at the entrance? Jackie replied, No, it's not that. He built a temple. Adele staggered. Adelie thought, I can handle this. I am the perfect bride. And then she said, Oh, that's nothing. You know what my father is like. Jackie replied, But there is something else. Lord Caden. Adele waved her hand and said, Stop, that's enough. Let me speak first. Did he break through his restraints? Jackie cried and she said, Oh, my lady. Adele turned and pulled. Then she clacked and said, Where is he? Kellyan was getting ready, Kellyan. A man with a light beard said, If you ever find someone to spend the rest of your life with. Kellyan grabbed his tie and said, I thought I was over it a long time ago. I thought I had let go of my past, but I was wrong. And Adele was the one who made me come to my senses. Very soon. If you are here, just come on out. I won't stop you if eavesdropping is your hobby. Then he flapped, and he stepped forward and said, Shut up. Caden said you seemed to be in a good mood. Kellyan replied, Well, there is no reason not to be. Caden's hand is bound in chains, and blood is oozing out. Kellyan said you should wipe that blood off. Caden said, Since when did you care? Kellyan replied, I never did, and I still don't. Adele won't like it if she sees this. Caden raged and said, Now you listen to me. I don't know what you are after, but if you ever make my sister cry, I will kill you. Kellyan replied, Well, that speech made quite an impression. Kellyan threw a sword and then cracked. Caden said, I am not joking. Kellyan replied, I can tell. Then the door was knocked, and a voice came, Commander, are you in there? Caden thought, well, that was fast. If she sees us like this, it probably won't end with just a slap. No, a slap would be better than her turning her back on me. Killian stepped forward and pulled his tie and said, 1 second. The door was clacked, and Adelie looked in the room and said, then shocked, Commander, is Caden? Adele smiled and said, I am sorry. I thought you were done changing. Killian bowed at Adele and said, it's fine, really. Ideally, it seems you are all prepared. Adele sparkled and put her hand on her chest and said, but what are they? Oh, I thought Caden would be here. Killian said, how come? Adelie replied, just so you know, he is like that. Could you please stop coming closer? Adelie said, anyway, I am glad he is not here. Then again, he is not the kind to ignore my request after I practically begged him. Killian said, is that so? Adelie smiled and said, yes, though it may not be apparent on the outside, he is not a bad kid. He is actually very soft-hearted. The environment he grew up in is the problem. Killian replied, He said, but are you going to keep those on? Adelie replied, of course not. Killian held the Adelie's arm and took off her black gloves and said, let me take them off for you. Adelie replied, oh, would you? There was a clank. Adelie said, I think I heard something. Killian replied, I left the window open. Adelie said, oh, I see. Killian said, in any way, I don't think you should wear such things anymore. Adelie replied, they don't really suit the dress, do they? It's not that. I just don't think getting hit with these would hurt that much. Killian clutched the gloves. Adelie said, shall we get going? Also, my father did something. Please don't be embarrassed. Killian tapped his fist on his chest and said, I will keep that in mind. Adelie Badumed, and Killian said you should go ahead. I left something behind. Adelie said, oh, then I will go with you. Killian replied, it's fine. I need to get properly dressed. He tapped his finger on his chest. Adelie stiffened and said, oh, okay, I will wait for you there. Adeline moved back, and Killian looked at her. Killian stepped forward, and Caden grabbed the wall and thought, if I jump from here, I will at least get there before her. Caden moved and flipped and said, you should hold on to what's your brother-in-law's. Killian tugged his tie and said, I plan to do the same. The palace was sparkling everywhere. And there was a splash. Did you really have to do this? Do what? Under the blue sky, in the sunshine, Adelie and Killian were standing together in front of the palace. Can you please stop saying that? Adelie said you could have just made a commemorative coin. She flinched and said, do you want me to show you around? Her father laughed and said, don't be so upset, Adelie, I should do at least this much. Adelie replied, I know that way people will get intimidated and won't be able to talk back to you. Her father said, no, it's because that way the commander will feel less awkward. If this place is similar to where he used to be, then he won't be upset about not having a lot of guests. Adelie looked at him and said, Father, it's not like he is some child we have adopted. Even if a father has ulterior motives. If this really does help Killian feel more comfortable. Adelie stood holding her father's hand tightly, while Killian stood in front, watching her. Killian said, Adele, then I could wish for nothing more. Adele was looking intently at Killian. Killian flinched, then reached out his hand toward Adelie. Adelie and Mr. Rizimble were sparkling, and Adelie said, don't, whatever you are thinking about doing, don't. Adelie took a step forward and grabbed Killian's hand. Mr. Rizimble spoke. Adelie said, I have to go, I'll see you later. A sense of panic began to arise there, and Mr. Rizimble said, how could you? The people standing at the back were laughing, and one girl said, oh my, look at him. I have never seen him so hurt. The other girl responded, he's never had anything taken away from him before. Look, they look just lovely together. Adelie stood close, holding Killian's arm. We would truly be the perfect couple if we were a real couple, that is. But even though I know it is not real, I find myself feeling sad, and I feel my heart sinking. Adeline glanced and said, I feel like I keep getting sucked into this marriage. When will I ever be able to adapt to it? Don't smile as if you are really enjoying this. The Archbishop has approved of your marriage, so the rest of the procedure would be pointless. Adeli and Kellen stood close to each other, and in front of them stood a boy with blonde hair. Adeli said, "He is the commander of San Fiedlo, and I am the daughter of the richest man in the south." It could be viewed as a powerful combination of money and honor, but it could also be viewed as a strange alliance. I am sure everyone will think it's the latter. They just can't say it out loud. Kalyan looked at Adeli and said, "What's wrong?" Adeli replied, "Oh, it's nothing. You may know and exchange reason." 2 rings lay inside 2 red boxes. A whisper began there. "Can you see? Since the Count prepared the rings, they must be amazing. Well, considering who her husband is, I am sure the Count had 2. Another person said, "I heard the bride prepared everything." Adele smiled and said, "I can hear you." The boy laughed and said, "Then Sir Killeen will give the ring first." Kalyan replied, "One moment, please." The boy said, "Pardon. My grandson is very young, and I don't want him to stand in the sun for too long. I have to make this quick." "What's wrong?" Adelis replied, "It's fine. I don't care who prepared it. I like it plenty." Kalyan said, "But it's not the same as the son that you want." Adele was shocked and replied, "Huh? What? No way." Kalyan asked, "Adeli, is there really nothing you want?" Adeli replied, "No, there's nothing." Adeli and Kellen stood in a flower garden, and Kellen said, "Well, you must have something you want." Adele smiled and replied, "What are you going to do if I say that I want the son?" "So did you decide you can't marry me because of that?" Kalyan frowned and said, looking at Adele, "What are you?" Adeli replied, "Commander, let's get through the ceremony first and talk about that letter. Look over there, look." Just then, someone comes up the steps, floating in the air, and says, "I am afraid we are a bit late." Knights come up the steps, and with them are Colonel Michael and Rebecca. Rebecca says, "I am Rebecca, the 7th nun of the great Saint Fidelio, and a loyal servant of God." There are many people present, and whispers begin to spread. And in the hands of the knights are some shining golden objects, and they say, "By the order of the Archbishop and the head nun, the proxies of Heiress." The knights said, "We have come to give a wedding present to the commander. I wish you happiness." Rebecca stands with her head bowed before Kalyan and Adeli. Adeli smiles, placing her hand over her mouth, and says, "Sister Rebecca?" Rebecca is startled. Then she laughs and says, "Agnes, I had no idea I could run into you like this." Adele smiled and said, "What brings you here? You have not changed a bit." Rebecca replied, "That's what I would like to ask." A quiet whisper begins between Adeli and Rebecca. Rebecca says, "Do you know how surprised I was when I heard you two were getting married?" Just then, Kalyan arrives and says, "Sister Rebecca." Rebecca turns around to look at Kalyan and says, "Oh, Commander! Here you go, this is from the Archbishop and the head nun." A gleaming box is opened, and inside it lies a turquoise-colored ring, glowing brilliantly. Adeli was shocked and said, "Commander, what is it?" Kalyan replied, "You wanted me to bring you a piece of the sun." Kalyan takes Adeli's hand and says, "Your hand. Do you like it?" Adeli is sparkling with emotion. Kalyan gently slides the ring onto her finger. The ring sparkles brilliantly. Adeli stares at her hand in wonder and softly says, "Oh, is this really?" Rebecca said it's a piece of the sun that lit the night of San Fidelio when it was founded. It saved the lives of countless people and will continue to do so. Adeli is looking at Rebecca. Kalyan says to her, "Is there a problem? I got it for you because you once said you wanted the sun. If you don't like it..." Adeli quickly replies, "No, I like it." Kalyan stands holding Adeli's hand. Kalyan smiled and said, "Well, I am glad to hear that. I never heard the story about bringing the sun when the girl asked for the moon and stars." Kalyan kissed Adeli's hand and said, "Adeli, Kalyan," and Adeli gazed into each other's eyes. Adelie gently rests her head on Kalian's shoulder, and Kalian stands holding her tenderly in his arms. Everyone around them begins clapping and laughing with joy. It's a moment that touches every heart. Mr. Resemble grabs a boy by the neck, whose hands are bound in chains. The colonel bursts out laughing, while Michael stands silently to the side. Rebecca quietly begins to sob and hides her face in her coat. Nero is shocked and says, "No way! Why is your helper kissing the commander?" Adelie and Rebecca are standing together, and splashes are happening all around them. Rebecca exclaims, "This is a hotbed of sin! I can't believe I'm seeing this with my own two eyes." Adelie smiled and said, "Anyway, thanks for coming all the way over here. I honestly had no idea." And Rebecca, irritated and angry, says, "There is no need. It was the head nun's decision. I had no say in it." Adele said, "I know you won't give me your blessing." Rebecca became silent, and Adele smiled, holding the 2 glasses of drink, and said, "But I also know that if you really hated it, you could not have been talked into coming." Adelie is sitting on the sofa, holding a glass of juice, and says with a laugh, "Have some, I'm sure you'll like it." Rebecca replies, "I'm sure I will." She picks up the glass, gives a faint smirk, and says, "How did someone like you do such a thing?" Adelie looks at her, surprised, and says, "What?" Rebecca said, "To be honest, I have no idea why you spent so much time peeling potatoes. It's a funny job for someone who lives in a palace like this. I don't understand. I don't know how someone as extravagant as her ended up doing such an unpleasant task, nor how she did such a good job." Rebecca said, "Even if you felt so much loyalty to the commander, you did not need to go that far." Adele smiled and lifted her hand and said, "He is just someone I am willing to do all those things for." "Hey, you are quite shameless, bragging about her husband." Kalian and Mr. Resemble are standing together, Kalian holding a glass of drink. "Why does everyone see themselves a certain way while others see them a different way? I only found out today that you were such an important nun." At that moment, their drink glasses clinked together. Rebecca said, "It's fine. It's no use trying to talk to someone like you." Adele replied, "You are right. When there's alcohol, all we need to do is drink." Rebecca said, "That's not what I meant." She gloomily sipped her drink. Adele looked at Rebecca and softly said, "Sister, a dark shadow is cast upon us." Adele replied, "What?" Rebecca said, "Please don't misunderstand. I don't hate you enough to miss your wedding. But since I have the power of healing, I can sometimes sense death. It's weak, but I can feel it. I encounter Sergio's mention." Adelie leaned and said, "Sister." Rebecca replied, "Why are you looking at me like that? You probably just think I am someone who casts curses." Adelie smiled and said, "No, now you really sounded like a nun. She must have taken a peek into Noila's future. Yes, she must have been able to last in the temple because she had an ability." Rebecca sits on the sofa beside Adelie and says, "Agnes, this is not a joke." Adelie replied, "I know you are being serious. Is there anything we can do?" Sparkles began to appear all around. Rebecca replied, "I am not sure, I just feel what I feel." Rebecca puts her hand on her chest, and she says, "Even if I did know the details of who and when, it's a strict rule of the temple that I stay silent on such matters. One word from us could cause worldwide chaos, so we are only allowed to leave San Fidelo with the Archbishop's permission." Adelie replied, "I see. I could put you in a tough spot if you tell me, because others might badger you like I did." Rebecca replied, "It's not like that." Adelie asked, "Then what is it?" "There is definitely a chance that it won't happen." Adele looks at Rebecca. "Humans can have an endless number of destinies, so I don't want you to waste your life on or give up after becoming attached to just one path. It's not because I might be put in a tough spot, do you understand?" Adele said, "So we can change our fate, right? Even if it's just a 1 in a million chance." Rebecca replied, "That's what the Son of God said." Adelie shouted and said, Oh, the great ones. Rebecca put her fist on her mouth and said, There she goes again. She said. Oh, Rebecca said. Well, I should get going then. Rebecca stood up, and Adelie looked at Rebecca and said, What? You are leaving. Adelie stepped forward toward Rebecca and said, You came to my wedding and have not even given me a single gift. Rebecca replied, A gift? I already gave you one. Adelie grabbed Rebecca's arm and said, That was from the Archbishop. You even drank our alcohol. Rebecca shouted and replied, I am here as part of our delegation. What would I possibly have? Honestly, no wonder people say rich people are more stingy. Adele grabs her arm and says, Why do you think that a present has to be an object? Rebecca replied, Then what? Adele grinned and said, Use your powers. I thought you were a nun of salvation. It is a starry night. The sky is glittering with countless twinkling stars, and a magnificent palace stands quietly. Adelie walks in slowly, her steps echoing in the stillness of the starry night. She pauses near the grand palace and says, I have to find the commander. Enjoying the party? The girls said. Congratulations, my lady. Adelie's eyes catch a glimpse of someone. Adelie looks at him and says, What's wrong with you, Nero? There's a chocolate fountain over there. Aren't you going to have any? Nero says angrily, I thought if you became a knight, you could marry whoever you wanted. So why is the commander marrying you? Adelie replied, Then who am I supposed to get married to? Nero said, If you are a helper, act like one. Maybe you should find someone of your own status. Adele smiled and said, Who's someone like you? Nero flushed and said, She is just a kid but already has such high standards. Adele patted her hand on Nero's head, and he said, It's no use becoming a knight. What good will it do? Come on, Nero, if you become a real knight, there will be lots of prettier and younger women waiting for you. Nero looked at Adelie angrily, and he said, I am not looking for someone young. Is that how you see me? Adelie thought this kid is going to be great someday. Adelie smiled and said, I will do you a favor for the sake of our friendship and keep what happened today a secret from your future fiancé. It's my fault for being beautiful. Nero replied, Forget it. Adelie sat down and held Nero's hand and said, Oh Nero, did you see the commander down there? He was with you guys. Nero said angrily, You really want to ask me that? He snatched his hand and said, I don't know. I have not seen him. I am off. Adelie replied, Sorry, Nero, I thought people might get the wrong idea if I went looking for him. Nero said, Who cares where he is? I would not tell you even if I knew. Adelie replied, Oh, okay, that's fine. Do you know what you want to do? Nero hesitated and said, But I saw where the blonde went. Novella is standing in the garden with Callian and says, Thank you, Commander. Callian smiles and replies, Not at all. Lady Adelie made a great discovery. There is sparkle and glamour all around. I should have known when he said he was going to the temple. There was no way he was coming back empty-handed. Noela said I could not find Jerox. She clenched her hand and said, And I got worried because there are a lot of wild beasts around. She said father would send his men if I told him, but I thought I should keep it quiet. A sparkle appeared there. Kellyanne replied, I really don't mind, my lady. Noella smiled and said, Oh, there's really no need to be formal. We are family now, after all. Kellyanne replied, I will try to adjust. Noella thought I knew it. Well, I did assume he would not be able to do anything. Then she said, Of course, I did not expect she would get married this fast either. But a misunderstanding is possible. Just seeing us together would make Adelie upset. One of the guests will see her get angry. And rumors will spread that she and the commander got married because of money. Everyone said Adelie would not be interested in getting married, so I guess I thought the same. Kaylin was standing and listening to Noela's stories. She said none of her relationships lasted that long. Noela put her fist on her mouth and said, Oh, sorry, I did not mean that my sister had any relationship with them. Kellyanne replied, Is that so? Noela said, Of course, I mean, she did meet other men, but she has always been such a workaholic that none of her relationships were very serious. Please don't misunderstand. Noela hesitated. Then she smiled and said, even if she went on dates, she would never let anyone lay a hand on her. She calculates every action very thoroughly. Kellyanne replied, Noela, Adelaide told me about you a couple of times. Noela thought, when did she do that? Then Noela said, what did she say? Oh, she probably said some bad stuff about me. Not because she's a bad person or anything. It's just that she's been really busy and found me a nuisance. Kellyanne replied, I don't remember. Noela thought, Caden has the same red eyes as Audley. Noela smiled and said, huh. Kellyanne said, she told me a lot of things about you, but none of them really stuck. And I don't really remember. Maybe it's because I was just the understudy, and I only care about Audley. Then Noela said, Commander, Kellyanne replied, yet you seem to know so much about Adelie. So if you were to care a little less about Adelie and a little more about your fiancé's whereabouts, I am sure incidents like today's would not happen, sister-in-law. Adelie, Noela, became halted and said, how could she lift her hand? Noela swished forward, then fluttered. She said, I then Kellen replied, if you truly care for someone, you can find them even if you can't see them. He clapped his hands. When the rustle came, Kellyanne glanced, and the steady rhythm of footsteps echoed, then a faint rustle scattered through the air, followed by Kellyanne's voice again. Just like that, Adele appeared there. Adelie said, here you are. What's going on? Noela replied, I was asking Kellyanne for help because I could not find Xerox. Adelie startled and said, are you sure you did not do something to him? Noela said, Adelie, Adele said I am just kidding. Why are you so surprised? Noela replied, oh, you and your jokes. Kellyanne looked at Adelie and said, it's getting dark, we should head back. Adelie replied, yes, let's go. Then they moved, stepping forward. Noela was lost in thought, and Adelie turned and said, oh, Noela. Noela smiled and replied, yes, Adelie. Adelie said, I forgot you were looking for Xerox. I should be helping you. Noela said, that's okay. And Noela thought, is she pretending to be nice or something? Adelie said, as you know, I was busy getting married today. She put her fist on her chin and said, but I can't just leave you in the forest. Noela flinched. Noela raised her hand and said, oh, right. Noela thought, is she trying to slap me? Well, getting slapped here might not be so bad. Noela clenched her fist and said, Adele. Things started to flop there. Noela was shocked. Honestly, no wonder people say rich people are more stingy. Why do you think that a present has to be an object? I only found out today. Rebecca said to Adelie. I told you it's no use. As I said, if I abuse my power, I could cause chaos. Adelie replied, sure, of course it will then. But if it's not a human? A bird perched on Adelie's shoulder and gently pecked her finger with its beak. Adelie said that bird. Please take good care of it this time. Adele placed the bird on Noela's shoulder. Adele turned back and looked at Noela and said it's not every day an opportunity like this comes. Wow, where did the time go? Noela thought just seeing her face was so worth it. Adele thought it seems her evil energy is just bursting to attack someone, but she picked the wrong target. Adelie stretched her arms and said, anyway, I will sleep like a baby tonight. There was a creak. And Kellyanne came there and said, are you hot? Never mind. Adelie thought, how could I just forget about him? Then Kellyanne stepped forward toward Adelie. Adelie smiled and thought, he is getting too close. She turned and said, there are still a lot of people. Everyone seems happy, but the knights seem the most excited. I think they are going to party all night. Kellyanne replied, it's fine. Adelie said, really? I did not see that coming. I thought you would be the most strict. Kellyanne came close to Adelie and said, why would I be? It's not like you are out there partying all night. Adelaide flinched her hand and said, Commander. Kellyanne replied, I am disappointed. I thought you could call me by my name now. Adelaide turned and said, You know, it's not about that. She thought, It's not like he's torturing me. I'd rather talk to him face to face. The sparkles spread everywhere, and Kellyanne said, What do you mean? He thought, No, this is not any better. Kellyanne leaned on Adelaide. Kellyanne said, Talk to me, Adelaide. Did you really think you were the only one who never lets go of anything once it's yours? Adelaide glanced and replied, Still, why now? The ring in Adelaide's hand was sparkling. She looked at her hand, and the ring gleamed, and she thought, Oh dear, I've forgotten about a lot of things today. Adelaide said, It's kind of funny talking about this now, but I am not sure if I can accept this. Kellyanne replied, It is sure that it's valuable, but if we were to get technical, you are the only one who would be right for it. Adelaide turned and said, Why? Because you are the only one who's rich enough that you won't sell this ring but rather keep it until the end. I really thought, Oh my word, thank God I was born into a rich family. I am so proud of myself for choosing this family. I am sure Kellyanne was half joking. Of course you don't have to worry about that. Is that so? Kellyanne said naturally, seeing how the Archbishop gave this to you, he must really favor you. It's not that. Kellyanne grabbed Adele's hand and said it actually belonged to my mother. Adele said, Oh, this is the first time he's talked about his family. I thought you said your mother passed away. Kellyanne said, To be more precise, it was supposed to be my mother's. The Archbishop was her godfather. Adele replied, See, that makes sense. Just like I heard from Leonard, I guess the Archbishop and I had a connection even before I saved him. But for someone like the Archbishop to become a godfather must mean that the commander's mother was also from a very important family. If His Majesty is the owner of the empire, the Archbishop is his emotional anchor. Someone like him would not become just anyone's godfather. Kellyanne asked, What's wrong? Adele replied, Oh, nothing. Gee. If he asks, won't hold anything back. If he does not ask me first, I don't want to pray. Because I married the man in front of me, now and forever. Adele looked at her ring and then said, Never thought in my life that I could be getting a holy treasure. Probably no one has even seen this before. It is from the Archbishop, after all. Maybe he thought I should give you that to make me look less lacking. Adelaide laughed and said, You are joking, right? You don't lack anything. Oh, right. I can't believe I forgot this. Adelaide said, Oh, there's only one thing he lacks, but it would be a sin to expect more when he has the perfect face and body. It will work out one way or another. Adelaide said, Is there anything you want? Kellyanne asked me? Adele thought, Oh, it's as if he was waiting for me to ask him. Does he finally have something that he wants? Adele put her hand on her mouth, and she thought I was planning to give him the ring I prepared when he hesitated. Just say the word, I can, if you can't think of it like this. The sparkles separated everywhere. Adele said, Think of something that will make you sleep like a baby, or something that will make you feel like you are escaping all your restraints and flying away. Kellyanne hesitated and replied, That does not sound like something you could do. Do, Adele said. Don't you know who you are talking to? What is it? An ancient book, the Holy Sword of Jorn, or thing you mentioned before? And here Adele froze and said, What? Kellyanne replied, What I need most right now is an heir. Adele replied, An heir? Kellyanne said, Well, since you asked. Kellyanne touched Adelaide's face. Adelaide thought, What is this all of a sudden? Since we are officially married, we could have a child any time, and father believes that I am with child. But Kellyanne saying that is certainly unexpected. Kellyanne said, It seems I was not considerate of you. You just asked me what I wanted the most, Adelaide replied. No, I did not mean anything like that, Kellyanne said. You can just forget about it. What's important to me is what you want, Adelaide said. It's not that, she thought. How should I say this? Even if Kalyan had not mentioned it, I know we would need a successor to stay married, but whether it's inheriting this rich domain or becoming a messenger of God, we are going to need a child to become our heir if we don't want it all to go to waste. There was a whoosh, and it started. Artade. Adelaide said, Are you going to be okay? Kalyan replied, With what? Adelaide, I don't know how to say this. Adelaide grabbed Kalyan's hand and said, No, you don't have to. That's not important. What's important is your will. Kalyan thought, I think we are going off topic. And he said, Adelaide, you are probably right. Adelaide glared and said, Yes, I know it's hard, but admitting it is the first step. Please don't worry, Commander, I will get the medicine somehow. Kalyan replied, What medicine? Adelaide whispered in Kalyan's ear and said, Oh, you know what that medicine is? I won't be able to ask my father or Kaden. Get every last one. Kaden said, Just cut it off. Kaden shanked this word. Adele said, But since Jerix and Jackie can keep a secret, we can ask them. I heard Vilua root from the Mutta Island is effective. I will try to refine it so it's not too bitter. Kalyan replied, Vilua root? Kalyan lost in thought, and Adele said, Don't worry, no one will ever know about this. Kalyan said, Let me ask you one thing, why do I have to eat such a thing? Adele replied, It's okay, I know. I am not sure about the other knights, but there are lots of holy knights who don't have those kinds of desires. So there has never been a problem or scandal regarding that. I heard the sun god's doctrine says you are supposed to refrain too. It's not just me, everyone thinks so. Kalyan put his hand on his face and said, Who the hell said that? Who spread such a rumor? Adele replied, That's not important. We are already married, and I promise to give you what you want. So if we try hard together. Kalyan replied, Are you sure you won't regret that? What did you just say? You are going to do what? Adele thought, come on, this is killing me. Why does he keep doing that? And she said, If we try hard together. Kalyan grabbed Adelaide's chin and said, Adelaide, you are. Adelaide asked, What's wrong? Kalyan replied, All you have to do is hang on to me like that. Adelaide said, Commander. Kalyan replied, You said you are going to try. Adelaide replied, What if we want to do something? Please don't worry, you've sparked my desires. The sky is blue, with clouds visible above, and there are houses built below. A girl with green eyes, wearing a black cap and black dress, with short hair, said he must be more important than I thought. The boy with green hair replied, Well, they do call him the man who rules the South for a reason. If he is such a big shot, then how come he is only staying in the South? The boy said, I am not sure about the details, but it was decided by the successor of the Sergio family. The girl replied, Successor? You mean the girl who just got married? A boy and a girl are standing somewhere, and there are other people present there as well, he said. Yes, we would not have been too late if the Lennox Bridge had not collapsed. Who in their right mind would do such a thing? The girl turned back and said, Pirel. The Pirelli replied, Oh, sorry. I drew this based on the descriptions of those who attended the wedding. It should be close to what he really looks like. Pirel holds a letter in his hand and hands it to the girl. Pirel says, Everyone said that his beauty cannot be drawn. The girl opens the letter, reads it, and says, I see. On that letter, there's a sketch of Kalyan, silver hair, blue eyes, commander of the Saint Fidelo. Just hearing it was enough, but looking at this sketch makes me even more sure. I am positive. A girl with golden hair and two ponytails, green eyes, and a pink frock turns back and looks at Kalyan and says, I can never forget that handsome face. A girl with green eyes, wearing a black cap, said, Continue what you were saying. What is she like? The Pirelli replied, From what I heard, she is very competent. In the South, the Udina domain holds influence everywhere, and most of it is managed by this lady. No wonder the Count is trusted by many. The girl replied, "You said it was the successor's decision to stay in the south. If she is so ambitious, why not expand to the capital?" The Pirelli replied, "This way." "I am not sure." The girl said, "Whatever." She thought if someone who dominates the market made such a decision, she must have had a good reason. Then she said, "Anyway, I can't believe she married the commander. She must be devout in her faith." The girl and Pirelli are both standing in front of the door. Pirelli said it's not just that rumor has it that her beauty and social skills are outstanding as well. The girl replied, "More so than me." The Pierrot said, "That's impossible, my lady. This girl's name is Shalloy." That was not my lip service. Shalloy was a model for turning a life around. She managed the domain while the Duke was grieving over his daughter, who passed away in an accident. And she took that girl's place as a foster daughter to the Duke. After that, she spent 2 years solidifying her position, and rumors started going around saying that she was going to become queen. With Duke Oran's property and power, it's only a matter of time before the second prince takes the place of the crown prince. It seems she could become queen. I have to get on her good side. Please just say the word. Your wish is my command. The Shallow said, "That's very kind of you, so predictable. We are going to have to hurry if we are to contact the prince. But we have to be careful. Even we say that the son-in-law of the Sergios is the real crown prince. We don't know his intentions. Maybe you should meet him first." Chloe said that since we don't have any connections, we will have to sit back and watch for an opportunity first. You must have done more than just meet people and draw portraits. I don't care what it is, just try to remember something about that household. These domains might be just as powerful as the Duke's. There are many people present there. The Shallow thought, no, they may be even more powerful. The Pirelli replied, "Well," the Pirelli said, "the well Count, who's the head of the household, has visited the palace several times. I heard he's very handsome. His wife passed away when he was young, and he has 2 more illegitimate children, not including the successor." Chloe replied, "Illegitimate children?" Pirelli replied, "Yes, he has a boy and a girl, but apparently they don't get along very well, and nothing is known about the eldest child. The son has quite a temper, and he is rarely home. He is good-looking just like his father and sister, but he is also eccentric and violent. No one has had a proper conversation with him before. The eldest exceeds her reputation. She is a great beauty and is even better than her father in some ways. But there are also some bad rumors as well. When it comes to business, she is cold-blooded, so she has quite a few enemies." Chloe asked, "And what about the other illegitimate child?" Pirelli replied that she is rumored to be beautiful and kind. People are saying she is going to marry her sister's friend and the accountant of the domain. But seeing how her sister got married first, that may not be true. They say that she is the only lady with a pure soul in that family." Shalloy smirked and put her hand on her fist and said, "I see. She thought I found my way in." Pirelli laughed and replied, "I'm sure the eldest will be best since she has the authority. Since you are a representative of the Duke's domain, why not approach her and pretend to make a deal?" The Pirelli is holding the briefcase in his hand. Shalloy said, "Do you know who I am the most wary of?" The Pirelli said, "Pardon." Nothing is more suspicious than someone who has everything in the world approaching you and asking for a deal. She tapped her hand on the briefcase. "A womanizing father, a troublemaker son, a greedy older daughter, and an angelic younger daughter. If I am going to pick one of them as my way in." Chloe said, "I need you to find out what salons the younger daughter goes to." It is completely silent. There is a window, with green curtains hanging on both sides. Adele is lying on the bed, wrapped in a green blanket, and she speaks softly. "Ugh." She flinched, and a voice came. "Are you awake?" Adele said, "Commander?" And then said, "Right, I got married to him." Keelan was lying asleep on the bed beside Adele. He touched Adele's hair softly and said, It's nice to see you early in the morning. Adelie replied. Commander, I mean Kellyanne. Then Kellyanne said, You remembered. Adelie glared. Then Kellyanne said, What's the matter, dear wife? Adelie swished the blanket and then said, I think I should be asking you that. Kellyanne said, What do you mean? Adelie hesitated and said, Well, you were acting like you could not do it. Kellyanne asked. Do what? Adelie replied, You know that. I guess there is no law that says all holy knights have to be eunuchs. Kellyanne rose up and said, Oh, that? Adelie replied, That's not something you can just say casually. I may not know much about the subject, but you appear to be perfectly capable. Kellyanne said, I never said I had a problem. He touched Adelie's face softly. Adelie thought, That's true. And then she said, Anyway, I did not know. It's not just me. Everyone thinks so. The Knights of San Fidelio did not even come to the party, and no one's ever seen them even in the red light district. Kellyanne replied, That is true. Adelie said, You never had a scandal before you got married, so people thought that you just were not interested. Kellyanne said, Well, it's because I made a vow to the Archbishop. Adelie replied, But wow. I swore to remain a virgin until marriage. Adelie dashed. And Kellyanne said, Everyone takes that vow when they enter San Fidelio. Adelie said, But you don't really have to keep it. Kellyanne asked. Should I not? Kellyanne smirked. It may just be a formality, but people are worried about angering God. I don't mind what happens to me, but you are different. They clasped their hands. Then Kellyanne said, I don't want you to get mixed up in anything bad. Adele replied, What? Whether it's simply a formality or just for ceremony. Kellyanne kissed on Adele's hand. And then he said some idly spoken words. I cannot put you in the path of anyone's anger. Adelie, said Kellyanne. Adelie hugged the Kellyanne and thought that was the reason he stopped that day. That was not because of me or because he had a problem. Kellyanne asked, Are you that happy? I have never seen you smile so brightly. Adelie beamed and said, Oh, well, Kellyanne asked. What? Adelie thought, Thank you, God. They flushed, and I believe in you, but I am going to believe in you even more from now on. Kellyanne said, Adelie, you are putting me in a tight spot. I was barely able to hold myself back, but if you keep doing this, then I have no choice. Adelie blinked and said, That was you holding back. Kellyanne rose up and said, It is not easy for me to control myself. Please don't try to test me. Adelie said, Commander. Kellyanne replied, Not that I would not like it. The door was knocked, and a voice came. My lady, are you awake? Adelie rose up and said, That must be Jacqueline. She is not the type who would interrupt us on our honeymoon, but the fact that she is here. Kellyanne said, Your father must be looking for you. You stay here and get some rest. I will go see what he wants. Just you? I am probably the one he wants to see. Kellyanne hesitated, and he rose and said, If I'd put you through too much trouble. Adelie replied, We are already married. It's okay. Adelie smiled and said, We promised that we will stay loyal to each other. We promised that for as long as we were wed, so I guess all of this counts. I am fine with it, even though it may just be for appearance. It's good if we are on the same wavelength. Kellyanne said, Adelie. And it will be like that from now on, as long as you don't trick me. Adelie holds the Kellyanne's arm. Adele said, But I know you never will. She thought, Even if it's just a contractual marriage, I am so satisfied. This was just sent from the capital. There was an envelope slide on the table. After the Archbishop returned to San Fidelio, His Majesty took a turn for the worse. Mr. Semble said, All the famous doctors have been trying to treat him, but he has not shown much improvement. They say we should prepare ourselves. Mr. Kellyanne opened the letter and read it, and then said, I see. I knew it. Kellyanne read the letter and thought, Well, the reaction is understandable. I do not know the details, but you hear rumors when you are in that sort of position. In a way, it was just a normal story. A man fell in love with a woman from a poor family, and both households were against their relationship, just like in the stories. The one thing that was different from the fairy tales was that this story can have a happy ending. There are hundreds of things to take into account when nobles get married, but for the imperial family it's much worse. It was hard for people to accept someone who was just a nobility on the outside as empress, which made it difficult for her to hold on. As soon as her child was born, she passed away because she could not endure the poor treatment, and the child who was left all alone became the crown prince. But he has been abandoned in a separate palace, and no one cared about him. The king also did not do anything about it. He never looked for the crown prince, nor did they declare that the second prince, born by his new wife, was to be his heir. He did not try to find out the truth. All he did was leave everything alone. Mr. Resemble thought. But if His Majesty passes away, things change. This is not something that can be hidden just because someone wants it to be. Mr. Resemble said the second prince is taking care of state affairs, but he has no intention of ascending the throne. Well, I am sure you know more about him than I do. His Majesty wants to see the crown prince no matter what. Kellyanne became quiet. He was reading the letter. Mr. Resemble said that's all he ever talks about when he is conscious. Kellyanne replied. No. Mr. Resemble said I had a guess to your intentions when you said you were in San Fidelo for a while. Kellyanne said. I apologize. Of course, I don't have any intentions. Mr. Resemble said. But it's just if Adelaide finds out, she will not take it well. When she finds out, she has been fooled. Kellyanne said we are not trying to fool her. Mr. Resemble glanced and said, Then, and Kellyanne hesitated and became quiet. He said it's not just a good memory to share with others. Commander, Kellyanne said I am not afraid of her hating me. It sounds to me like you are afraid of something else. Kellyanne clenched. Mr. Resemble thought. Honestly, what I know is just the tip of the iceberg. When I come to rumors about the crown prince, there are a lot of ridiculous stories floating around, some even saying he died. Anyway, asking the party involved won't solve it. All I need is for my daughter to not get sucked into such matters. Kellyanne said, If you are done talking, I'll just be getting back. My wife is waiting for me. Mr. Resemble said, Oh, before that, I don't know where to begin. Kellyanne replied, Please go ahead. He thought, You are going to say it anyway. Already knows where this is going. Mr. Resemble replied, Adele must be really tired right now. I heard she did not leave her room until noon again today. He thought, why do I have to tell him this? He has never beat around the bush. They say you should be careful at the beginning. He asked at the beginning? That's what they say. I understand how you feel, but the more precious something is, the more times it takes. Kellyanne said, I understand what you are saying. Mr. Resemble laughed and said, I am glad she is my precious daughter after all. Kellyanne said, So I am going to try even harder. Mr. Resemble said. Come again. Kellyanne replied, I had no idea you were so interested in a child that has not even been conceived yet. I, of course, want to be here, but I thought it would be better to give Adelaide some time. As your son, I should not pretend not to know your wishes. Mr. Resemble glared and said, Wait, you told Adelaide to take responsibility for that. Kellyanne replied, At no point did I tell you she was with child. Don't worry, father. Kellyanne clasped the Mr. Resemble's hand. What? Mr. Semple asked. Kellyanne replied, I swear on the honor of the San Fidelo that I will try my best and not waste a second. The door was clacked. Kellyanne thought they really looked alike. Kellyanne stepped forward, and Mr. Resemble said, It seems like you love each other to death. Do you want me to make that a reality, brother-in-law? Kellyanne frowned. Kellyanne, he said, I don't say you could call me that. Kellyanne, he replied, I don't think I need your permission to call you that. I should, oh dear, I should ask father about that. Those are only used to trap the most evil of beasts. Kalyan snapped and said. You don't think this is a big deal? Kalyan replied. My wife will think it's a big deal. She still thinks of you as a little child. Kalyan replied. How long do you think you can stay so composed? Kalyan said. I am not sure what you are talking about. Kayden replied. How Satyan for this service in the great battle of Kalyan Viscount. Satyan was given a title, but 2 generations later, there was a decline in wealth, and his family was pretty much exterminated. They have no mansion, and there are no servants or people who remember him. They seem to have lost their reputation completely when the holy grandson came to San Fidelo after losing his parents. Kalyan replied. Is there a problem with that? Kalyan said. No, and that's why it's a problem. Kalyan smirked and said, It's not just too perfect. Your whole family went extinct, but that's the only dirt I could get on you. I can find much more about families who have only had noble titles for a few months. I have never seen a family with such a clean history. It's like someone knew I could be digging around. Mr. Resemble laughed and said, Someone. Kellyanne replied. I had no idea you were so interested in my family. Caden turned and said, No way, my sister is the one who's interested. It's not that good for you. Yuden Domain's boutique. These are the most popular dresses this season. There were beautiful dresses. The sparkles separated everywhere. A girl in a purple dress was laughing, and she said, From the dress Lady Aditi wore at her wedding to the dress she wore to San Fidelo for her engagement party. Technically, the moment she got married, she was supposed to be called Victoria Sation. But since her husband decided to enter the Sergio family, she kept her own name. Even if she had not, everyone already considered Aditi to be the head of the Sergio family and the superior of the Yuden domain. So she will always be Lady Adelaide. She is a woman who has everything and more. The girl in the yellow frock said, Okay, I will buy one of everything. The girl in the purple frock replied, Excellent choice, my lady. The girl in the yellow frock picks up the drink, a glass of drink. Like her only comes once or twice a year. The girl in a purple dress smiled and said, So how would you like to pay? The other girl replied in cash. The girl in the purple dress said, Pardon, it's going to take a lot of time to count everything. Why don't you pay with a check? Do I have to? No, but a check is more convenient, and the fees change depending on the bank. Most people pay with a check when paying over 100,000 gold. The girl in a yellow dress was Lady Chloe. She put her hand on her mouth, and then she said, Oh my! Oh, I see. I did not know. I had no idea I had to do that when buying such expensive clothes. Seeing how she is dressed, she must be a girl from a rich family who does not know how the world works. The girl with the purple dress asked, Are you traveling? You are so pretty that I would have remembered you if you were from around here. Chloe smiled and replied, Thank you. I hear the south is a good place to get away since the weather is warm. I had such a hard time packing all that cash. I wonder why my father never told me about that. No wonder the hotel kept asking me about my bag. The girl in the purple frock smiled and said, Oh, I see. Chloe asked, Oh, could I also see some accessories? The girl in the purple dress smiled and said, I will go get them right away, my lady. Paying in cash, traveling full of vanity, and acting and speaking like I don't understand the ways of the world. Kalo thought, Now that I have laid out all my bait, I just need to wait for her to step into my trap. Is this place the most popular boutique in the south? I came here because that's what the manager at the hotel told me. Of course, the other ladies said something about a wedding, but there are boutiques that are only flashy on the outside, but on the inside, the owner could not care less about their store. The girl in the purple dress said, Of course not. Even a young lady from the ruling family is here. The Lady Kalo smiled and said, Is that so? This professional manager does not seem to know that I am using cash for a reason. The owner of the boutique said I could just sign a check, but if someone is counting something, even the most meticulous person loses their better judgment, especially when that something is money. The Lady Kalo smiled and said, Is she the owner of this boutique? No, that would be Lady Adelie, 22 million, 2,100,000. Well, she must be interested in dresses like me, seeing how she comes here often. The owner of the boutique flipped the money and said, Of course she comes here 3 or 4 times a day. She is as pretty as you and loves to dress up. Lady Kalo clapped and smiled and said she should be running her own boutique. It's my dream to have a store of my own. The owner of the boutique smiled and said, Noela is too gentle to run a business. Yes, that's not a job for her. The owner of the boutique smiled and said I would not want her to get in trouble because she got greedy. Lady, 297,000 rubles is perfect, my lady. The owner said. Where did she go? My lady, the carriage is almost here. The boy said. Please wait here. I will go take a look. Noela smiled and said, All right. She clenched her hand. So annoying, it has not been long since Adelie came back, but the trends have already changed. Hairstyles, accessories, and dresses, no matter where I look, everything reminds me of her. Father and Caden have always agreed with Adelie on everything, but ever since the wedding, our servants and relatives have started siding with her too. Noela clenched. It's all because of him. I knew he was a big shot, but I had no idea he was that important. I never expected their wedding ring would be a holy object touched by God's breath. It's not just him. The same goes for Adelie. What happened to that bird? I was not thrilled about it, so I did not see it through, but I was sure I died. There's something. Noela became upset and said, Ha, I have no motivation. It's like my instincts are telling me to refuse. She brushed her hair with her fingers. It's like I can feel I'm still suffering in my shoulder when I killed it myself. Right now, I just want to leave and go far away and clear my head. Noela moved, stepped forward, and the boy grabbed her hand and said, Noela, we need to talk. I have been sending you letters. A voice came. Myrtle, Noela said. Myrtle, let me go. Myrtle replied, Like I will ever see you again. If I let you go, you have no idea how many days I have been standing here. The Myrtle shouted, and there was a clamor. Myrtle said, Mind your own business. I am her cousin. Adelie took everything. She was not threatening us with empty words. She took everything. She flinched at Noela. Noela replied, Why should I talk to her about that? Myrtle said, You said that it would be better to tell her at the engagement ceremony. You said she could be wrapped up in marriage fraud and that if I talked about it in front of people, she would react. Noela replied, What are you talking about? I was just worried because we did not know anything about my brother-in-law. You were the one who was rude. Myrtle said, What did you say? Noela replied, Please let me go. If you do, I will let this slide. If Myrtle replied, If Adelie finds out about this, she will be even more upset. The Myrtle became gritted and said so. He grabs Noela by her hair, and he says, and Noela says in pain, HH. You were in on it too. Myrtle leaned on Noela. Okay, if it's anyone from that family. The Myrtle pushed the Noela, and he said, Ack. A girl came there, stepped. The Myrtle said, What? The girl replied, You should be ashamed of yourself. The girl was a shallow. She said, How could a gentleman do such a thing in broad daylight? The Myrtle replied, No, it's not like that. I am her. The shallow replied, I don't care how you are related to this girl. The shop employees are going to come soon, and I am going to tell them what you tried to do. The Myrtle thought with anger, I am at rock bottom right now, but if I get arrested for something so dishonorable. Chloe stepped forward toward Noela. Noela sits fallen on the ground, and Chloe reaches out her hand to Noela. Adelie said in anger, What did Noela do now? The Jerox said in a tremble. Well, it's nothing too serious. Adelie replied. Is she refusing to leave her room? Is she being stubborn and refusing to speak? Jerox replied. No, it seems like she's with a friend. I really said, Huh. And she thought I wondered why he had such a hard time focusing. And here I thought it was something serious. The Noila, I was worried she might be up to something. I can't believe I have to be worried about her meeting a friend. Being a villain's sister is hard. No, wait, I don't want to talk about the original story. But the reason Noila's life hit rock bottom is that Adele is holding a paper in her hand, and she's reading it. And she thought it was because she hung out with the wrong crowd. In the original story, Noila begged her father to attend a party as the founding family of a newly opened boutique in the capital. That's when she became friends with a poor yet wise friend, Chloe. And she also ended up meeting the prince, who's the male lead of the novel. But when the prince went to Chloe to get advice on how to win over Noila's heart, he ended up falling for Chloe's wits instead. The readers who were tired of Noila and the prince's relationship started to spot Chloe and the prince. To satisfy the readers, even the writer caved and came to the conclusion that beautiful parents are nothing but tricky. Adele said, "Ha!" Jerox became nervous, and Adele thought that was when Noila's and Kaloi's lives started to change drastically. Kaloi became the queen. But Noila was branded as a villainous outcast, and even became terminally ill. Adele thought the viewers rooted for Kaloi, but to me, she was the truly evil one. If the villainous Noila was the type to rush into things without thinking about the consequences, Kaloi was an intelligent villain who riled Noila up and used her. Of course, nowhere here in the story does it say Kaloi is the villain. A girl in a pink coat said, "If you want to put the blame on someone, put it on your parents." "Why is it my father?" Adele gritted her teeth and thought, "I have dealt with people like her in my past life." Adele asked, "So who is this friend?" The Jerox replied, "There's nothing special about her." Miss Stein said that she looked like a rich and immature traveler. Then Adele replied, "Is that so?" She thought Miss Stein from the boutique has a good eye for people, so she's trustworthy. I am just overreacting because I am obsessed with the original story. She patted her hand on her chest, and she thought, Kaloi is only nobility on the outside. In reality, she's barely scraping by. There is no way she would just be traveling. Adele asked, "What are we going to do?" It's not like we can lock her up. She must be stressed that her engagement party got postponed. I am glad she has a friend. Jerox replied, "Yeah, I guess you are the only one who cares about Noila." Adele replied, She thought, "Think whatever you want." And then Adele said, "All right, when are you going to come back to the domain?" The Jerox replied, "I can come every day to get your approval. But everyone's been curious about you. How come you have not even showed up?" "The wedding is over," Adele replied. "Well," she said, "I think I have to see further." A voice came thereof shouting, "Is this all you have? Bring me something better." Adele smiled and said, "Sir, we called everyone who is well known in the industry." Adele frowned and said, Mr. Resemble sat on the chair, and a table was placed in front of Mr. Resemble, and there were papers placed on the table. And he said, "My daughter, what brings you here? Do you even have time to spare?" Adele said to the servant, "You may leave." And she said, "What brings you here, father?" The Mr. Resemble replied, "What are you looking at so early in the morning?" Adele held the paper and started reading it. And Mr. Resemble said, "Mercedes Tyria." Adele said, "Faith, what are all these names?" Adele shouted and said, "Father, you are not going to announce that one of them is my sibling, are you?" Mr. Resemble said, "Who do you think I am? The three of you are giving me enough of a headache already." Adele said, "Then what is all that? Is it like a hit list?" Mr. Resemble replied, "Hit list, knock on wood. Anyway, what are you doing here at this hour? What about my son-in-law?" Adele replied, "Father, why do you keep asking me questions?" And Adele slammed on the table, and she said, "It's natural for the domain successor to come here." Mr. Resemble thought, she's already talking about work. Is my son-in-law keeping his promise or not? Mr. Resemble said, "No, I am asking what the commander is doing and why you are here alone." Adele replied to the commander, Mr. Resemble thought, "Seeing how you are reacting, I guess he has not been slacking off. Still, it was just once for your father. Mr. Resemble glared, and he thought, does he care because we are newlyweds? Why is he looking at me like I am stupid? Adelie thought, newlyweds. To be honest, everything was spoiled because of the time of the month. My body is cruel. Adele is lying on the bed by wrapping the green blanket. And Adelie said, I told Jacqueline to read the message and gave him a new room following the custom. But Kellyanne, what brings you here? I told Jackie to really relay a message to you. Kellyanne said, please lie down. And what if she did? Still, Kellyanne said, you are my wife? He slightly brushed Adelie's hair. All he did was sit by my bed and hold my hand, but it made me blush. If we made the best bed yesterday, I would be able to confidently give my answer. Kellyanne said, I would say I would like it more. Mr. Resemble said, seeing your expression, my son-in-law must be good to you. Adelie replied, I guess so. Adelie looked at a letter placed on the table, and she said, what's this? Adelie holds the letter and starts reading it. She glared and replied and said, well, if it's just full of names like before. Mr. Resemble replied, take a look before you talk. Adelie read it and said, Father, this is Mr. Resemble smiled and laughed and said, it's finally up for sale. The estate is located in the center of the southern region. It was postponing entering the capital because of Noelal, but this location will be a good foothold for the Jordan domain to advance into the empire. Adelie smiled and said, no way, that's the most iconic place in the south. It's a perfect place to spread out the business. Mr. Resemble smiled and said it would be perfect for the new successor to have a new start. Adelie said, pardon? Mr. Resemble replied, I don't want my daughter to be called successor anymore. Adelie touched the paper on her mouth and said, really? And the man and the main character always show up late so that way it makes a lasting impression. Adelie said, then the reason you made me stay in the mansion. Mr. Resemble patted his hand on the table, and he said, you could say that. So from now on, I will have to step aside and you will have to make a move. Adelie said, you should do it to yourself to make an impression on everyone. And when does the bidding open? Less than a week. I don't get it. Why did they not just sell it when I asked them after stubbornly holding out? They are going to have to spend every cent that they have repaying their children's gambling bets. The court already took the land deed, so there's no going back now. Mr. Resemble smiled and said, anyway, there's a lot for me to look forward to. Adelie smiled and said, sure, of course. She was very happy, and she thought, am I dreaming right now? Mr. Resemble replied, why are you just standing there? I figured you could want to share this good news with your husband. Adelie smirked and said, why would you think that? She thought, still, I am the new owner of the domain, so I can't lose face. Adelie said, my father and not all men are like you. Mr. Resemble replied, do you want to bet? Adelie replied, you will regret it. Kellyanne sat there on his knees, distressed. A boy with brown hair said, Commander, I think you have trained enough. How about going hunting? The Kellyanne replied, no, I will not shed blood. The boy said, yes, sir. The boy thought so. You are not willing to shed the blood of an animal, but you are fine with turning a perfectly good garden into a wasteland. The boy said, the Archbishop has been asking when you are coming back. The Kellyanne rose and said, already. The boy said, it's been a week. He thinks that's enough for a honeymoon. The Kellyanne replied, of course. He clacked his sword. The boy said, pardon. What did you do? There was a whooshing sound that started the Kellyanne, raised the sword, and he's saying that because he's never been married before. The boy said, what is wrong with him? The boy with red hair replied, how would I know? 2 virgins. He seemed like he had the whole world on the day of the wedding and the day after. The boy with brown hair said, he says you also have to greet the nobles who are coming from far away to celebrate the founding day of the temple. The Kellyanne replied, when? The boy said, Starting next week. The Kalyan stabbed the sword in the ground and asked why. After spending the last few nights in anger, I finally felt like I could breathe. I guess there's no ending to God's trials. The Galleon clenched his sword. Adeli said, "You really don't have to do this. If I had known this would happen, I would have postponed the wedding. I finally get why the Grand Temple made me take a vow of chastity, even if it was just a formality. It was possible not to do it in the first place." The boy with red hair said, "He seems very troubled. I wonder why he's like that. People might think he's upset because he does not want to be apart from his bride." The boy with brown hair said, "How dare you? Watch what you say in front of him." The boy with red hair frowned and said, "I am sorry." Of course, he could be misunderstanding because of his sad eyes and dry lips. The boy with brown hair thought, how dare he not know who the commander is? He is called the living bar hero and the symbol of San Fidelo. There's no way someone as hard as nails like him would do such a thing. The boy with blazing red hair said, "I will go and talk to the archbishop." The boy with brown hair replied, "Please just try to do better. The archbishop told us to bring him with us. The canons from all over the country are gathering just to see him." The boy with red hair moved and stepped forward toward the Kalyan. He smiled and said, "Sir, I understand how you are feeling, but there's nothing to worry about. The private soldiers of the Count want to visit a normal temple." The boy smiled and said, "Oh, there's also Lady Adeli's brother." There was a swoosh started, or maybe not. And Lady Adeli, Lady Adelaide, is as magnanimous as most soldiers. Honestly, I'm sure she won't have eyes for anyone else when she has a husband like you. The Kalyan flinched, and he said, "Tell." And he replied, "Yes, sir." He said, "Of course, there are men drooling over her since she is very beautiful. But it's against her will." There was a swoosh started. "And there is a crumbling." The towel said, "Commander, there was a crack." And he said, "I had no idea that was possible." The galleon turned and halted. There was a rustle in the air. And he said, "Let's go back." "How long will everything take?" The boy with brown hair said, "Oh, the guests should go back in a week. It was like that last year." The Kalyan said, "What, a week?" The Tuval said, "Ha, you are going to be so busy once you get there. There are a lot of things to prepare to receive guests. The nuns and the priests will be praying. So we are going to have to get everything ready. We have no choice. It's not like we have any volunteers. They can't. We hire some more people." The galleon thought people were leaning in for a job like this. The Kalyan flinched. "If it were some other time, I would. But we can't risk making a mistake in front of the nobility. I had rather we do it ourselves, no matter how hard it is." Right, then again, how many volunteers would there be who know how to translate and serve nobles? The Kalyan is holding an animal in his hand and said, "I will allow it." The boy with brown hair said, "Pardon, allow that?" "Allow what?" The Kalyan replied, "I will allow volunteers in the Grand Temple for everyone's convenience. I have that much power." The boy with brown hair was shocked and said, "Thank you for saying that. But to find a volunteer so suddenly." The animal jumped from the Kalyan's hand. And the Kalyan said, "We need someone who is fluent in foreign languages, well versed in doctrine, and good at adapting. I am sure we can find someone suitable." The animal blinked. "That is if you have an eye for people. Lady Noela, can you take a look at this?" Chloe said, "I brought this from the capital, and I trust that you have a good eye for these kinds of things." Noela replied, Both were sitting on the sofa?" Chloe said, "Come on, friends, pick things out for each other." "Was I the only one who thought we were friends?" Noela replied, "No, of course not." "Maybe it's because of the temperature difference, but that style is definitely different. Here we need hats that block the wind and sun, so the brims are really bigger and more colorful." Chloe smiled and said, "Oh, really? I thought so. I knew it." Noela put the cap in her hand and said, "I am pretty sure I found my way in." She's not only the kindest daughter in such a unique family, but the more one is like that, the bigger one's hidden desires are. It was the same for the daughter of Duke Oren. Chloe, I am good. I have you. If you were not here, I never would have been able to stay in this house. She hugged Chloe. And Chloe smiled and thought if someone was that weak, they would be dead already. And so instead of feeling guilty, it would be better to show her a world she never got to live in. Chloe said, "Which one do you think will suit me best?" Noela smiled and replied, "I think instead of the hat with a white brim." And when I met her after coming to the south, I realized something. Chloe thought if I had met you first, the daughter of the Duke would still be alive. Noela smiled. Lady Shala said, "Oh my, you have an amazing sense of style. Why are you wasting such talent?" Noela replied, "Oh, because my sister will take over the family business." The Shallow replied, But you are also Count Sergio's daughter." The Shallow put her hand on her chest and said, "Just look at this dress, for example. You don't just go with what's trendy these days, you choose the perfect dress for me. With such a sense of style, you could definitely run a boutique and much more. If I were your sister, I'd definitely let you run the boutique. Letting someone who's better than you take over a business is something you should do for your family." Noela replied, "Well, my sister is nothing like you, and I can't really talk to Adelie about it since she is so busy. She is trying to win an auction for land to build the domain headquarters on." The Shallow replied, "Land?" And she was shocked. "I am surprised that there was still a piece of land in the south that did not belong to the Jordan domain. I heard that's the only piece of land left. It was right in the center, so the owner did not want to sell it, but in the end I was handed over to the court." Noela replied, "I think my sister and father were anxious because they could not get the land. They spent all night awake without being able to enjoy her honeymoon." The Shallow said it must be a very serious problem. The Shallow thought to land to build the domain's headquarters, and an auction for a plot of land like that could mean that whoever buys it could take over the south. When I did not know about it, I did not want it that badly, but it's impossible not to want it after seeing it yourself. I thought it would be easy to manipulate her, but I can't believe it's this easy. The Shallow said it would be good for the family, but it might not be good for you." Noela replied, "Me? How come? I heard your sister took over almost all of the family business. If she managed to buy the land, there's really nothing left for you to do." Noela was listening quietly, and then Shallow glanced and put her hand on her mouth and said, I am not sure if that's the right thing to do." And then Noela clenched her hand, and Shallow smirked and thought, "All that's left to do is tip her right over. If your sister fails to acquire that land, will it hit your family hard?" Noela said, "Pardon?" Noela said, "Why are you asking such a thing?" The Shallow replied, "That land, but what if I buy it?" The Shallow smiled and said, "I will build a building on it, and you can run a boutique there. No, even if I don't do that, if your sister fails to acquire that land, I am sure the account will also give you a chance." Noela flinched. "But you don't have to do that because of me. And I am pretty sure our family is the only one who can afford that land." "I don't know. You are probably only talking about the south. I am in the capital. Our family is quite wealthy as well." "As we are friends," Shala said, "you are so capable, but you can't do anything because of your sister. I want to give you an opportunity." The Shallow held Noela's hand. And Noela was shocked and said, "But I have to do this." The Shallow smiled and thought, "I have to do this." It became clear that the prince who disappeared became the son-in-law of the count. So of course, it was impossible to get rid of him since he was the commander. If he were not married, I would have approached him myself. But some crazy guy destroyed the bridge. So I lost my opportunity. The only way left was to take down the prince's man's lifeline. But just because he does not want to be a prince does not mean he can't be one. The people around him would never let him be. They know about his in-laws. So before the in-laws enter the battle of ascending the throne, I have to take him down. It was so hard to get here. It was so hard to get here. The shallow said. Don't worry, I will help you in any way that I can. I have never had a like-minded friend like you before. Noela replied. But you don't have to spend that much money. Shallow smiled and said. If you feel pressured, just think of it as an investment. If you ever do open a boutique in the capital, please don't forget about me. Noela thought the prince was just waiting for his brother. Since we have no idea when he will make his move, I have to step in before that. Noela, said Miss Shallow, and she thought, I will also have to get rid of this unknowingly beautiful girl. Then will you be able to come here in 3 days? Sure, as long as you will come and welcome me. Chloe said. One moment, Noela. Chloe plopped the cap on Noela's head, and she said, It's a gift. I think this will suit you better. Shallow said. Oh, you said you also have a younger brother, right? I heard he's close to Adelaide, if he ever gets in your way. Noela flipped the cap, and she said, Don't worry about that. Noela smiled and said, I think I might have a way. You want to make your bid 2 separate times? Yes, one for my older son and one for my younger son. Mr. Resemble said, separated the map on the table, and said, First, we have to get the land that's getting auctioned off in 3 days for my older son, so you don't have to worry about the second one. Adele replied. Mr. Resemble placed his finger on the map and made a circle and said, If we get that land, we will be able to proceed with major construction if we include the other lands around it. Then Adele replied, Right, of course, the Ionian domain will be in charge of the construction. If they build that last and most symbolic building in the south, their reputation will become greater. Mr. Resemble replied, Still, when I went to make my bid, there were a lot of people who were after the land. Then Adele replied, They are just pretending. It's not like they are there to buy houses. They won't be able to handle that land. Mr. Resemble said, True, have you decided how much to bid? I have to go on a business trip that day, so will you be okay alone? Adele replied, It's already all taken care of. Anyway, it's a symbolic place in the south, so we should buy that land no matter what it takes. Or people might think we kicked out the Marquis. Adele whispered in Mr. Resemble's ear that she said so the price will be the same. Someone came there, stepped, and a voice came. You are working hard, Adele. She flipped and he said, You don't even hear me, come in. Adele beamed and said, Commander. And Mr. Resemble said, Hello, Audley, and I were just discussing business. There was cold everywhere. Kalyan replied, By Audley. Do you mean my wife? Mr. Resemble dashed, and he said, I was just discussing something with Laddie Audley. If you will excuse me. Audley shouted, Where are you going? Kalyan grabbed Audley's hand and said, You are hard at work. Audley replied, Is that all you have to say to me? Kalyan slipped the pen on her ear and said, No. Kalyan kissed Audley, and he leaned on Audley and said, Of course, that's not it. He's spinning out of control. Kalyan said, You seem quite busy. It must be very important. Audley said, Yes, it's a big deal to me. There was sparkle everywhere. Audley smiled and said, A very big deal. My whole life depends on it. Kalyan was listening quietly. Audley said, I want to do well. My father is no longer involved with the domain, so it would be better for me to increase my presence before the next quarter. But why are you showing interest in my work? He was never interested before. The door was knocked, and a voice came. My lady, may I enter? It's Michael. Audley said. Oh, Major General. Audley gave a book to Kalyan, and she said, Take this. There was Swiss. Audley said, Major General, what are you doing here? The Michael said, Oh, I did not know the commander was here. The Colonel said, Oh, hello, my lady. Michael said, Oh, I thought you came here looking for him. Welcome. I came here to see Lady Audley. There was in the library. Audley said, A volunteer. Michael said, Yes, we have guests coming from all over the world, So we are looking for someone who's used to hosting. Colonel, he said, we are trying to find someone who's friendly, fluent in foreign languages, and good-looking. Adele smiled and said, I see. She thought, I wonder why he's looking at the commander. Michael said, I know, it's shameless of us to ask, but I was wondering if you could do San Fidelo another favor. Our brothers and sisters will be relieved, and the children will be happy. The commander will also be there. Adele said, Oh. She thought, I like that last part. She put her hand on her chin and said, And she thought, it's such a shame that I won't get to see the end of the festival, though. I am very sorry, but I am busy with work for that domain. The colonel and Michael became upset, and they said, Oh. They thought it was something to be so disappointed about. Adele said, I would postpone it if it were something else, but this is very important to me. It's such a pity the dates overlap. The colonel smiled and said, Then just for 2 days, not 1 day. Kalyan kept the book on the table and said to Leonard, That's enough, she said. She is busy. What do you think you are doing? She has something important to do. The colonel slumped and said, Well, volunteering is also important. Adele smiled and said, Right, they were just worried about the temple. It is very important, after all. Kalyan grabbed Adelai's hand and said, Your work is also important. Kalyan leaned on Adelaide and said, Please, now that you are accomplishing what you desire is more important than some noble I do not know. Adelaide looked at Kalyan and said, Commander. The commander turned back and said, Cool if you have eyes. The colonel said, Commander. The colonel came in anger and said, Kalyan said wait. But Michael said, Let's go. I was surprised. I did not know you respected my work that much. Of course I do. It seems like what's happening at the temple is also important. Kalyan said, It's not important enough for me to go. Adelaide smiled and said, Really, you really don't have to go. Kalyan grinned and said, Does that make you happy? Adelaide looked at Kalyan very happily. And she thought, how do I act casual? That's nice. Since Jerox is going on a business trip, I was hoping someone would stay with me. Kalyan asked, Is Jerox leaving? Adelaide replied, Yes. Kalyan shut his eyes. Kalyan said, Actually, it's not that remarkable. If the Archbishop is to save face, I should at least show up. Adelaide said, You are changing your words. Kalyan replied, So are you. You neglected to mention something very important. Adelaide said, Is everyone so separate? Is that important right now? When I come back, my lovely wife will have taken the first step to becoming the successor. Of course, you will have something to look forward to a week from now. I am being very clear that all these are the riches of the domain's agelessness. The equipment has been piled up on the riders. I am being very clear that all these are the riches of the demon's agelessness, right? How she never changes. Rebecca said, Even if you do this. Adelaide replied, Oh, have you not realized by now? Adelaide smiled and said, There is nothing in the world I can't get by bribing people. She thought honestly, she has no humility. Adelaide said, Still, I hope these help when you host the nobles. I was hoping to prepare better meals for the children and place a new organ in the prayer room. Adelaide said, Thank you so much for coming and for the gifts you gave me. Rebecca turned and she said, I was not actually trying to give it to you. You kept pestering me to repay my debt. And as I said before, the shadow is still dark. I prayed for 7 days, but since this is not a temple, I guess the effect is not that great. Adeline said, Sister, you prayed? Rebecca shouted and said, Please don't look at me like that. What I am saying is, you have to be careful. The future can change, but an unexpected hardship will follow. Rebecca turned to the right and said, I am sure that man over there is the closest, the commander. He is noble and cool. Ever since he came to the temple, he has not once shown his emotions. Kellyanne stood with Michael. He stayed alone without letting anyone near him. But I think that was the only way for him to get through the hardship. The Rebecca said. I am sure I don't have to relay the dark shadow I can feel removed from the commander. He has more power than me. I am sure I was mistaken. I should not interfere. The colonel turned back and said, Well, we will set off now. Adeline turned and said, Oh, she thought. What about Kellyanne? The Kellyanne came, stepped toward Adeline, and said, My lady, Adeline said, Goodbye. She thought, I am not sure I would call it sadness, but it feels like the center of my heart is empty. Kellyanne replied, Is that all? Pardon? Then what more do you do? Kellyanne moved, stepped forward, and said, You said you wanted us to look perfect. Adeline flinched and said, Right. Then I think something's missing. Adeline grounded and Adeline lifted up and kissed Kellyanne and Mr. Sample and Jackie. Happy Mr. Sample and Jackie were looking. That's enough. I actually made a bet with my father. Then Kellyanne said, What? Adeline replied, You are different from other men. You are noble and not obsessed with physical touch like other men. Kellyanne replied, What did you bet on? Adeline raised her hand and said, This ring. Sorry, this was the most valuable thing I had on me. She showed the ring on her hand and said it was one of her wedding presents. Kellyanne said, Even more valuable than me. Adeline replied, No, of course not. That's good. Kellyanne replied, That's good. There was flushed and swished everywhere. Kellyanne kissed Adeline. Colonel, he said, Why all of a sudden? Colonel and Michael are looking at them. They come close to each other. Kellyanne said to Adeline, Just give it to him. Adeline said, Ah. All the knights mounted their horses and began to ride. Kellyanne turned. Something has happened to Selmidi Caden. His hand is bleeding slightly. Droplets of blood are falling. Drip, drip. Adele is attempting to stop the bleeding with a handkerchief. Caden clenched his hand, and he became silent. I will be back in a week. Why are you telling me that? You are the only one who will be able to protect Adelie while I am gone. Caden turned and said, I know that you go crazy when it comes to your sister, so I did not think asking you to stay crazy for another week is too much. Caden thought, How dare he order me? Caden said you must have a death wish. Don't get cocky just because my sister gave you a pass. I will kill you with my own 2 hands. Caden said I am only putting up with the arrogance, but I know you are truthful when it comes to Adelie, and that you are useful when it comes to protecting her. Caden said, But once you cease to be of use, I will repay you for what you did. Caden said, Then can't you do the opposite? Kellyanne thought I have always thought of protecting Adelie as my duty. If that meant I could go up against a guy like him fair and square. Kellyanne said, Sure, whatever. Caden grinned and said, Then you should have just left quietly. Caden froze, and he stepped forward toward the window, and he said, Is today a special day or something? Even my second sister is here. Noela came there, and it is not like I am not allowed in here. You look well, Caden. Noela stepped forward, and she said, Right. Caden wiped his hand from his tongue, and he said, That's the only way I will feel at ease, thanks to someone. Caden sat on the sofa in front of the window and said, So what are you up to? Noela replied, I am not up to anything. You must be misunderstanding me. Caden replied, Misunderstanding is for other people. You and I are alike. I thought that's why you tried so hard to get rid of me. One of us is enough. The difference is you prefer to hide when I prefer to show. Noela was thought to be more accurate. I should say I lived intoxicated by myself, possessed by an angel. Adelie always covered for you. Caden replied, Shut up, don't you dare say her name. Noela replied, Then what else would I do? Your darling sister is not even here. It's okay, just lower your guard. I am only here to help. She lifted a key in her hand. Caden said, I am here to help. I thought that was in Father's safe. Noela replied, And it's probably still there. I think that there are more than 2 of everything in the world. Caden snatched the key in his hand and said, And I am sure it's the same for you. If you can't get Adelaide to care for you, shouldn't you find another way? Caden said. What does that mean? Nola stepped forward toward the window and said, I am sure you know better than me that Adelaide has changed. Have you ever seen her stare after someone like that? Adelaide stood with Jackie in the garden. That's real. She's being sincere, so I am saying you should also find your own path. You can't live here forever acting as her right-hand man. Caden replied. Maybe I should. Noila clacked, there was clacking, and Noila said, Good thinking, you should go back to your people and lie low. There was clunking, and Caden said, Who, me? Caden smirked, and Noila said, Then you should get going. If father learns that you got out of your restaurants, he won't just let it go. Caden replied, It's fine, I am going to put them on again. Noila looked at Caden and said, What? These actually suit me very well, they move step by step. Then Caden moved step by step. The clothes the restaurant's father put on him were quite limiting. If the blood of someone else touches the restaurant, it burns his skin. It's quite clear what father is trying to stop him from doing. Caden said, Give me your hand, I will give you back the key. Adelaide blinked. When did I get here? I was trying to get back to my room. Adelaide stood beside, in the front of the door. I just came here without thinking. The place is where the most traces of alien can be found. The animal sat on the Adelaide's shoulder, and Adelaide smiled and said, There are you. I would bring the squirrels back whenever I went on walks in the morning, so the garden was filled with squirrels. You like the squirrels, you don't you? I used to, when it was just one or two of them, Colion said to the Adelaide. I thought you had liked them. Adelaide replied, I love them, the squirrels, I mean. The Colion became quiet. And he stepped toward Adelaide. There was a rustle starting. Adelaide swished and said, Oh, Balrog, came to the Adelaide, jumped on Adelaide, and Adelaide said, You are quite the jealous type, are not you, my lucky mascot? Did you come to cheer me up? Adelaide picked up the mascot, and she said, Do you think this will stop me from eating you? The mascot stared. Adelaide looked at the mascot. Adelaide said, I thought I got dizzy because I was riding the carriage that time. I feel sick. Is it really an evil creature? But Colion said it was not. Colion said, Just sit still. Adelaide became quiet and lost in thought. She thought, Although he did say not to keep him too close, he is my friend, and we took the biggest risk in my life together. She pulled the mascot and said, I wonder why they keep making such a fuss. He is so cute. Adelaide smiled and flinched and said, Is that not right, my emergency food? She thought, He even understands me very well. I do have a way to find out what he really is. But if he really is an evil beast or a prohibited animal, he might get taken away from me. I know it's frustrating, but stay here for now. I will build you a bigger greenhouse later. There's nothing out there, you know that. His looks tend to draw attention, and I need to take care of him until he can take care of himself. I have to make sure he does not hurt anyone and no one hurts him. Adele smiled and said, Do you understand? When I first took in Caden, everything opposed. Caden did not grow up how I wanted him to, but at least I don't have to worry about him getting killed. It's actually the opposite. I know why Caden keeps his guard up when it comes to Colion. I know how he feels. I am just sad because I know it's time for him to be independent. Adelaide touched the bell rope and said, You can't hurt anyone. That's the only way you will be able to stay with me for a long time. There were sparkles everywhere, and Adelaide said, Not even squirrels can give you to me. Adelaide flinched and smiled and then said, Still, I get to laugh because of you. A week feels like such a long time. The auction is approaching, so why do I have lingering affection for someone who's not even here? I must be going crazy. This is exactly why I did not want to love him. There was a burst, and a voice came. My lady? Adelaide looked. Adelaide turned and looked. A girl said, You have to head back to the main building. Hooray! Adelaide replied. Jacqueline, what's going on? Jackie said. Master Caden just stabbed Lady Noila. Adelaide was listening quietly. Adele thought honestly of his own family. It was obvious that Caden and Noila did not get along, but Noila was busy keeping her angle like an image, and Caden hated that about her, so they never really crossed paths with each other since childhood. But why? Adele said. Phew. Adele swung and thought, I will try to be as nice as I can. Father, are you? Adele was shocked and shouted, Caden, what is going on? Who did this to you? Adele flipped, and somebody said, Move, Adele. Father, Mr. Resemble said, there is no need to get all worked up. He is getting what he deserves. Adele said, You can't. How could a father do that to his own son? Mr. Resemble sat on the chair and said, I had him restrained so he would not shed blood, but he somehow managed to. What am I supposed to do? He had it coming, so you don't have to look at him like that. Adele said, Father, he pierced Noila's hand. Her palm has a hole in it. Did you even see? Adele clenched and said, The rumors must be spreading already. Even the domain is in a stir. I told him to just take off my money, but he could not do that, and now he has harmed my business. Do you ask Caden why he did what he did? Did he ever have a reason when he did all those stupid things? Mr. Resemble said, Not only did he take the station, our family's owner, which took me decades to build, but he also made my house a laughing stock. Don't behave rashly. Just because you are the superior does not mean you are an exception. Caden clenched and said, Ugh. Adele clanked and thought, And you still tried to. Adele flipped and said, Of course, father. She stepped forward and snatched the key. She tossed the key in the fire. I will take a week to make another key. There was a crackle. Adele thought father would be satisfied with punishing him for that long. Caden thought, Just hang on until then. Adele turned and said, I will take responsibility for the honor and reputation of the domain. Just give me a week. Mr. Resemble, I thought, had begged me to let him go. She had. She came back to her senses faster than I thought. I hope you are confident I do not want false hope. Adele stepped back, moved back, and said, No, you had better be certain. She turned back and said, I raised him with my own hands, and no one touches what I own without my permission. Noila, are you okay? Jerox said, How could this happen? I never should have left you alone. Noila lay on the bed wrapping the pink blanket and said, I am okay. Jerox said, No, you are not. Our father made a formal complaint to the Count. You could have lost your entire hand. Don't you see that? Someone stepped there and said, Well, that's a shame. She was Adele. Adele smiled. She had a bouquet in her hand and said, Hey, you seem better than how father described you. Jerox replied, Adele, now's not the time. Enough if you are okay. I would have liked to talk to you alone. But just me? Why is that too much for you? Noila glanced and said, Well, I am still a bit shaken up. Jerox replied, Yes, Adele. Noila needs some time to calm down. If there is something, you can say it to me. Adele replied, Will you be okay with that, Noila? Are you okay with me telling Jerox what I want to say to you? Noila flinched. Noila said, Don't worry, Jerox. It's just me and her. I am sure everything will be fine. Jerox said, but Adele smiled and replied, Yes, Jerox. It's just me and her. Even if Noila ends up dead, you will know who did it. Jerox was hesitant. The door clacked. Adele said, Jerox seems to be worried. You should have at least waved to him. Noila replied, Adele, why are you being like this? Noila said, It seems like you misunderstood. I just hoped you and Caden could get along. This is so unfair. Of course, you must feel that way. I was just in that room. Blood was everywhere. I am sure you rolled around in it, and further saw everything. I don't know what excuses Caden made up, but Adele glanced and said he did not say a word. Strange. He always said that the blood was not his. Adele replied, Something does not fit right. I don't know how you got stabbed, but whatever it was missed. All your bones and all you have is a hole. Caden must be quite good indeed. Anyway, it's good that you won't be able to do much with that hand of yours. Noela swiped, and she said, You are so mean. You only like Caden. Adelie replied, If that's the case, would I have brought these flowers? Pretty, right? It's a new kind of flower, so I wanted to show you first. Noela said, Why? They are elegant and pure, just like you. It's a new species, so the flower does not have a meaning yet. But about this, a final warning. She picked up a flower in her hand. Adelie grabbed Noela's hand, and she clenched Noela's hand and said, But it's a blaster to think all flowers are pretty. Noela frowned and said, You are going to regret doing that to me. Adelie replied, You are the one who's going to regret it. If you healed too quickly, that is. The Xerox rushed and shouted. Noela, he said, Are you okay? What did Adelie say? Noela replied, Xerox, I am so scared. Adelie must be very angry. Xerox leaned on Noela and said, I am scared that Caden will come and take it out on me. Xerox replied, Don't worry. I just heard that Caden is locked up in the basement. He won't be able to see daylight for a week. She must be so scared. Xerox said, She must be so scared. Noela turned and said, Really? Then he won't be able to come out until Wednesday. Tomorrow's bidding, I hope there is not a problem. I heard that about a dozen domains will be participating. But rumor has it that the Sergios will win. Lady Chloe said, I see. She thought that's what they think. We will see who really wins tomorrow. Father really went all out this time. 5 million rubles in such a short time. The Duke always wanted to expand to the south. The Yudin domain has a tight grasp on it, so he could not even attempt to try. But he is eager to do it properly this time. The boy with green hair said, We will win the bid tomorrow. And if you manage to get the second lot in a couple of days, this palace will truly become your land. The Lady Chloe sat on a chair. There is a table placed in front of Chloe, and a cup of tea placed on it. A map is separate on the table. And the second lot is this, the land you are talking about. She kept the stick on the map. Chloe said, We won't have to ask for money separately. And even if we win the bid for the second lot, I don't think we will be able to use it exclusively. The boy replied, I think so. Anyway, I have not heard from the scout's second daughter. There have been a lot of rumors going around. I wonder if she is doing okay. The Shallow smiled at her, and she said the little brother of hers is really something. He's actually stabbed his own sister. The Shallow closed her eyes and she said, Anyway, we won't be able to find out the starting bid. She seemed all confident, but what would a little daddy's girl be able to do? The boy replied, Ha ha ha, I suppose so. I thought she would have at least been worried since she said she's friends with Lady Noela. The door was knocked. A voice came, Lady Shallow, are you in there? Lady Shallow did a sign of silence towards the boy, and he said, My lady, the door is clacked. And Noela came there. Lady Noela, what brings you here? I thought you could not come. Noela replied, Oh, I am glad you are here. Shallow said, Are you okay? I was so worried about you. You were just discussing whether we should go visit you or not. Noela replied, Lady Shallow, take this and sneak out so I can stay for long. Then Noela gave something to the Shallow. Shallow was shocked, and she said, Lady Noela, I had no idea you would have figured that out. I heard you got hurt pretty badly. Noela replied, I promise, it's a promise. Shallow said, But your hand? Noela said, Oh, this? We are friends. Noela clutched the hand and said, This is nothing. Clip-clop sound of the horse walking. Adelie, are you okay? Adelie sat on the sofa, and she had the papers in her hand, and she was reading them. She said, Ha! The Xerox said you seem a little nervous. What did the Xerox say about Noela? Adelie replied, I don't want to talk about her. I knew, but she seems to be in a lot of pain. She barely got any sleep last night. You were with her all night? Jerox replied. I was just going to stay with her until she fell asleep because she was scared. But I ended up falling asleep first. You are leaving, but if you leave, it's important, the Noila said. I know, but can't you just stay with me? I am so scared and nervous I can't seem to calm down. I won't trouble you, Jerox. Jerox, said Noila. Adelie replied. Ha! Why do you like Noila so much? Jerox said. What's that? Adelie said. Why are you pretending to think about it? Don't you like her because she is pretty? Jerox said. No, of course not. She just seems lonely. Whenever I went to your place, she was always alone. I know you are weak to that sort of thing. I know I don't have the right or reason to say that, and he won't listen even if I do say it. Adelie said. Yes, Jerox, you are an adult, and it's your choice. But if you really want to hire her, remember that there are going to be responsibilities you are going to have to take. She tossed the paper on the table. The clamor and chatter separated everywhere. Adele wore the purple dress, and she said there are a lot of carriages. The Adele stood beside the Xerox. She said, Since it's an important plot of land, no one will actually try to win the bid when they know you are bidding as well. They are just trying to save face by telling people they participated in such an important auction. It's annoying to have a partner, but it would look better to have a bit of competition rather than just winning the bid easily. There was clamor everywhere. The boy said, Lady Adele, Lady Adele. I mean, Lady Cetian, please look over here. Rumor has it that you are bidding for the rank on the manor at 17 Claude Street. What are you going to do with it if you win? Anything you can share with us? Jerox replied. Adele, go on in. I will take care of things here. Adele smiled and she said, My word, you came all the way over here for such a trivial matter. The boys had the copies in their hands, a copy and pencil in their hands. They wrote that Lady Cetian, is it true that you are moving the Yuden domain? Then Adele replied, I don't know, there's no guarantee that we'll get the land. I must bid like everyone else. She smiled and said, But if I go, I do get to the land since it has a long history. There was sparkle everywhere. She said, I will have to make sure it's used in a way that satisfies everyone. The boy said, I see. And the other boy said, Let me ask you a question. I heard something happened last night between Lady Noila and Caden. Adele smiled and said, You are a reporter for the Southern Times, right? The boy said, Pardon? Oh, Adele said, Right, the Southern Times, it's a good newspaper company. Please continue. What did you say about my siblings? The boy flinched and said, No, it's fine. The Adele thought I knew it. They make their living off reading others. She smiled and said, Well, that's too bad. I wanted to know what kind of rumors have been going around. Please let me know if you remember. I welcome such questions. I will keep in mind that you have something to say to me. The boy said, It's not that. He should have controlled himself. Adele thought he should have controlled himself. Adele turned and said, Well, I should get going home safely, everyone. When the boy said, Wait, you have to give us time for a sketch. Adele halted. She turned and said, No problem. There was a sound of a click, and Adele glanced. A girl in a red and green frock came there. She was wearing a green cap. There were whispers and murmurs started. Jerox is one of the bidders from the capital. I don't know, they are known from a domain though. There was the sound of click-clack. And thus the wish started. There was the flutter. Adele looked at the girl, and then she turned back and looked at her. Adele thought, Who is she? I don't think I have ever seen her before. The girl said, Lady Cetian, please look over here. Adele said, Is this enough? The girl turned. There was fluttering. What? The girl was Lady Chloe. She said, I am better than her. Welcome to San Fidelo. There was clamor and chatter everywhere. I greet you, the Archbishop and the proxy of the god Anise. A man in a black coat said, Oh, so you must be the commander. The Calian said, Hello, I am Cal Lion. I heard he became the proxy of the Archbishop. How remarkable! There was whisper and murmur everywhere. A woman said, I heard he's as cold as ice. He even looks that way. The old man said to him, Commander, this is a lovely event. The Kalyan replied, I know. If you have any complaints about me ending your vacation early, Kalyan said. Of course not. Kalyan glared and said, You know that I don't really care about such tribal matters. The old man replied, Indeed. So why is he glaring at me like that? A boy raised his hand and said, Commander, is that the famous holy sword of Chai Lihen? Yes, that's right. My sword is a replica of the holy sword of Jorn. I would like to have a duel with you if possible. Kalyan replied, I don't think this is the place for that. The boy replied, We were here for peace and harmony. Maybe you should loosen up a bit. I have dueled several times with the previous commander. Come on, why don't we go a few rounds? The man said, My lord. The old man replied, This is a place to promote peace and harmony. So it would not be bad to show us your skill. The Kalyan said, My mission is to protect San Pedalo, not to show off my abilities. The old man said, What greater mission is there than acting to promote the goddesses? If that were the case, I would have had no reason to take care of His Majesty when he was sick. The Kalyan replied, Your Excellency. The old man had a glass of wine in his hand, and he said, Okay, let's all have a glass of wine since you have come so far, so you should enjoy yourselves now. Kalyan groaned. A man said, What a lovely aroma! The wine must be from around here. Sister Agnes replied, Yes, Count Sergio sent it to us just for this occasion. The man asked Count Sergio, the owner of the Yuden domain. The woman replied, You know who he is? The man smiled and said, Of course I do. His lordship here had a special relationship with the heir haha. The woman smiled, Haha, a special relationship. She was holding a glass of wine in her hand. Kellyan clenched the glass. The Kellyan glared and said, How does the young lord of Joran know the heir of Sergios? The man replied, Well, the young lord actually proposed to her before. The boy laughed and said, I have never seen such a beauty before. I was in love at first sight. I proposed to her many times, but she did not even blink an eye. There was shatter. Then Kellyan said, I see. The old man smiled. Ha ha, Mirabelle, look at your son. He had no emotions or desires and did not care about a thing in the world. Then Kellyan said, But now look how he's changed. With a few side effects, of course. Since His Excellency asked, I guess I can't keep refusing. Draw your sword. I will duel you. It would be an honor. There was clamor and chatter everywhere. Then Kellyan said, Then I will go do as the Archbishop ordered. The Archbishop replied, Never. It's just that most of the knights want to have a duel with you. So I was hoping you would understand. Once this is done, so is my mission. The sword was collected. Kellyan thought, Why did I not think of that? The 10 seconds per person, the dueling of the commander, everyone was in suspense. And then Kellyan thought, and then I can go back to the Count's mission. The Kellyan flapped, and he said, Come on, it would be better if multiple people came at me at once. A golden window, the purple curtains hanging on it, and Adelie sat with Xerox on the sofa. Adelie said, What about the down payment? Xerox replied, I prepared a check. There's no reason to wait a week. Since the bidding was to be held in court, they decided to have a silent auction. To maintain secrecy, people would go in the tent one at a time and write down their bid. Then they put a slip of paper in a box. Everything is protected with magic, so there's no way to cheat the system. Once the highest bidder is announced, they must deposit the money in a week, and it's as simple as that. A man said, We will now start the bidding for the rank in Myanmar and the surrounding land at 17 Cloud Street. Those who would like to participate in the bidding, please step forward, write your bid down, and place it in the box. Adele stood up, and she said, and she held a pen in her hand. She scribbled and wrote something on the paper. She thought it was good enough to last the Marquis the rest of his life. And it stood a long time as the center of the South. I should write down what it's worth. She flapped the curtain. She came back, and the Shala came there. She thought I ran into her on the stairs. Adele stared. The Shala smiled and thought, "Oh." Adele said, "Excuse me." And she swished. The Shala said, "It's fine." The Xerox said, "Over here, Adele." Then Adele replied, "All right." There was a slap, and Adele thought, "Since this is the start of the new venture in my life, I expected to be nervous." Adele chills. "But have I ever gotten goosebumps like this twice in the day?" Adele looked down. "Aren't there any more?" And the Killeen held the sword. There was a sound of hooves. A boy said, "Oh, dear Commander, people are going to think you started a war." The Archbishop said you should have gone easy on them. "Just look at them." The Killeen replied, "That's why I only used the back of my sword." The Killeen thought, "Yes, you did." And the Archbishop thought, "Yes, you did an excellent job." The Archbishop stared. And he said, "Don't worry, Sister Rebecca will tend to your wounds." The sister, Rebecca, smiled. "Ha ha. I just had to get cursed by that devil." The Killeen moved and stepped back. And the Archbishop smiled and said, "Where are you going, Commander?" "I heard that when not working on my mission, I will have free time." The Archbishop asked, "Did you say mission?" And the Killeen replied, "Is not this what they wanted from me?" He thought he was not wrong. The Archbishop thought he was not wrong. The Killeen said, "I will come back before sunrise and the day after tomorrow." The Archbishop replied, "How did you leave here when you were not married?" The Killeen blinked and said, "I had done it before." The Archbishop said, "Too bad, I was going to ask you to take out a few more beasts and salvage wishes to protect the people. Once you have tried it, you can't live a comfortable life here." Killeen said, "Too bad, it would have been nice if I could have helped out." The Archbishop thought he usually only says 3 or 4 words a day, and now he is talking back to me. The Archbishop glanced and said, "Of course, I was not going to ask you to do it for free. I am sure there is something you could use in this pile of presents." Killeen looked at him and said, "I don't get swayed by that sort of thing. I am not stupid enough to fall for it." The Archbishop moved and stepped, and Killeen flinched. "And this is a red diamond. This, the head, is unsaid." The diamond was sparkling everywhere. It looked like the eyes of the Lady Adele. "He will back down like last time." The Archbishop clacked the ring box, and he said, "But anyway, I understand what you mean. I am not a fool. I don't want to interrupt your free time." Killeen said, "Your Excellency, I never imagined you had to do that." Killeen moved and stepped. The Archbishop said, "What do you mean?" Killeen said, "I thought you wanted my successor." The Archbishop blinked and asked successor if he thought this was like a blessing from God in my latter years. Then Killeen replied, "Do you really want me to go fight some beasts?" Noila was nervous after kicking out the servant who stole from her, and Kaloi stayed by her side. She grabbed her hand warmly and told her to stay strong. Noila stopped, biting her nails, and suddenly turned around to look at Kaloi. "The Kaloi, you are going to stay with me until the end, right?" The Kaloi replied, "Of course, I will stay with you forever." It may have seemed like a big deal, but technically Noila did not do anything wrong. If a servant steals, it's only natural that she'd be kicked out. But Kaloi only encouraged Noila's anxiety. While quietly taking in the servant, Noila fired, and when Noila raised her voice, "Noila, you need to keep it together for the prince." The Kaloi said, "Even a single apple can show you the way of the world. Instead of biting someone, you need to know what your role is. You are the one who eats the apple, not the one who cuts it." She showed the apple to Noila. Noila said Kaloi made her feel desperate so that Noila would only listen to her. The Adeli thought, maybe I am just feeling nervous because I am taking such a big step on my own. But for some reason, I was reminded of Kaloi in the story. The Adeli glanced and said, Well, the Xerox said they must be getting ready to show the results. The Xerox and Adelie sat on the sofa. Adelie said, Yeah, as you know, the one who bid the highest amount will become the new owner of the estate. First, the third highest was Count Johans with 1.2 billion rubles. There was clapping everywhere. Count Johans stood up. The Adelie clapped and said, I thought I knew it. Since I bid 3.5 billion rubles, I can tell I am totally going to win this bid. Next, we have the second and first place. This of course, she thought. Of course, he is surprised because of my high bid. He said second place is 3.5 billion rubles. Adelie flinched from the Lady Adelie Sergio of the Urin's domain. Adelie thumped and shocked. There was whispering and murmuring everywhere, 3.5 billion rubles. But she is only in second place. The Xerox, said Adelie. Adelie replied quietly, It's not over yet. The man said. Then in first place, the winning bidder is Lady Chloe Oren. The man was hesitant and said, Who bid 3.5 billion? The Adelie chilled and said, Is this really happening? The 3.5 billion and 1 rubles there was collected. Chloe put her hands on her chest, and she smiled and said, Thank you. I can't believe this. She said, How did this happen? She thought, Why do I feel like I know her? The man said, My lady, would you like to check for yourself? Chloe said no. If I look over every magic stone and still say there's been some sort of trick, it will only make me look bad. Then will the winning bidder come up and confirm your name and the pledged amount? And everyone except Lady Adelie may be excused. There was mumbling everywhere. Adelie put her hand on her fist and said, Chaebol, Hamilton. The Xerox said, Adelie, we should get going. Adelie swished and she said, Hello? The chaebol replied. Oh. The chaebol said, Nice to meet you. I have heard a lot about you. It would have been nice if we met under better circumstances. The Adelie smiled and said, I agree. The chaebol said, I am really sorry about what happened. I had no idea I'd get so lucky. I just thought if I get it, I get it, and if I don't, I don't. The Adelie said, No, you just must have been very lucky. Chloe said, I had no idea this would happen, but our fate has already been decided. The Adelie replied, What's your name? The chaebol bowed and said, Chloe Oren. I don't know if you heard, but my family runs a domain in the capital. Adelie put her hand on her fist and said, Is that so? She thought she had a different surname in wonder. The chaebol smiled and said I should get going. The chaebol thought her pride must have been hurt. But that's too bad for you. I already paid for everything up front. So being in second place won't mean anything. The Adelie lost in thought. But yes, that's too bad. I would have done the same thing. The chaebol smiled and said, Well, if you see it that way. The Xerox became worried and said, Adelie, if you look for somewhere else, I am sure. Adelie reached her hand on the apple and said, Lady Chaebol. Adelie held it. The chaebol clicked and said, Yes. Adelie said, Since you are from the capital, I am not sure if the local food will suit your taste. The chaebol said this apple is a regional product of the south. Adelie replied, Why don't you take one as a souvenir? Adelie gave the apple to the chaebol. Chaebol thought, What in the world is she talking about? Chaebol said, No, thank you. I did not bring a servant to slice it for me. Adelie smiled and said, Oh, you will regret it if you don't taste it. The chaebol turned and smiled and then said, Thank you, but it is not my job to slice fruit. The chaebol shrugged and thought an apple is in this situation seriously. Adelie swished, and Xerox shouted, What? Adelie said, I knew it. Xerox replied, What do you mean, Adelie? That's not the problem. Even if she is the daughter of the Count, her attitude. Adelie spoofed and said, A Count. She thought, I don't think so. Adelie slid the apple in her hand and said, Xerox, I have never believed in God that much. But there is one. She crunched the apple and said, "He is giving me the chance to get back at her." Did you see her face? She was trying so hard to pretend that she was okay. I did hear that she is the most beautiful lady in the South, but I was so surprised. I never knew there was someone as beautiful as her. Shalloy glared and said, "What do you mean by that?" The boy replied, "Of course, she is nothing compared to you." Shallow said, "Watch your mouth, I won't let that slide again." Chloe thought, "She keeps bothering me." The fact that she looked nothing like her sister was one thing, but I don't like how she looked at me as if she knew me. Have I seen her before? But I never leave the capital, so I don't think I have ever run into her before. And then Chloe said, "Anyway, I am surprised the commander fell for someone like that." Chloe dropped the paper, and the man with green hair said, "Pardon, what do you mean?" Shallow said, "Never mind, where are the leftover checks?" The man stepped forward and said, "Here they are. I think you can use the rest during the second bidding 3 days from now." She asked for a second bidding. He replied, "The road that rounds the rank 1 manor, once you get it, will be perfect, and we will have to build another entrance connecting to that road." Chloe said, "It's only a couple thousand rubles." The man replied, "I will give what's left back to the Duke." The Shallow replied, "What are you talking about? There's nothing left." The man said, "Pardon?" The Shallow swished the pen and said, "Think about it, we just purchased this land at the center of the South, thanks to me." Then the man said, "So of course, I should get a commission." If it were not for me, he would not even have known about this land. Shallow smiled and said, "And I was the one who made a great friend who gave me that information." The man replied, "Of course." Shallow gave the letter to the man and said, "There are going to be a lot of extra expenses, so I am not sure if there is going to be any left. If you are still suspicious, you can tell me, my father, although I don't know who he is, he will believe." The man asked, "What are you going to do about Lady Noila?" The Shallow blinked and said, "Noila." The man replied, "She did help you out a lot. She will probably be waiting to hear from you." The Shallow smiled and said, "Lady Noila, I am sure her sister will take care of things. I should not be meddling in the family affairs of others, although I do feel bad since her sister seemed so upset." Adelaide clicked and clacked everything, and Jackie glanced and said, "Lady Adelaide, I mean Lady Sation, so how did it go?" Adelaide became quiet, and Jackie glanced and thought, "Wait, did she?" Jackie was shocked and gave a sound of a thump, she thought, but she's been preparing for this for so long, and she always gets what she wants. How could that happen? Adelaide swished and said, "That's what I'm going to find out." "Where's father?" "I just got word that he will be here soon," Adelaide said, and Noila replied, "Kane?" "She is in her room. She is still not feeling well." Adelaide halted, and she turned and said, "Where are you going?" Jerex replied, "Huh! I thought I had followed you since you are going to see Noila." Adele said, "But why are you coming?" "Go back." Jerex replied, "What's wrong?" "I know you are upset, but," Adelaide replied, "you must be mistaken." "I am not just upset, Jerex. I am so upset that I might just kill someone if he crosses the line. Paulu's, the mansion, belongs to my father, and when he is not here, I am the owner of this house, so let me make it very clear for you. You can only enter this house when I give you permission." The Jerex said, "Come on, Adelaide, that makes no sense." Adelaide said, "What makes no sense? Is that you keeping calling my name like that? You are just an accountant, and no accountant calls me by my name." The Jerex replied, "At least tell me why you can't just." Adele said, "Why? I don't know. I don't have to tell you anything." Adelaide swished and said, "But since we have known each other for a while, I will let you know." "Jerex, do you really think today's bidding was a coincidence?" Jerex flinched and said, "Adelaide, as you saw yourself," Adelaide replied, "if you really think that, then I guess I can only blame myself for considering such a moron as a friend." Adele said, "You may be thoughtless, but I know you are not that stupid. You and I were the only ones who knew our bidding price. I did not even tell my father. The Xerox clenched his hand and said, Do you really think I had to tell the people about something that important? Adele replied, Well, that would make it easier to deal with the mess, but it obviously was not you. Xerox replied, Then why? Adele said, You really don't know? Xerox replied. Adele said, Let me ask you something, Xerox. Why are you trying to stop me from seeing Noela? Then Xerox flinched, and Adele smirked and said, See, you knew, so why are you making me the bad guy? Adele swiped at the stairs. The door was clacked. Adele said, Lady Noela, are you here? Noela said, Jacqueline, is that you? There was a rustle started. Adele said, It's me. Noela was lying on the bed, and she looked at Adele and said, What brings you here? Adele replied, You must be tired. Noela loomed and said, What do you mean by that? As you know, the physician told me to rest. Adele slapped Noela, and Noela made a voice. Ah, Adele said, Does it hurt? Noela trembled and said, Adele, how could you? Adele said, That's my line. I wonder when my little sister did just a clever little thing. Adele slapped Noela, and Noela said, What are you talking about? I don't know what happened. Adele again slapped Noela. Jacqueline stood quietly. Noela made a sound, AH. There was a click and clack. Adele said, I hate liars. Noela said, What are you saying? Adele leaned on Noela and said, You know why I am doing this. It must have been fun selling the secrets of the domain. Noela was lost in thought. Adele nodded and said, It seems like your eyes are more honest than your mouth. Noela said, I don't know what you are talking about. Noela said, I don't know what you are talking about. As you know, I have not even been able to sleep because of what Caden did. Adele said, And Xerox nursed you back to health. Noela said, What did you say to him? I am so sick, I need you with me. Did I get that right? Noela replied, I am not sure what to say, seeing how you managed to harm 2 people with one move. I wonder what Caden said. Adele replied, Judging by what you did, I guess you talked about me too. Noela said, Adele, this is so unfair. Adele became cold and said, No, this is unfair to my employees and their families. Some people might lose their jobs because of you. Move your hands. If I hit you at the working angle, it will take our tooth out. Noela flinched, and she made a sound. Hump, Adele said. Adele grabbed the vase and said, Last warning. There was a splash. Noela made a sound. Why are you doing this? I did not do anything wrong, so why are you taking it out on me? Adele said, You should not have betrayed your family, no matter how childish you are. There was a starting burst. And a voice came, What do you think you are doing? Mr. Resemble shouted. Adele, the Noela, dashed to her father's feet and said, Father, help me. She just came in my room and started hitting me out of the blue. The father said, Noela, you are a mess. Adele looked at him and said, Hello, father. Mr. Resemble replied, What do you think you are doing? People are talking. Adele said, You heard. That took longer than I expected. Her father said, Tell me what happened. Which part of the auction do you mean? Or what happened in here? Mr. Resemble glanced and said, Of course. Adele said the latter. She thought I did not beg him for the type of care that cares more about his children than his work. As she said, As you know very well, I did not like to resort to violence. Adele moved step by step, and she said it's ignorant and barbaric. She said, But sometimes I have no choice but to tame the beast. Adele twirled her hands, and Noela flipped and said, Father, I swear I did nothing wrong. Adele replied, I think I have never explained. I have explained myself enough. Could you please leave now? The Mr. Resembled said, How arrogant. Adele said, Do you think you have a right to defend her? Mr. Resemble frowned and said, What? Adele said, If you really think you have been a good father to her, then you can slap me. Adele said. You always said whoever takes care of our family and domain is the owner. Adele raged with anger and said, As I told you before, I have every right. I took care of her, dressed her, and fed her. I did everything for her. Have I ever used violence against Noila? That, father, you are going to thank me for asking you to leave right now, and at least people won't say that you killed your own child. Adele moved her hand forward and said, Now, if you understand, could you please leave? Don't worry, if I wanted her dead, she would be long gone by now. Mr. Resemble became quiet, and he moved and stepped, and he said, What are you doing? What are you going to do about the domain? You are not going to just let this slide, are you? Adele replied, Of course, I still have some time left. Mr. Resemble moved and stepped forward. Adele slammed the Noila, and Noila said, Father, how could he leave me? Adele replied, Noila, I don't like it when people don't look at me when I talk to them. Adele flinched and grabbed the Noila, and Noila said, shouted Adele. Adele gripped Noila's dress and said, I should have paid more attention to you. I should have known who you were meeting and who your friends are. This is why fate is such a scary thing. I kept my distance from the capital for a reason, but I had no idea they had come to me. I had no idea they would try to profit off Noila, or that Noila would sell her own family out. Adele said, Your friend Kala was just as pretty as you. The Noila replied, How do you know Kaloi? Adele crashed into Noila and said, Noila, make a sound, ah! Adele said, I told you to stop lying. I overestimated you. I knew you were stupid, but I had no idea you would sell out your own family. Then Noila shouted and said, How would you know? Noila said, No, you never cared what I did. You acted like you never wanted to deal with me. Like I was expendable. Not you. Go back inside. Follow me, Caden. I was different from Caden. Only me. Noila said, Even father took your side just now. He always has. Adele said, No, it's not like that. Father did not care much for you because he knows who makes money and who does not. No matter how indifferent he was, Noila should consider herself lucky to be simply greeted by her father. He treated Caden much more roughly. But I guess a father will always be a father. He told me to take care of you if I bought the land. Adele, Noila cried and said, What? I have a condition, Adele. Mr. Resemble said, I have a condition, Adele. He said that even someone like you will end up finding some project that you like. So he asked me not to kick you out. Adele said that was the only condition father gave me. Noila said, No way. Adele said, Absurd, is it not? What's even more absurd is that you just lost your chance at getting rich. So what did your friend tell you, just give you? Was she going to share it with you? Noila said, Shala is not like that. Well, you are not denying it anymore. Shala is not like you. She was sincere. She appreciated me and encouraged me. Adele said, Then why did she abandon you? Noila said, Abandon me? Noila said, Don't talk like that about her. Don't leave you. I know you are just trying to get under my skin. Adele said, Do you not know me? I don't do anything that does not make money. Do you know the amount Shallow bid today? Not 4 billion or 3.6 billion. It was 3.5 billion and once rubles. Noila said, So what? Adele said, You stupid girl. Don't you get what I'm saying? No wonder she used you like that. Anyone with a brain would get suspicious. Then who do you think will get the blame? Noila said, Oh, and Adele said, Did you get it now? You were used. Noila became quiet and sat on the floor. There was a sound of a swash, and the Xerox said, Adele, what happened to Noila? Adele said, I told you not to talk about her in front of me. Adele said, You bring her name up one more time, and I will give you something to be wrong about. Xerox asked. She is alive, right? Adele replied, Probably. In the novel, Noila died of the terminal illness, not at the hands of her sister. If you want to worry about her, take care of what happened first. If things go wrong, we are both doomed. Jerox nodded. Adele said, rumors about how I lost to some random girl I have already separated from, I know. It's not likely, but if people don't respect me, even with father's full support, who will want to trade with me? I won't have any trouble supporting myself, but my life as the head of the domain will end. I have narrowed it down to 5 other places for auction. It's nothing compared to today's lands, but these places, I don't need it. Adelaide flipped the map and said, I don't need it. Adelaide rumbled and said, I am going for the second auction. Jerox asked, the second auction when it's just the road that surrounds the rank 1 manor. What are you going to do with it? The people must mock you for being stubborn. Adele replied. If there's anything else left, they can mock me for it. Adele and Jerox sat on the sofa in front of each other. Adele said, You go back to the capital and find out everything you can about her. Find out who her family is and what they do. Find out just how powerful her father is, what kind of connections he has, his property and money transactions, everything. I need to find out how Kaloi, who was a low-class noble, managed to become the Duke's daughter. I do have a hunch since I read the book, but I have to be sure. Adele said, since she also has a domain, that must be our priority. To be honest, I was curious how Kaloi, the actual protagonist, was doing. There was a crackle, but I wanted nothing to do with her, wherever she was, or whether she became the queen of whatever. As long as she did not mess with my family. Adele closed her eyes and said, Find out everything. If I had a Caden, I would have made him do it. But as you know, he can't even lift a finger. I brought down everything I know, so do whatever it takes. That's the only way you can make up for what happened as Noila's fiancé. Adele slid the paper, and Jerox replied, But what are you going to do here alone? Adele replied, Don't worry, I am not going to slack off, I have people to meet. Adele said, What's wrong, Jerox? Jerox looked toward the door and flinched. Adele thought, Is he really spacing out at a time like this? Suddenly someone came and stepped there, and Adele stood up and said, Oh my God, what are you doing here? He was Kalyan, and Kalyan said, Am I not allowed to be here? Adelaide replied, No, that's not what I meant. The ceremony is not over. Kalyan stepped forward toward Adelaide and said, I forgot something. Kalyan said, Don't worry about me. Kalyan sat down and said, Just keep doing what you were doing. Kalyan glanced and said, And pretend I am not here. Adelaide said, Jerox, go back. No, go right away and do what I asked you to do. Jerox replied, Okay. Kalyan said, I told you not to mind me. Adelaide said, That's easier said than done. Adelaide thought, I thought I would not have anything to smile about for a while. Kalyan slid and stepped toward Adelaide and said, Kalyan kissed Adelaide's forehead. Kalyan said, You still seem very busy. Adelaide said toward Kalyan, Kalyan. And Kalyan touched Adelaide's face and said, Maybe I should not have come. Kalyan is looking at Adelaide continuously. And he said, How did everything go today? Adelaide replied, Oh. She flopped at Kalyan and said, Not good. I am afraid. Kalyan said to Adelaide, and he holds Adelaide by her arms, and Adele said, Just stay like this. Adelaide smiled and said, It was worse than not good. I thought it was the worst thing possible, but I guess I was wrong. Adelaide hugged Kalyan, and she said, Commander, wait. Kalyan said, I miss you. What about you? Adelaide replied, What do you mean? Kalyan kissed Adelaide's hand and said, Adelaide. And Adelaide brushed Kalyan's hair. Kalyan said, Did you miss me? Adelaide replied, Do I have to? Kalyan said, Yes, you have to answer me. Adelaide groaned and said, Only you can make me forget all the blame and disapproval I suffered today. There was squeezing. Adelaide hugged Kalyan. And you are right here within arm's reach. Kalyan lost in thought. And they hugged each other. During the daytime, white and green curtains hang on the window, and the vase of flowers is placed beside that. Kellyanne and Adelie sat on the bed, and Kellyanne said, "Good morning." Adelie replied, "Yeah." Adelie said, "You have to go back, don't you?" Kellyanne became quiet. Adelie thought, "I never thought I had been in a long-distance relationship. I promised myself it would be a formal contract marriage." Adelie swished the blanket. Kellyanne said, "Should I not go?" Adelie said, "But you have to." She thought he was the kind of guy who does not know how to push and pull. So if I asked him to stay, he probably will. It could cause trouble for everyone. The Kellyanne said, "Then do you want me to go?" And Adini replied, "No, it's not that. As you probably know, things are not going well for me these days. I think it's best if one of us has a job for our future children's sake." The Kellyanne blinked. And Kellyanne flipped and said, "Are you with child?" The Adini replied, "No." Like she thought, like he could tell by looking. The Kellyanne said, "We work together." Adili smiled and replied, "I may have prayed in San Fidelo, but it's impossible unless it's the Immaculate Conception." The Kellyanne stiffened and said, I see. It's okay. I am not disappointed. Not one bit." She thought, "Oh, he's quite cute." Adili thought, "I can't believe the deputable commander of San Fidelo would think about such things." She said, "Still, it's not bad. The Kellyanne wants children, even if it's because he needs a successor." She said, "Anyway, it's a no. You can't quit your job after what happened to me. We both can't be in poverty." Granted, our definition of poverty is different from most people's. Is it that bad? Just think of it as me preparing for the worst. Adili smiled and thought, was I being too serious? She said, "Honestly, I am worried that I will have to give back the holy object. I've got a wedding present if you quit." Adili said, "And that can't happen. I never let go of what I have." Adili patted the Kellyanne's hand. Kellyanne hesitated, and Adili said, "Commander." Kellyanne replied, "But if you had a position where you would not have to worry about such things." Adini replied, "What?" Kellyanne said, "For example, the highest position is where no one would dare be envious of what you have." Adele said, "Oh, there's such a thing in the world." Kellyanne replied, "If you want, I could." Adele said, "No, I don't plan on being spoon-fed. Whatever I do, I want to spend for myself." Adele smiled and said, "I don't know how high of a position you are talking about, but this is where I belong." She raised her finger and said, "Even if all my nails get torn out, I will travel my way up to the top if I have to." Kellyanne was listening quietly. Kellyanne placed Adelie in her lap, and Adelie, lost in thought, said, "So who got in your way?" Adelie said, "You don't know her. She's from the capital." And Kellyanne asked, "The capital?" Adelie replied, "She's the daughter of the Duke Oren. Since you are from there, you may have heard of her." The Kellyanne became quiet, and Adelie looked at him and said, "Commander." Kellyanne replied, "The daughter of the Duke of Oren would be in no shape to travel, nor to go up against a woman like you." Adelie said, "You really know her?" Kellyanne replied, "A little." "Do you have to get involved with her?" Adelie smiled and said, "It's work. I have no choice." Adelie glanced and said, "Don't worry. It's just once. I won't let her get the better of me again. Take a look at this, my lady. People are lining up just to meet you. So many envelopes are heaped." Lady Kaloy had a cup of tea in her hand, and she said, "They are all nobles from the countryside. I don't think they are on my level." The man with green hair replied, "Duke Oren is also very proud of you, and he thinks it's a good thing he put you in charge of the domain." The Kalo replied, "Who else would be in charge?" She thought, "Not that girl who was bedridden and could not tell real from fake." The girl with red hair said everyone aborted her, so it was really hard to get close to her, but after that everything worked out perfectly. Most people are under the impression that daughters from rich families are difficult and hard to get close to, and they don't know they long for a true friend because of that. Kaloy, are you okay? I had no idea our servants were treating you like that. The Kaloy replied. It's fine, Emily. I am sure they are like that because they care about you. The Kaloy said. If someone like me gets close to you, people might think I have an ulterior motive. Emily replied. No way. You are such a good friend. You even refused everything I gave you. So how could you think that? Kaloy replied. I am fine, Emily. I am just worried that what happened today will ruin your reputation. I think coming here was. Kaloy grabbed Emily's clothes, and Emily said, How can you worry about me at a time like this? Kaloy, I want you to stay here. Father thinks of you as his own, and you are my friend. Emily squeezed Kaloy's hand. Kaloy said, Emily, I wish we really were a family. Then I could be with you every day without having to walk on eggshells. Kaloy said, I am sorry, Emily. I did not mean it. Just forget that. I said I was out of line? Emily replied. Come on, don't say that, Kaloy. Emily became quite rich in the Navy and died. And the Dookie who would not kick out his daughter's only friend after she died. Father, I have a favor to ask. Please take care of Kaloy. There was a nighttime, and Emily was perfect for the role I had for her. What kind of father would say no to his dying daughter? The Kaloy thought. If I think about it, she was quite boring. She was so Navy that she never did anything unexpected compared to that Noela. She was unpredictable, which was quite fun, but she gave me the creeps once in a while. Noela said, Kaloy, what would I not do for a friend? That's when I knew she would get tired so quickly. Kaloy thought when you don't feel good about something, you have to get rid of it. She seemed pretty sharp, or so she should know by now, but I have not heard any news. Well, she won't let this slide, so she will take care of it. Noela and that woman are going down one way or another. I will just have to sit and watch the south fall into my hands. The man replied. My lady, there seems to be another guest. He stood beside the Kaloy, and Kaloy replied no, and no interviews sent them away. The man asked, I think he should come outside. Kaloy frowned and said, I said no. Who is it? Someone stepped there. He was the Kalyan, and he said, I am here to see Lady Kaloy Oren. And he moved his step toward Kaloy, and Kaloy said, Greetings, Your Highness. And Kaloy bowed toward the Kalyan, and Kalyan said, It seems like you know who I am. But I don't know you. Does Dookie Oren have another daughter? Kaloy smiled and said, Well, and thought, I feel this intense pressure that I don't feel from Erin. What a pity. I asked you if you are the daughter of Dookie Oren. After her family died, I became Dookie Oren's adopted daughter. So what are you doing here? Kalyan replied, I asked what House Oren is doing in the south, far away from the capital. Kaloy put her hand on her chest and said, Your Highness, it's not like that. The prince was worried about his brother, who despaired and asked me personally for a favor, saying he could trust me. She thought since he is hiding, he won't like me. Maybe I will be able to cut a deal. The Kaloy said, I was trying to think of a way to meet you, Your Highness. The Kalyan replied, Why don't you tell Arun right away? The Kaloy said, I did not know what you were thinking. I was worried I had ruined everything if you don't want to go back. Kalyan said, I made it clear what I wanted before I left, so that place has nothing to do with me. However you relate, that is up to you. Kalyan stood in front of the Kaloy, and the Kaloy replied, Your Highness. Kalyan said, There is no reason for you to call me that. I am a commander of San Fidelo. Nothing more, nothing less. I hope we will not see each other ever again. The Kalyan moved and stepped back, but if you do want to see me, I will gladly do business with you. So I have to know why you screwed up my wife's work. The Kaloy bowed and said, I think you misunderstand. I have never had a chance like this before, but Dookie Oren always wanted to enter the south. The Kalyan said, So you happened to buy land right when I came down? The Kaloy replied, No, it's not that. The Kalyan said, If it's not the southern land, was it a person you were after? Kala flinched, and Kalyan turned and said, I will take your silence as an answer. The Kala flopped down and said, No, I am sure I can be of help to you. There is something you need too. Kala said, I believe you are not the type to leave the place, the palace, because of the people's jealousy or what people think. The Kala halted, and Kalyan turned back. The Kalyan said, What is it that you want to say? Kalyan turned and said, The Kala glooped, and looked at Kalyan. The one who does not have the red sun will burn down the palace. The prophecy chief from 20 years ago. I think I know what it means. The Shalai sat down in front of the Kalyan. And Kalyan said, So you have the red sun? Shalai replied, If that's what I think it is, then yes. The Shalai rose and said, Why don't you have a seat first? All I want to do is help you. The Kalyan said, If you want to help me, you might as well go back where you came from. The Shalai flinched and said, Pardon. The Kalyan thought you should not be doing that. If that's what you think, then I can't possibly interfere. The Shalai clenched her dress. And she thought he may not need my help now, but he will come crawling back to me. But staying here is my choice as a successor of the domain. So please don't force me to leave. The Kalyan was listening. And Shalai said, As the daughter of the Count, I am in charge of our domain. So competing against your wife comes naturally. The Kalyan smirked and said, You are competing against my wife. The Shalai said, Why are you laughing? The Kalyan replied, Do you think I told you to go back to the capital? It's just because I am siding with my wife. The Shalai said, If you are not. And Kalyan replied, Whether you were sincere or not, I was showing the minimum courtesy to you for at least pretending to take me into consideration. Kalyan turned and said, I was warning you that nothing good will come of going up against my wife. Shalai smiled and said, It seems like you trust her a lot. Kalyan said, Not my wife, but her skills. You have been warned, so it's up to you to decide what to do with it. I should not return empty-handed when I have come to this land of abundance. Adelie picks up the bell rug. She was reading a letter. Someone came there and stepped. Adelie looked and said, Hello, father. The Mr. Resembled replied, I thought you had been very upset after what happened. Mr. Resemble sat on the sofa and said, But you seem totally fine. Adelie replied, Is that supposed to be a greeting? They were, and Adelie sat down in the garden. And Mr. Resemble replied, Are you still keeping that thing as your pet? You have a terrible taste. Adelie smiled and replied, Well, seeing how you hung around Noila's birth, Mom, I have to say you don't have good taste either. I did not realize at first, but he seems. Adelie said, What were you going to say? Animals have ears too, you know. Mr. Resemble replied, I am not talking about your animal. Adelie said he is not a beast either. Just stop. Belrog, go over there. I got you a sheep as a snack, so go have some. Adelie clapped and said, Good boy. And Mr. Resemble thought she may be better than my second and third children. But she is not completely sane either. Adelie never let the commander go, but whatever you do, keep him next to you. Adelie replied, Why are you talking about him? Mr. Resembled said, Because you were with him until late last night, we were not you. Adelie flinched and he said, Don't worry, I'm not interested in your ring. Okay, you brazen brat. Adelie flopped beside her father and said, Just like you. And Mr. Resemble smirked, and Adelie glanced. Adelie turned and thought, He's disappointed. I have never raised my voice or disappointed him like that. Don't worry, even if you had said it, you had not said that. I would have no intention of letting him go. That's good. Don't change your mind later. Adelie replied, I am Sergio, and Sergios are strong. Mr. Resemble thought it seems like she's doing better than I thought. Mr. Resemble rose up and said that people might not take it too well. Everywhere we are in the south, you and the commander are at the top of the town. Adelie replied, People are looking at you like that because of me. And Mr. Resemble said, Well, I have dealt with a whole lot worse. Adeli startled and said. Really? Adeli shouted and said. But you have never failed before. Who dares to look down on you? When? Mr. Resemble replied. I decided you should be my superior right after you were born. Adeli halted, and Mr. Resemble said. Most people called me crazy. This is nothing compared to them. So you are going to have to deal with it on your own. And Adeli clenched her fist and said, I am sorry. I am really sorry. Father, I should have been more careful. Mr. Resemble smiled and said, Don't you know that the superior of the Sergio family should not apologize easily? Adeli said. Father, Mr. Resemble turned back and said, If you need me to take action, I will do it. Adeli replied, No, I will take care of it. I still have time. If I want to, it won't be easy with the media and all. It's true that someone else owns that land now. If you want to overcome this, you have to know where you stand right now. Adeli smiled, and their voices swished. Adeli raised her hand and said, The most difficult problem just got solved. Mr. Resemble's being lost in thought. Adeli shook the hand of Mr. Resemble and said, Smiling does not change anything. The same goes for Caden and Noela. Wait and see. I am just getting started. Anything I can do to help. If you really want to help. There was the sound of crunch and snap. Adeli smiled and said, Just don't think I am crazy, no matter what I do from now on. And then Lady Kaloy is here. A voice came, Lady Kaloy. There was sparkle everywhere. Kaloy was smiling and said, You came from so far away. This is not that big of a deal. The man said the whole south is in an uproar. Is it true that Duke Orain domain is expanding into the south? The Kaloy replied, No one knows. We still have another bidding today. According to the rumor, most gave up on the second bidding. It's pretty obvious who's going to win. If my family expands into the south, I promise that the commerce with the capital will become much more lively. Right now, the south is too distant from the capital, despite its size. The man replied, I see. Well, the Yudin domain was always in charge of the south. The Kaloy replied, Oh, sir. The Kaloy flapped and thought, That's a good point. It matches the money you received. She said, It's such a shame, really. Then I wonder why such a huge domain was not more active in commerce with the capital. The south could have been much more developed by now. The man turned, and then, as someone who lives in the south, I guess I could keep my hopes up. I'm sure things will get even better. Well, there was the sound of click and clack. The Kaloy flinched, and the sound of click-clacking. There was rustling everywhere. And a sound came. Oh dear, Adeli said. I did not know you were all here. There was a sound of click and clack. Adeli came there in a beautiful red dress, and she wore a beautiful red cap, and she had a beautiful fur pen in her hand, and she said, I have not seen you for a while, so I was wondering what was going on. I have been reading the newspaper every day. The boy replied, Lady Adeli, I mean Lady Sation. Adeli smiled and said, You still remember me? Should I say that's an honor? The Kaloy came there, stepped, and Adeli said, And here's someone I have seen before. Kaloy replied, Oh. The Kaloy thought, What is she up to? Being here won't do her any good. The Kaloy smiled and said, I did not know I would be able to see you again. There was the sound of click and clack. Come on, let's just say we are designed to run into each other. The Adeli smiled and said, Good to see you again. There was sparkle everywhere. And Adeli said, Oh, she is so pretentious. The Adele dress gleamed. And she thought, Does she not know how the superior of the domain should dress? Whatever she's made, she's just trying to take it out on me. The Kaloy said, You look amazing, Lady Satyen. You make me look bad. Adele smiled and said, Is that so? The Kaloy smiled. Ha ha. She thought she was not complimenting me back. I should show the people how glamorous and calm I can be, unlike her. The Kaloy clacked the stick and said, Oh, since you are here, would you like to stand with me? The caller smiled and said, I might start operating my domain here, and being in the newspaper with someone as famous as you would really be an honor. The idly smiled and said, Well, who would say no to that? The boy with green hair said, Lady Adele, is there a reason you are trying to win the second auction? Adele said, A reason. The boy said, Well, it's a very small parcel of land. Adele said, My great-grandfather started the domain in a small shed that could fit only a single desk. Compared to that, the land for sale today is like a national park. But since size is important, it won't be possible to build a new headquarters there. Right then, what are you going to use it for? Well, obviously, Adele said. Oh, over here. There was a wave and a loom and a rattle and a sound of done, done, done. What is all that? As you can see, it's my equipment. I prepared it beforehand so I could start construction as soon as possible. Idly smiled and said, But after certain events, well, since I brought it here, I am sure I can put it to good use. She said, For example, I could dig up the land I will win today and turn it into a lake. And of course, that's just an example. The boy with brown hair smiled. Ha ha ha. The other boy, he thought she was not kidding. Anyone who has been suspended by the Sergios knows that no matter what crazy thing the father or daughter may say, it will always come true. Adele replied, No, that's what I have said. I think it would be nice to have a lake in the city. If I dig up the road that surrounds the mansion, everyone could enjoy the lake. The boy replied, But then the mansion. Adele blinked and said, No one will be able to enter. It would become an island. I did not think that far. Adele smiled and said, I will have to win today's bidding for sure then. Right. The boy said, Right. Adele glanced and said, Since there's only one reason to compete, I hope luck is on my side today. Please make me look pretty. I think my dress might get dirty after this. Right. Of course. They scratched and scribbled on the paper. Lady Chloe, Lady Sation. She whispered, That was quite a joke. I have never heard something so funny in the South before. There was whispering everywhere. Adele said, Is that so? I can think of something more fun that happened to you. Someone could get upset to hear you say that. She was happy to have a friend. Chloe said, What are you? Adele replied, You don't know, stupid brat. Chloe flinched, whipped around and said, What did you just say? Adele smiled and said, Please don't misunderstand. I was just talking about my sister. You may have felt offended, but you just must agree. She is indeed very stupid. Then I am talking about a lady who has been horribly spoiled. She is also my sister. Chloe swiped and smiled. Adele said, I guess she did not want to be careful of who she befriends. The boy smiled and said, Why are you telling me that? Adele smiled and said, If you don't want to hear it, you can always go back inside. She thought, Of course, there's no way someone who cares so much for a parent's mood would walk away. Using her parents' money got tiresome, so it made her think of something else. She ended up making a friend, and this stupid brat gave everything to her. That's too bad, right? Adele said. But her friend was seriously wicked, so I could not blame her. Adele gritted and said, I guess she did not know she should be careful when making friends. Adele smiled and said, Then again, if she were smart, she would not have done such a thing. Have you ever heard of someone so stupid? Chloe replied, Lady Sation, before you say that, you should have proof. Adele replied, I mean the part where she got tired of using her parents' money. How can someone get tired of that? Someone slaved away to earn that money. Do you get it? Chloe smiled and said, I mean, no, I'm not sure why you are telling me that. Adele said, I don't know. I thought you of all the people would understand what drove me here. When someone goes crazy for money, the way they think is very different from normal people. I would never get tired of spending money, and if I were her, I would even steal from others. I think it's almost over. I am excited. I have never even been in the newspaper with someone before. There was mumbling everywhere among the people. Lady Chloe said, Not at all. I enjoyed your ridiculous story. Adele said, Oh dear, it is a very real story, you know. The boy smiled and replied, Ladies, at the end, I never thought you had stooped so low. Adele said, Already I have not even gotten to the best part. There was a sound of a clap. Chloe replied, Whatever you do, I will be the owner of this land. Adele moved, stepped, and said 15 billion rubles. Adele flinched, and there was a sound of a click and a clap. Adele said, You should have just asked me from the start. The people in the south are very kind, so I would have told you. Adele turned. 15 billion rubles, Shalloy gritted and thought. She's crazy, she's out of her mind. Shallow said, There's a line you should not cross, even if you are upset. Adele thought. She's just desperate for attention. I should have known when she stepped in front of reporters wearing those fancy clothes. If she's bad right now, when my domain starts tracking over the south, she's going to go crazy. Since the Sergios have been monopolizing the south all this time, the damage will be pretty extensive. So I am sure people will be happier to see me. The boy with green hair said that. Shalloy turned and said, But that's what? The boy said the Sergios have a good reputation in the area. Chloe asked, What are you talking about? They have dominated the south. He replied, Even so, they never tried to stop other businesses unless you count those who shut down voluntarily because they could not get enough customers. They never stopped someone from opening a business or abused their monopoly. They must have just been trying to look good up until now. Her skills are being questioned. So she was done the moment she dragged all the equipment here today. That's true. Shalloy said that they may be a successful domain, but 15 million rubles, that's just absurd. She's trying to scare me, but it won't work on me. The boy replied. Then, how much are you going to bid tomorrow? Yesterday, you said 30 million rubles, right? Shalloy thought even 30 million seemed too much for our road. But if I am going to take her down a peg, I might as well outbid her by a large margin. About 500 million rubles should do. The man in a black coat said, We will now start the bidding on the road that surrounds the Rancone Manor at 17 Clare Street. The process of the bidding is the same as before. Shalloy was listening focusedly. Adele also came there, and she was also listening quietly. We will start with checking the tent and ballot box. The man said, If there is no volunteer, Lady Adele, Lady Sutyen, would you? Adele smiled and said, No, it can't always be me. What about Lady Shalloy? Since she won the first bid, she should do it. The man said, Would you mind, Lady Kalloy? Lady Kalloy rose and said, Of course not. She thought, What is she up to now? Kalloy glanced, and Adele smiled and thought, Why won't she just glare at me? The Kalloy stood up in front of the man, and she clacked the box. Kalloy smiled and said, There are no problems. The man said, Then let's start the bidding. Since you are here, would you like to go first, Lady Kalloy? Adele replied, If it's okay with you, may I go first? The man clacked the box. Lady Adele smiled and said, As you know, a lot of people are writing for me outside. I can't keep them waiting forever, so I'd like to get it done quickly. I hope you understand. The Kalloy smiled and said, Of course, things might take a while for me with all the contracts and whatnot. Kalloy thought, Because I will win the second option as well. Adele looked at the Kalloy and smiled, and then she said, I see. Then it's good that we understand each other. She thought she was pretending like she did not understand. The man said, Then once Adele is done with her bidding, Lady Kalloy will go next. The Kalloy replied, Sure. She's just trying to provoke me, but she won't be able to do that for long. I can't wait to see the look on her face after the auction. I wonder what her losing face looks like. Adele flapped, and the Kalloy said, Lady Sation, it seems like you made a good bid. Adele replied, All thanks to you. Adele became quiet, and she halted. The Shallow said, Lady Sation, the man said. Lady Sation, please put your bid inside this box. The Adelie replied. Right, of course, the man said. So why? The Shallow clenched her fist. The Shallow stepped forward and said, Lady Sutyen, I don't want to say this, but I am quite flustered. I don't know what the social culture is like in the South, but your actions today just surprised me. The Adelie replied. Is that so? Well, I don't know the capital's culture, but you surprised me too. Shallow said. What do you mean by that? I am sure you know what I mean. I have no idea. I think there's a misunderstanding. Is there a reason you are being like this? Adelie said. Of course not. Adelie thought if there was a reason, I would have done something by now. Shallow replied. Please get out of my way. I am sure I told you I am busy, unlike you. I don't have time to waste on boring, useless jokes. Adelie replied. Oh dear, it seems like you still don't trust me. Shallow frowned. Adelie said. Then as an apology, I should show you something really fun. Shallow said. What now? Adelie replied. Excuse me, can I ask you something? The man said. What is it? What happens if someone breaks the rules of the silent auction? There was clamor and murmur everywhere. The Shallow snapped, and she thought, is she really asking for a fight? The Shallow said, Lady Sation, if you are talking about your sister without any proof whatsoever, I will also take legal measures. Adelie replied, I have already taken that into consideration. Adelie glanced and said, And I was not finished yet. Please answer my question. The man replied, Well, according to the written rules, if a rule is broken, the person in question must pay a fine of 1 billion rubles. The man said, Of course, nothing like that has ever happened. That rule was created so everyone would stay in line. Adelie smiled and said, Then today we will be up first. Adelie said, Jacqueline, my checkbook, please. The man said, What are you? Adelie smiled and said, Now might be a good time to dispel your doubts. Adelie slid a check of 15 billion rubles. Exactly 15 billion rubles. There was a voice of clack, and the man said, What is going on? Adelie dropped the check in the box and said, What do you think it is? She thought, I am going all out today. Jackie was shocked and said, My lady? Adelie replied, All right, that's fine. Adelie flipped and signed with the pen. And do the signature with the pen. And the man said, My lady? Adelie flipped. A voice came. My lady? The lady flipped and said, I wrote a little more. I was actually prepared to go to jail. Adelie glanced. And Adelie said, What are you doing? I thought you were busy. Adelie smirked and thought, Now time for you to empty your wallet. Cole was looking at everything quietly.